Live from the Nebraska State Fair, this is a special presentation from the Nebraska Rural Radio Association. This live broadcast is brought to you by Homestead Bank, your journey, your bank, with 9 great locations across Nebraska, and by Green Plains. Enjoy the show, and for more information, visit ruralradionetwork.com.
Kean Morris from Saline County. McKinley Stoller from Hayes County. Receiving blue ribbons today, Keaton Bowman from Greeley County. Kean Morris from Saline County. Mackenzie Weitzmeyer from Jefferson County. McKinley Stoller from Hayes County. Callan Jadlicka from Colfax County. Today, Keaton Bowman Emily from Greeley County. From Adams County. From Saline County. McKenna Helrick from Saunders County. From Jefferson County. And Jed Nelson from Dixon County. Jadlicka from Colfax County. Keaton Bowman from Greeley County. From Adams County. Currently in the ring, we have our fourth class of intermediate showmanship. We do have 10 classes today. We will run 2 semifinals following Class 10 as we work to select our overall intermediate beef showman for the 2021 Nebraska State Fair. We do have 10 classes today. We will run 2 semifinals following Class 10 as we work to select our overall intermediate beef showman for the 2021 Nebraska State Fair. We do have 10 classes today. We will run 2 semifinals following Class 10 as we work to select our
break out my old guitar, sing vision in the dark. Baby, get ready. We'll take a little sip, we'll take it to the lips and sleep in the bed of my Chevy. Go barefoot and crazy. Me and my baby. Just me and her, the man in the moon, drinking on a cold bud brew. The morning's gonna come way too soon. We'll wake up and do it all again, wishing that we never end. Anybody ask where we've been? Tell them barefoot and crazy. Barefoot and crazy. Me and my baby. I did a backflip on a flip-flop bridge. Double dog dare, man, I did it, baby. At the bottom with a cool. I did a backflip on a flip-flop bridge. Double dog dare, man, I did it, baby. At the bottom with a cool. I did a backflip on a flip-flop bridge. Double dog dare, man, I did it, baby. At the bottom with a cool.
Out. Another outstanding set of intermediates here on the cattle side. And guys, it's filled with tough decisions as always, as you'd expect at this level of competition.
Another outstanding
These two young people that are pulled in here to my left are going to come back in that semifinal round. And again, we haven't placed the two of you guys. We'll look forward to working you a little harder. I thought this class was really deep. And I like making compliments where they're due. For the first 2/3 of this class, I thought there was zero doubt that 3 young people were coming back to the semifinal, because because in terms of style and approach to things, I probably like this young lady I pulled in as the final slot up here, as well as anybody that's out here. And we talked about it earlier. Sometimes it just boils down to a spectacular showman that didn't get a cooperation of their animal. And boy, for the first, half, 2/3 of the time we were out here, that calf really reacted pretty well for her. And then, he kind of got a little tired or worn out here, and all of a sudden he was kind of all over the place. And eventually a judge just has to make those decisions. But I will never, ever let this young lady walk out this ring without her knowing how much her style, her approach to showmanship is absolutely what I love to see. Great job by her. Again, a really deep set. I think we went 7 or 8 deep in that purple division again in this group. But even as you look down that group, I think you see the style and the approach, the big.
And results of our 4th class of intermediate beef showmen. Receiving purple ribbons and returning for one of our 2 semifinal heats following Class 10, Tinley Luby from Seward County and Meredith Ruda from Dodge County. Receiving purple ribbons today, Brooke Bosshammer from Buffalo County, Hayden Warmer from Saline County, Addison Horing from Kearney County, Camille Carr, Webster County, Morgan Clement from Saunders County, and receiving blue ribbons today, Peyton Hermelbrock from Dakota County, Cody Jedlicka from Colfax County, Caden Holland from Pierce County, Andrew Kovals from Adams County, Logan Schmidt from Nuckolls County, Parker Bowman from Greeley County, and Jada Wood from Hitchcock County. And as we bring our 5th class of intermediate beef showmen into the ring, this does mark our halfway point in the intermediate beef showmanship competition. We would like to welcome our judge today, Chris Mullenix from Manhattan, Kansas. Chris is an instructor of animal science and the head livestock judging coach at Kansas State University in Manhattan. Chris was born and raised on a diversified cattle and farming operation in Central Maryland. Chris received his animal science degree at K-State, where he was a member of the 1995 national champion intercollegiate livestock judging team and was recognized as the contest high individual. To date, he has coached more than 30 national champion livestock judging teams and 3 national champion meat animal evaluation teams. Chris has judged shows in 43 different states and Canada, including events such as the North American in Louisville, the American Royal, the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, the Fort Worth Stock Show, and Denver's National Western. Chris and his wife, Elisa, are blessed with a 7-year-old son, Mason, a 4-year-old daughter, Kinsley, and a 1-year-old son, Cameron. We'd like to welcome Chris today, and he's done an excellent job evaluating our intermediates, and we're excited to continue our beef showmanship classes with Chris. Again, we do have 10 heats of intermediate beef showmanship. We will be running 2 semifinal drives following Class 10 before we prepare for our senior beef showmanship contest. The sponsors for the intermediate and senior beef showmanship awards are Farm Credit Services of America and the Nebraska 4-H Foundation. This includes medals for each of the top 3 showmen in each division. Don Peterson Auctioneers also sponsors a first place plaque to the intermediate and senior showmanship winners.
telling me I should proceed with caution. But my heart said go ahead and make a bid on that. And I said, hey, pretty lady, won't you give me a sign? I'd give anything to make you mine on mine. I'll do your bidding and be at your beck and call. Yeah, I've never seen anyone looking so fine. Man, I gotta have her, she's a one of a kind. I'm going once, going twice. I'm sold on the lady in the second row. She's an 8, she's a 9, she's a 10. I know she's got ruby red lips, blonde hair, blue eyes, and I'm about to bid my heart goodbye. But the auctioneer was going about a mile a minute. He was taking bids and calling them out loud. And I guess I was really getting in it, 'cause I just shouted out above the crowd. And I said, hey, pretty lady, won't you give me a sign? I'd give anything to make you mine on mine. I'll do your bidding and be at your beck and call. Yeah, I've never seen anyone looking so fine. Man, I gotta have her, she's a one of a kind. I'm going once, going twice. I'm sold on the lady in the long black dress, but she won my heart. It was no contest, with the ruby red lips, blonde hair, blue eyes. Well, I'm about to bid my heart goodbye. Yeah, we found love on the auction block, and I called her heart away. Now we still look and laugh about the way we met that day when I said, hey, pretty lady, won't you give me a sign? I'd give anything to make you mine on mine. I'll do your bidding and be at your beck and call. Yeah, I've never seen anyone looking so fine. Man, I gotta have her, she's a one of a kind. I'm going once, going twice. I'm sold on the lady in the second row. She's an 8, she's a 9, she's a 10. I know she's got ruby red lips, blonde hair, blue eyes, and I'm about to bid my heart goodbye.
And if you're just joining us, we are on our 5th class of intermediate beef showmanship here at the 4-H Nebraska State Fair Beef Showmanship Contest. We do have 10 classes of intermediate showmanship today. Showmanship judging is based on the preparation of the animals for show and how the exhibitor shows the animal, the training and skill the exhibitor has put in, and all the hours of hard work behind the scenes that they've brought to the ring today. We'd definitely like to thank all of our help to make the show possible. At our ring check-in station outside, Rhonda Herrick, Extension Educator in Kearney and Franklin counties, Stephanie Stevens, Nebraska Extension Intern in Buffalo County, Caitlin Kennedy, Extension Educator, Richardson and Nemaha counties. Our blow and go checker today is Doug Anderson, who's an Extension Educator in the Central 4. Ribbons and the arena steward today, Brianna Boozman, Extension Professor at Nebraska 4-H and the UNL Animal Science and the UNL judging team. And our ring assistants today are members of the UNL Livestock judging team and computer entry, Abby Durheim from the Nebraska 4-H Foundation and Jesse Mullendorf from the Nebraska State 4-H office.
Well, another good intermediate division or heat here. Excellent set of young people. This heat's going to have 3 young ladies, I guess, that'll come back as part of our semifinal drive. And again, this class, really, you're splitting hairs as you get to this top group in particular. But I really thought those 3, their poise, their professionalism out here, their ability to get the most out of the animal at hand was evident from the minute they walked into the ring, and probably just a little more consistent in the way that they approach things. I thought there were 2 young people right there behind them that were right on the verge of moving on to that next round that maybe in one case didn't utilize spacing quite like they needed, and the other spot probably could have ramped up the intensity just a little bit. I think you got to find that blend between staying calm and poised out here, but having that look, aggressive look that you're out here to accomplish that goal at hand. So I thought all of these young people, again, magnificent job. Go ahead and lead off with your black and white steer and come on around and give that set of exhibitors another big round of applause here as they head out. Great 5th heat here for us.
Sunday morning, man, she woke up fighting mad, bitching and moaning on and on about the time I had. And by Tuesday, you could say that girl was good as gone. And then when Thursday came around, I was all alone.
As our intermediate beef showmanship class 6 prepares to enter the ring, we do have our results from class 5. Receiving purple ribbons and returning to compete in one of our 2 semifinal heats following class 10, Corey Kirsten from Sarpy County, Ella Miller from Cass County, and Annalyn Beach from Otoe County. Receiving purple ribbons today, AJ Pospischel from Holt County, Grady Drucke from Antelope County, Julia Wolf from Saunders County, Naya Ruda, Dodge County, Lawrence Diesner, Greeley County. Blue ribbons today, Haley Minnick, Aubrey Jensen from Pierce County, Riley Hermelbrot from Dakota County, Everett Funk, Loop County, and Brindley McNeil from Webster County.
It's crazy how lately now it just seems to come in waves. What I thought was gonna be the death of me is my saving grace. It's got me thinking that her leaving is the only logical reason that I got the last spot in the Hooters parking lot, and the waitress left her number on my check with a heart. She picked up on the first ring when I gave her a call. And now I spent $5 at the Moose Club raffle, won a used four-wheeler and 3 free passes for me and 2 of my buddies playing around the call. And I ain't gotta see my ex-future mother-in-law anymore. Oh Lord, when it rains it pours, when it rains it pours. I've been on one hell of a redneck road for 3 weeks now. And it all started on the day that she walked out. Then I won $100 on a scratch-off ticket, bought 2 12-packs and a tank of gas with it. Well, they were a waste of time, all but she was wrong. And I was calling number 5 on the radio station, on a 4-day, 3-night beach vacation.
And as I welcomed our judge earlier, Chris Mullinex, I have been corrected. We do have an expert with us at the tables today. Chris's son, Mason, assures me that he is 9 years old and not 7 years old. And so we are glad to have his expert opinion as he helps his dad evaluate our cattle today. So Chris and his wife are blessed with a 9-year-old son, Mason, a 5-year-old daughter, Kinsley, and a 2-year-old son, Cameron.
Attention all exhibitors, please refrain from walking your animals in the public walk areas. We would appreciate it if you would continue to walk only your animals on the west side of the barns and no farther north than the sheep barns. This keeps our areas for the public clean. Please do not walk your animals in front or to the east of the barns or any farther north of the sheep barns, so that we can keep our areas clean. Thank you.
Just the other night I watched the world flash by. Headlights, taillights, running through a river of neon signs. But somewhere in the rush I felt we're losing ourselves and days go by. I can feel it flying like a hand out the window in the wind. The cars go by. It's all within giving, so you better start living right now. Days go by. Tomorrow and it slips away. Oh yes it does. We talk about forever, but we've only got today. The days go by. I can feel them flying like a hand out the window as the cars go by. It's all we've been given. So you better start living. You better start living. Better start living right now. As days go by, I can feel it flying like a hand out the window if the wind. The cars go by. It's all we've been given. So you better start living right now. As days go by. Yeah, these days go by. Oh, so take me by the hand of yours and mine. Take me by the hand of little life. Take me by the hand, don't let them walk my by. Come on, come on now. Come on. Don't you know the days go by? Whose bed have your boots been under? Whose bed have your boots been under? And whose heart did you see? I wonder. This time did it feel like thunder, baby? Well, whose bed have your boots been under? Don't look so lonely. Don't act so blue. I know I'm not the only girl you run to. I know about Lolita, your little Spanish swing. I've seen you out with Rita, the redhead down the lane. Whose bed have your boots been under? And whose heart did you see? I wonder. This time did it feel like thunder, baby? Who did you run to? And whose lips have you been kissing? And whose ear did you make a wish in? Is she the one that you've been missing, baby? Well, whose bed have your boots been under? I heard you've been sneaking around with Jill. And what about that weekend with Beverly Hills? And I've seen you walking with long legs to waist. And you were just talking last night with Denise. Whose bed have your boots been under? And whose heart did you see? I wonder. This time it feel like thunder, baby? And who did you run to? And whose lips have you been kissing? And whose ear did you make a wish in? Is she the one that you've been missing, baby?
Go ahead and let's lead off. Come right down here and stop, okay? Over here on our cattle side, another awesome heat here, and probably one of the more challenging ones we've had. We can go ahead and lead off. Just hold up, bud. Go ahead and lead all four of them on out if you want. These first four exhibitors, just follow on. First four are going to come back to our champion drive, and this was challenging probably during the course of that heat. One of those four really stuck out and was terribly consistent. I kept going back and forth between three other ones on, will I keep two? Will I keep a third out of this group? And finally I said, you know what? We've got enough space. I think all four are deserving. We'll see what they can do as they come back in our semifinal round. Give those four exhibitors a nice round of applause. Again, they're not placed in any order, but we'll see them in a little bit. Probably just a little more antsy set of cattle, if you will, in this particular group, and that was kind of a challenge for these exhibitors, and maybe at times, it allowed you to see how young people react to adversity a little bit, not just their own adversity, but cattle around them and how they give themselves. Go ahead and lead off, guys. We can go ahead and lead them on out. How they react to other cattle around them. One big thing for me, guys, as we think about giving yourself a position or being in a position to be seen, if you need to move your steer or heifer to pull back in place, especially when they're in this rear view, do not take a full lap around the entire group of cattle and come back to your spot. That takes a long, long time, and a judge, first of all, may forget where you were, and secondly, it takes so much time to get back to that spot. It's nearly impossible to give that judge a good, strong look at your steer or heifer at that moment. So, making sure that you utilize your space. It's okay to have to move them or turn around, spin them around and back into spot, but don't go all the way around every animal. Take them around in your spot, pull right back to where you started. So, again, an excellent group, great set of young people. Give them a nice round of applause as they head back to the barn. Really a strong set of intermediates there.
And results of Class 6 Intermediate Beef Showmanship. Receiving purple ribbons and returning to the first or second of our two heats following Class 10. Paisley White from Sarpy County. Kinley Druke from Antelope County. Kyler Plugi from Lancaster County. And Graydon Forbes from Buffalo County. Receiving purple ribbons today, Bo Poshpickle from Holt County. Jet Fogarty, Thurston County. Gage Thompson, Dakota County. Nolan Hassenkamp, Cone County. Carson Anderson, Madison County, receives a blue. Colton McNeil from Webster County, blue. Mackenzie Vanderwall from Fillmore County, blue ribbon. Peyton Niss from Greeley County, blue ribbon. Nolan Platt, Cass County, blue ribbon. Austin Avery from Knox County, blue ribbon. And Clay White from Pierce County, blue ribbon. We now have our 7th class of intermediate beef showman entering the ring. We do have 10 intermediate beef showmanship classes today. Following our 10th class, we will have 2 semifinal heats as we work to select our overall intermediate beef showman for the 2021 Nebraska State Fair.
moon shining bright, edge of the water, we were feeling all right. Back down a country road, the girls are always hot and the beer is ice cold. Cadillac, horns on the hood. My buddy Frankie had his dad hook him up good. Girls smile when we roll by. They hop in the back and we cruise to the riverside. Never gonna grow up, never gonna slow down. Shining like lighters in the dark in the middle of a rock show. We were doing it right, we were coming alive. Yeah, caught up in a southern summer, barefoot blue jean night. Blue eyes and burnt hair, sitting looking pretty by the fire in a lawn chair. New to town and new to me, her ruby red lips was sipping on sweet tea. Shot me a look like a shooting star, so I grabbed a beer and my old guitar, then sat around till the break of dawn, howling, singing our favorite song. Never gonna grow up, never gonna slow down. We were shining like lighters in the dark in the middle of a rock show. We were doing it right, we were coming alive. Yeah, caught up in a southern summer, barefoot blue jean night. Whoa, never gonna grow up, never gonna slow down. We were shining like lighters in the dark in the middle of a rock show. We were doing it right, we were coming alive. Yeah, caught up in a southern summer, barefoot blue jean night. A 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 barefoot blue jean night. It's a barefoot blue jean night. A barefoot blue jean night. Yeah, you used to talk about getting even further south, somewhere where the summer lasted all year round. Probably got a big old diamond on your hand right now, maybe a baby or a couple by now. Long driveway to a big white house. But I wonder when you're drinking if you find yourself back in the back, that boy from East Tennessee. And I know we both knew better, but we still said forever. And that was 7 summers ago in Southern Comfort, were we dumb or just younger, who knows? Back then you used to love the river and sipping on a sixer with me. Does it ever make you sad to know that was 7 summers ago? Yeah, I bet your daddy's so proud of how his little girl turned out. Think she dies a boy of a good old boy like me. 'Cause I still go drinking, same friends on Friday. Bought a few acres, couple roads on the highway. Guess you never saw things my way anyway. But I wonder when you're drinking if you find yourself thinking about that boy from East Tennessee. And I know we both knew better, but we still said forever. And that was 7 summers ago in Southern Comfort, were we dumb or just younger, who knows? Back then you used to love the river and sipping on a sixer with me. Does it ever make you sad to know that was 7 summers ago? 7 summers ago. 7 summers ago.
Okay, it's probably one of the toughest divisions that I've had here, and there were times these top 6 or 7 were all contenders to return for our semifinal, and ultimately I settled on the 2 young ladies here at the front of the lineup are going to be returnees for us. But I will tell you, especially we got down to the last 4, and I thought just tremendous give and take, I guess, if you will, and probably at times, especially as the class kind of wore on, maybe 3rd and 4th had a little better cooperation of the calf. Mannerisms, style, approach, and getting done what I think they need to get done out here fell in favor of the 2 young ladies that we're going to keep. So it really kind of forced you to make some decisions in this particular group. I like the approach, the professionalism of the 2 young ladies. Probably what I think they did a nickel better than the young man we pulled in here with the big black heifer was, you got to make sure if a judge ever pulls somebody in front of you out, you got to fill that slot. And that was one thing I was waiting for him to do. I will tell you, probably when this class started, it took a little while for this young guy to kind of get in a groove. But, man, the longer he stayed out here, the better and better things got. I like his approach. What I like that those 3 do maybe a little better than the young man with the gray steer, I need you to stand out in front of that steer more, okay? Don't peer over his neck or his top and let his head come toward you. You got to step out in front just a little bit, okay, so that you have that head alert. You can always keep that head dead straight forward. If anything, I'd rather that head come a little toward me rather than you pulling it toward you, especially when we're on the side profile here. But those 4 did an amazing job. We go 6, 7, 8 deep here with purples that are all doing a wonderful job. But even looking down the line, you got a set of young people. There's a beautifully prepared heifer on down the line that's in our blue group that unfortunately just did not get any cooperation from that heifer out here today, and I think she knows who she is. But great set of intermediates. Give them one more big, nice round of applause as they head out.
And as our 8th class of intermediate beef showmen line up at the ring, results from class 7, receiving purple ribbons and returning to compete in one of the 2 semifinal drives following class 10, Anna Mead from Webster County, Justine Pop from Buffalo County, receiving purple ribbons, Preston Beatty, Dawson County, Chloe Hanslick, Knox County, Trapper Wilcox, Antelope County, Connor Cochran, Scottsbluff County, Brock Luritzen, Washington County, Case Shane, Holt County, Justice Curry, Pawnee County, Emery Stolman, Cass County, Haley Witchman, Fillmore County, Maddox Jones, Buffalo County, Zane Kazoil, Merritt County, Derek White, Pierce County, and Zephyr Mowinkle, Hall County. And again, currently entering the ring, we do have our 8th class of intermediate beef showmanship. We have 10 classes today of our intermediate beef showman. Following our 10th class, we will have 2 semifinal drives as we work to select our overall intermediate beef showman for the 2021 Nebraska State Fair. Intermediate showmen are 4-H'ers ages 10 through 13 as of January 1st, 2021. Contestants may bring their market animals, breeding animals, and feeder calf animals to compete in the showmanship competition.
Accusations might deny it. If you don't trust me, just say you don't. Cause you say you hate me, you say I'm leaving. I'm so tired of just not believing that I love you as only words. And I don't know how far you'll make it before you realize your heart is breaking. By that time, well, I'll be gone. Standing in the driveway, waving as a breath of freedom I've been craving. But maybe this time I won't last. You're going nowhere fast. And I take half the blame for this. But it's not you I'm gonna miss. And I don't know how far you'll make it before you realize your heart is breaking. By that time, well, I'll be gone. Standing in the driveway, waving as a breath of freedom I've been craving. Maybe this time I wasn't last. You're going nowhere fast. Nowhere fast. Going nowhere fast. Nowhere fast. Where you left last night with the beat on the floor.
Let's go, girls. Come on.
I'm going out tonight. I'm feeling alright. Gonna let it all hang out. Wanna make some noise. Really raise my voice. Yeah, I wanna scream and shout. No inhibitions, make no conditions. Get a little out of line. I ain't gonna act politically correct. I only wanna have a good time.
And we'd certainly like to welcome you to our 2021 Beef Showmanship competition today. We are currently making our way through our intermediate showmanship classes. We would like to announce, though, as we are getting close to 10 o'clock, we will be taking a pause at 10 o'clock for our opening ceremonies for the Nebraska State Fair, which will be happening right here in the 5 Points Bank Arena. And so at 10 o'clock, we will be pausing for the opening ceremonies, and then we will resume with the conclusion of the intermediate beef showmanship classes. And following that, our senior beef showmanship classes.
Like a woman. The girls need a break tonight. We're gonna take a chance to get out on the town. We don't need romance, we only wanna dance. We're gonna let our hang down. The best thing about being a woman is the prerogative to have a little fun. But totally crazy. Looking at my lady, men shirt, short skirts. Really go wild, yeah. Doing dirt and sky. Get in the action, feel the attraction. Color my head, do what I dare. I wanna be free, yeah. Feel the way I feel. Man, I feel like a woman. Oh yeah, the best thing about being a woman is the prerogative to have a little fun. They're totally crazy. Looking at my lady.
Well, guys, it's interesting how heats come together sometimes, and I think every judge has to do what they think's right, I guess. But I have never been one that prescribes to a certain number that have to come out of every heat. It's the most deserving number need to come out of every heat. And I'll be quite honest with you, I think this is by far the deepest and best top end we've had in any heat. And it would be a huge mistake for any one of these four up here to not come back as part of our semifinal round. There are other heats that I kept 2, 3, even 4 out of, that any one of these four would have easily been one of the first 2 keeps out of any one of those heats. So my congratulations to the 4 of them. Sometimes you run into a tough heat and a judge feels like they can only keep a certain number. No way am I doing that. Those 4 deserve it. Let's go ahead and walk those 4 out. Give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. Again, so you guys, if you haven't been up here watching, the 4 of you are not placed in any order, so don't be nervous about that. We're just going to get you back in the semifinal round here after a little bit. Congratulations to all of them. From there, guys, we still went pretty deep with some more purples in this division. I think deservingly so. This has really, really been as strong and as good a heat from top to bottom as what we've had in this intermediate division. They really have a strong grasp of what they're out here to accomplish, and my congratulations to all of them. Give these exhibitors a big round of applause. We'll look forward to seeing those 4 back here in just a little bit.
And just a little reminder again, the time is now 9:40. At 10 o'clock, we will pause our beef showmanship competition so we can have the opening ceremonies for the Nebraska State Fair. So in about 20 minutes, we'll take a brief pause for the opening ceremonies for the Nebraska State Fair, which will happen at 10 o'clock. Currently entering the ring, we have our 9th class of intermediate beef showmen. Results from Class 8, receiving purple ribbons and returning to the final drive, or to the semifinal drives following Class 10. Daniel Young from Scottsbluff County. Landon Linneman from Franklin County. Emerson Peterson from Washington County. And Caitlin Brose from Howard County. Receiving purple ribbons, Olivia Grulichkin from Platte County. Ava Stewart, Cedar County. Parker Freoff, Wheeler County. Receiving blue ribbons, Logan Barta from Saunders County. Gentry Zwingman from Antelope County. Madison Milady from Knox County. Dillinger Shilowitz from Dawson County. Casey Olson from Hall County. Cammie Rader from Morrill County. Thank you. And Adeline Cisco from Pawnee County.
your window every night, riding shotgun in my car. We go to the river and find us a spot, and we probably went a little too far, just a little too far. 'Cause I was gonna be your forever, and you were gonna be my wife. We didn't know any better, didn't have a clue about life. But I was what you wanted, you were what I needed, and we could meet in between.
Final call, class 10. Final call, intermediate beef showmanship, class 10. Again, following class 10.
A little smaller heat here in our intermediate division, but again, a very deserving top end that'll be returning for us. These three young people that we just pulled in will come back as part of that semifinal round here after a bit. Give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. And again, just we reiterate for those three, we're not placed right now. We're going to come back in the championship or semifinal round and work those a little bit more. But guys, I thought this was really deep again, even though a smaller number perhaps in this heat, maybe as strong a middle group as what we've had. And in particular, these next couple, I thought what those three did was a level of consistency from the minute they entered the ring. I thought these next two, kind of the further we got along, the better and better things got. And for the young lady with the white sock calf right here, spacing is a key, I think, for you, and just making sure, especially as we got down to smaller numbers, don't get yourself too tight or nosing up up to that one in front of you on this side profile. I thought your steer was set perfect, and you had the right amount of space, and then you pulled him up a little bit, and then all of a sudden, what's he start doing but nosing up onto that animal in front of you, just giving yourself that proper space. For the young man right there next to her, I thought just maybe that little extra consistency in terms of eye contact, especially when we get out in motion, might have been a difference. And the young lady, that yellow heifer, just didn't want to give her everything that she wanted from a help standpoint out here. Her approach to things is dead on the money. That heifer was just a little bit off here today in the way she's handling herself. But again, an outstanding group. Great set intermediates. I think we got one more heat to go, but let's give all of these young people a big, nice round of applause as they head out.
And we are preparing to bring in our 10th class of intermediate beef showman today. We do have 10 classes of intermediate beef showman. We will be taking a slight pause at 10 o'clock to have the opening ceremonies for the 2021 Nebraska State Fair. And following that, we will have our two semifinal drives. In semifinal drive 1, we will have contestants from classes 1 through 5. And in final drive number 2, we will have contestants from classes 6 through 10 as we look to name our overall intermediate 4-H beef showman for the 2021 Nebraska State Fair. Your results from class 9, returning for the second semifinal drive, Cade Croker from Perkins County, Josie Johnson from Lancaster County, Baker Beamer from Wayne County, receiving purple ribbons, Ryland Sheetlewitz from Dawson County, Jackson Wright, Wheeler County, Natalia Schultz, Hall County, receiving blue ribbons today, Don Zwingman, Antelope County, Tucker Barta, Saunders County, Georgia Johnson, Burt County, and Callie Stewart from Cedar County.
Just a reminder that in 10 minutes, we will be taking a break to host the opening ceremonies for the State Fair livestock shows in the Points or the 5 Points Bank Arena. We invite everybody to come attend at 10 o'clock, the opening ceremonies.
First call, intermediate showmanship semifinals heat 1. That's classes 1 through 5 returning. First call, heat 1, intermediate semifinals beef showmanship.
Well, guys, I know we got some opening ceremonies to get to here and take a little short break, but this is going to be an awesome set of semifinals, pair of semifinals, and we've got a group of young people in our final heat here that are deserving of a big round of applause. So if you'd help me around ringside, give it to these guys. Wonderful job. Again, makes my job difficult. In particular, these top five, I thought, man, any one of them could be back in the champion drive. And I settled on two young people that, again, probably just had a level of consistency in terms of their approach. And not that everything always goes perfect. If you've shown much in your lifetime, you know that if you expect perfection, it's going to be a long day. But it's oftentimes how they react to adversity and how they, how they stay calm, and maybe at times when an animal's not giving them the help they deserve. But those two have done a wonderful job. For the young man that I pulled in the third slot here, I guess, spacing is key to me. I know we want you to move up when an animal moves, but you got to wait for everybody to move up. And when you moved up, you actually didn't leave enough space for the person that was still in front of you. You got to make sure that we continue to utilize our spacing right. Love his style and approach to things, though. Does a great job. This young man does a great job also. That steer, especially on the lead, he kind of wants to go on you just a little bit. And probably when we get stopped, I would maybe posture-wise, feet a little closer together and more upright would be a style that I prefer to see, but I really appreciate what he goes about doing. Again, awesome set. This young lady, maybe I'd like to see her stand out in front of that heifer just a little bit more. But this is a great set of young people, deep with purples and all the way down. Even our blue category has done an extraordinary job out here. Give these exhibitors one more nice hand here in our final heat.
Thank you, guys.
Well, good morning and welcome to the 2021 Nebraska State Fair. There's nothing more Nebraska. Let's start out the morning with a big round of applause for all these folks out here bringing us the Nebraska State Fair. Our State Fair board members and special dignitaries joining us down front here. To those in the rear, we're going to get a program going. You're welcome to stay seated where you are or join us over here. Most of the activities will be directed this direction. We won't forget about you over there as well. I'm Steve White from NTV News, proud to be joining you again here at the Nebraska State Fair as we kick off another excellent year. We would ask you at this time to please rise for the presentation of colors from Nebraska 4-H members. And now we will turn the microphone over to Grand Island native Hannah Benson, vocal instructor at Hastings College.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you so much, Hannah. We would ask you to stay standing at this time because we're going to introduce Bill Ogg, our Executive Director of the Nebraska State Fair, and he's got a special guest who will be leading the invocation.
Ladies and gentlemen, as great as the state of Nebraska is, and as great and wonderful as the Nebraska State Fair is, I'd like to take a couple of moments and pause, and let's recognize something that's even greater to all of us. There are many wonderful ministers and priests in the central Nebraska and entire Nebraska area, but for today's invocation, I've imported a special, I think, minister, my brother, Father Tom Ogg from Wyoming, for the invocation.
Creator God, we pause in gratitude for this wonderful day. Simply, we ask you to bless us, our families, our friends, our friendship, our nation, and bless the Nebraska State Fair. Bless it with freedom from the COVID virus. Bless it with good weather. Bless us with joy in our hearts as we continue to celebrate this wonderful life you've given us under the big, beautiful sky and freedom to celebrate and to share, to rejoice, and to praise you. And help us to remember that it's now and always that you are with us. You bless us with your Holy Spirit and guide us in every which way into goodness and in happiness and peace. We pray with grateful hearts and in Jesus' holy name. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you. There's so many very special people joining us this morning. So in the intent of time, but with all due respect, there are some that I really need to point out. And as you're recognized, please step forward and let our audience greet you. We've got several Nebraska state senators and representatives with us this morning. Would you please step forward? Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate all of your support and help. Very special guest, Mayor of Grand Island, Roger Steele. Roger, we'll recognize you. Chairman of the 1868 Foundation, Terry Galloway. Very capable Deputy Director of the State Fair, Jamie Parr. Now the folks who carry the heavy lifting and deserve all of the credit for any of the successes that we have during this event, the Nebraska State Fair Board. Please step forward. If you get a chance, thank these folks and offer your constructive guidance and criticism. I will point out Chairman Beth Smith. Under the leadership of Beth the last couple of years, I think the State Fair has grown and prospered and is in a much better place. Thank you all for being here as parents and exhibitors and participants in this great event. Now, I'm about worn him out, so now, with no further ado, I've had the opportunity to work at several state fairs. And ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you what a privilege it is when you have the support, both personally and professionally, from the governor's office of the state for that event. Yes. Yes, indeed. And folks, you've got a very fine supporter of the Nebraska State Fair. So with all due respect, please give a great welcome to the great governor of the state of Nebraska, Pete Ricketts.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 2021 Nebraska State Fair. It is a time to celebrate, and we have much to be grateful and celebrate here in Nebraska. First of all, we are standing in the 5 Point Bank Arena, and it is their 50th anniversary, and I believe we have a number of folks from 5 Points Bank here. Please stand up and let's give them a round of applause. And we can celebrate the great legacy of our state fair. You know, the state fair actually predates the statehood of Nebraska. Our first state fair was in 1859 in the town I was born in, Nebraska City. And then it rotated between Lincoln and Omaha between the 1870s and 1901. In fact, for those of you who may recall The Wizard of Oz, when Oz got on his hot air balloon to leave the Emerald City, it said State Fair Omaha on that. That's because the State Fair had been in Omaha. And then, of course, it moved to the Lancaster County Fairgrounds in 1901 and was there until 2009. And then the State Fair moved here to Grand Island in these beautiful facilities in 2010. And it's always been a great opportunity for us to celebrate our agricultural heritage here in Nebraska. Agriculture is the heart and soul of what we do. It's 20% of our economy. 1 in 4 jobs are tied to agriculture here in the state of Nebraska. And it forms our character of the state. It guides us into the future. Nebraska is the #1 state for cash ag receipts per capita. Also #1 for popcorn and commercial cattle slaughter. We're #2 for ethanol, cattle on feed, and beef exports. We're number 3 for corn production and corn exports. Number 4 for all ag receipts. Number 5 for soybeans and soybean exports. Number 6 for all ag exports of all the states. And number 7 for hogs and pigs. And in fact, we have seen a tremendous year this year. Nationally, corn exports are blowing the doors off of all the records. In fact, we have exported more corn in 2021 so far than all of last year, and have beat so far 8 out of the last 10 years. Our beef exports from the state of Nebraska had a record month in May with over $150 million in exports. And again, through the first 6 months of this year, we are setting records for beef exports. Soybean exports are up 62%. So we're seeing Nebraska agriculture coming back strong out of this pandemic. And it reminds us of the grit and resilience of our people, again, formed by that character of agriculture, that determination to overcome challenges. And we all know over the last couple of years, we've had some challenges. From the flooding in 2019 to the pandemic that we're dealing with, Nebraskans have demonstrated their ability to pull together, to take care of their neighbors and overcome challenges. Our farmers, ranchers, feeders, and processors all worked over the last year and a half to continue to put food on the table. Our dairies provided milk to grocery stores and food pantries to make sure that Americans in this country would never have to worry about where their next meal was coming from. That just demonstrates how much we do here in Nebraska. And here at the State Fair, we get to celebrate that agricultural heritage. We'll have the 4-H kids and the FFA kids showing their animals, their produce, showing off that next generation that is going to take over this great legacy. We will be able to celebrate all those people who have worked to be able to keep the food on the table. Not only that, we'll see all sorts of families that will come in to learn about our great heritage of agriculture, to go to the Raising Nebraska exhibit and see how agriculture works. We'll be able to see all the craftsmen, the woodworkers, the quilters, the sculptors, the painters, who will come and compete for those blue ribbons. Our bakers and our cooks making pies or meatballs to be able to show off what they can do. Again, we'll have businesses and families come together to decorate floats for the parades. And of course, we'll celebrate our veterans here at the Nebraska State Fair. Those who throughout the generations have sacrificed to give us this great nation. And this year will be a poignant year because we've lost one of our own. Dagan Page was killed in Afghanistan this week. And so I'd ask you all to keep his family in your prayers. He was a 23-year-old Marine from Plattsmouth. And it reminds us of the sacrifices that the men and women who serve in our military make to keep us free. He died defending that freedom and to rescue Americans and our allies from Afghanistan from those terrorists. And so this year we need to be particularly mindful of our men and women in the military and to say thank you to them for their sacrifices. And of course, as our families gather here to be able to celebrate the end of the summer and to learn about the great heritage of agriculture, we will have all sorts of fun. We'll have the great entertainment events that we have, from BMX to bullfighting. Great entertainers like actor turned singer Kevin Costner with his band is going to be here. We're going to have the Banda Los Sebastianes here. So we're going to have great events to be able to see that way. We'll also have all the great food that you're used to at the Nebraska State Fair, whether it's the Nebraska Beef Pit or going to your favorite place to get that double bacon wrapped corn dog with maple syrup, or maybe stopping by the UNO dairy exhibit to get some ice cream, or enjoying all the other traditionals, the funnel cakes, anything that you want on a stick, the fried cookie dough, all of that will be here to enjoy. And of course, as I mentioned, all the great culture, all the great rides, all the great camaraderie, all the things that we celebrate here in our state that make the memories of why we have the best place in the world. And folks, again, as we reflect upon these past couple of years, we can be very proud of who we are here in Nebraska. I'm so proud of how Nebraskans have handled these challenges, have stepped up to meet them, and overcome them. And we can celebrate that here at the Nebraska State Fair as well. So thank you all very much for being here today. Celebrate our great history and legacy of agriculture. Celebrate this opportunity to be together and to see that history and legacy in action, what it means for our country. And celebrate that we have the best place in the world to live, work, and raise a family. God bless you all, and God bless the great state of Nebraska.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor. Thank you. I would like to close with a highlight, if you don't mind. A very special lady who I overlooked, and I sincerely apologize. Today, we're blessed with the presence of the First Lady of the great state of Nebraska, Mrs. Pete Ricketts. Did she sneak away on us? All right. She had a priority to go visit the 4-H exhibits, and so she's probably heard this gentleman before, so she thought she would change. One other person that I need to recognize, and that's my lovely wife, Patty. Love you, hon. Thank you. Back to you. Folks, personally and professionally, I think showmanship is every bit as important as our grand champion market animal or our grand champion breeding animal. And with that in mind, Steve, get us back to this grand drive of our 2 senior showmanship championships coming up.
I was just going to remind you folks, you better be here tomorrow night because you may not realize this, but you are sitting in championship seats here. You can see a championship, a state champion will be crowned tomorrow here at the Nebraska State Fair as we see what's the best of the best beef cattle in all of the beef state. If you don't think that's a big deal, well, you haven't been here to see that then. You better be here because that is every bit as impressive, I think, as winning a state wrestling championship or any kind of individual honor you can get. These kids have worked for months and years for a moment like that. So that's what it's all about. And I speak to you also tonight, or this morning, as a 4-H dad. I have 3 young people who, they're still Clover kids. They're not State Fair eligible just yet. But this year, everyone in my family got a ribbon at the county fair. So how about that? And you'll never believe who is the champion baker at the Hall County Fair. You're yours truly. Yeah, I know. I got to brag a little bit. I got a purple ribbon for my chocolate chip muffins. If you want the recipe, I'll give that to you later. So, enough about me. As Bill said, we've got these young people here, and if you've never been to the final drive at the Nebraska State Fair, 4-H is this weekend, FFA next weekend, you really owe it to yourself to come on out here and see as we pick that champion market animal. Well, with that, we're going to release all these 4-H people so they can have their chance to shine. So once again, we bid you a welcome to the 2021 Nebraska State Fair. Thanks so much. That thing?
I would never.
Second call, intermediate semifinals round 1. Second call, intermediate semifinals round 1. This would be everyone from classes 1 through 5. First call, semifinals round 2. But this is second call for our semifinals round 1. And we would like to continue our 2021 Beef Showmanship competition for the 4-H Beef Showmanship at the 2021 Nebraska State Fair. We are starting now with our intermediate semifinals. We had exhibitors that will be returning from classes 1 through 5, representing our semifinals class 1, and exhibitors from classes 6 through 10 in our semifinal drive class 2 as we work to select our 2021 Nebraska State Fair 4-H Intermediate Beef Showman. And we would like to echo what Governor Ricketts said. This is a celebration of Nebraska agriculture, a celebration of youth, a celebration of 4-H, and a celebration of being together to compete in a show ring. This is a wonderful opportunity, and we're glad you can join us for this. These youth have been putting in hours and hours behind the scenes to be ready for today, and we're excited that we can all be here for this. It's semifinal, final. Yep. Also, excellent job on the mic. You sound great. You're really good at that. Okay, you sound really good. You're not to help me walk to see who gets pulled now. They won't have cards. And you know, a beef show cannot be conducted without all of our help from behind the scenes. We'd like to say a special thank you today to Rhonda Herrick, who's working at Check-In today. She's the extension educator in Kearney and Franklin counties. She's being helped today also by Stephanie Stevens, Nebraska extension intern in Buffalo County, Caitlin Kennedy, extension educator in Richardson and Nemaha counties. Our blow and go checker today is Doug Anderson, who's the extension educator in the Central 4. Ribbons and the arena steward would be Brianna Busman, extension professor, Nebraska 4-H and UNL Animal Science. And our ring assistants today, members of the UNL livestock judging team, making sure that we all stay lined up. And computer entry, we have Jesse Mullendorf from the Nebraska State 4-H office and Michaela Berg from the Nebraska 4-H Foundation. We thank everyone for making this show possible. We'd also like to thank our beef showmanship superintendent, Amy Top, for lining everything up today and keeping us organized. And as we get ready to bring our first heat of semifinal contestants back into the ring, let's just review a little bit about what we are looking for today. Showmanship judging is based on the preparation of the animals for the show, their training, and the appearance and behavior of the showman. In showmanship, it's the skill of the beef showman in presenting the animal before the judge and the individual excellence of the animal. Beef showman includes market beef, breeding beef, and this year in 2021, we have feeder calves as part of our 4-H contest as well, and they will also be exhibited in our beef showmanship competition. And as in any show that we have at the Nebraska State Fair, our beef showmanship show is a blow and go show, which means that animals may be clipped, blown and brushed, or combed to enhance their appearance. And they are shown free of any adhesives, glues, paints, or powder products. And so what you see is what you get. These exhibitors and their families have done a magnificent job in preparing their animals for show today. They have been beautified all morning and are ready for our first semifinal drive right now. And again, as our first heat of semifinalists from classes 1 through 5 enter the ring, we would like to thank Chris Mullinex. He's an instructor of animal science at Kansas State University, and also sitting at the announcer's table is his right-hand man today, his 9-year-old son, Mason. We have 13 contestants in our first semifinal heat today. Following semifinal heat number 1, we will have a second semifinal heat as we work to discover our intermediate beef showman for 2021 at the Nebraska State Fair. Exhibitors in our first semifinal heat of our intermediate beef showmanship contest today from classes 1 through 5, Gracie Clausen, Burt County, Jalen Wolfinger, Dawson County, Coy Robertson, Lincoln County, Caden Ghana, Lancaster County, Bailey Grant, Saunders County, Jackson Logan, Burt County, Keisha Alber, Webster County, Cody Funk, Nuckolls County, Tinley Luby, Seward County, Meredith Ruda, Dodge County, Annalyn Beach, Odo County, Ella Miller, Cass County, and Corey Kirsten, Sarpy County.
Guys, what an awesome morning. And first of all, to those that were part of the opening ceremonies and just the support you have here as a state for agriculture, for youth development, and what's happening in this ring just speaks volumes of your state and the leadership that's here. And, I get a chance to travel across the country and be part of a lot of different events. And unfortunately, not every state is blessed to have that kind of support system at the highest levels. So congratulations to you guys. We really appreciate that group that makes these things happen. So kudos to you and thank you to those that allow these young people the opportunity to showcase their hard work and their skill set out here. Give all of these young people in this first semifinal a big, big round of applause, if you would. They've earned their opportunity to be back out here. Now, ultimately, we're going to pick a top three, I guess, out of your intermediate division. And, this forces a judge into so many tough and really nitpicky calls, but I think the big picture probably gets summed up in just a few words. My son's out here with me, and he just finished his first year of showing this summer. And these young people were in the ring, and for no more than about 5 minutes, and he came up to me and said, "Dad, this is a tough semifinal." And Mason is right. It is a tough semifinal, and these young people have just done an amazing job. We boiled it down to 5 in particular, and then came down to 3. These 3 young people that are here on the profile, again, not placed in any particular order. They're going to make it through semifinal number 1 to come back to our championship. Give those 3 a nice round of applause, if you would, on an awesome job. You guys can go ahead and head on out. It didn't come easy, though, because these next 3 or 4 in particular were right on their heels. And the 2 young ladies that we made as part of that last lap, and one of those times where, unfortunately, those 3 cattle were probably locked in, a little more than these 2 heifers that these 2 young ladies have. And it was much less about what the young people were doing and more about that partner at the end of that halter. And sometimes that's out of your control. Those 2 young ladies have, and I'm sure will continue to win more than their fair share of showmanship contests, because they do an amazing job. For the rest of the group that's out here, what an amazing set of young people. They worked really, really hard. Give them one more big, big round of applause. What an awesome set of intermediates here in our first semifinal.
And again, we'd like to echo our judge in commending all of the showmen in our first heat of semifinals. They're all outstanding showmen today. We do have 3 that will be returning for the final drive of our intermediate beef showmanship contest. The 3 returning include Tinley Luby from Seward County, Keisha Albert from Webster County, and Coy Robinson from Lincoln County. And we'll now bring in our second heat of semifinalists today. This would represent our top showmen from classes 6 through 10. We do have 14 showmen in this class. Exhibitors in semifinals round 2 include Graydon Forbes from Buffalo County, Kyler Plugi, Lancaster County, Kinley Druki, Antelope County, Paisley White, Sarpy County, Anna Mead, Webster County, Justine Pope, Buffalo County, Caitlin Bruce, Howard County, Landon Lineman, Franklin County, Emerson Peterson, Washington County, Daniel Young, Scottsbluff County, Cade Croker, Perkins County, Josie Johnson, Lancaster County, Baker Beamer, Wayne County, Josie Ritter, Cumming County, and Braylon Peterson from Polk County. The intermediates today are competing for our overall Intermediate Beef Showman Award. The sponsors of the Intermediate and Senior Beef Showmanship Awards are Farm Credit Services of America and the Nebraska 4-H Foundation. This includes medals for each of the top 3 showmen in each division. Don Peterson Auctioneers also sponsors a first place plaque to the Intermediate and Senior Showmanship winners. Following our semifinal heat 2, we will have our 3 finalists from the first semifinal round return to compete for our overall intermediate beef showman for the 2021 Nebraska State Fair.
Well, guys, this rocks. What an awesome set of intermediates. Give them a nice round of applause here. They certainly deserve it. Powerful group, just as deep, just as strong as that first semifinal. And I've kind of made a decision here. We're going to have 4 young people out of this group that come back into our championship round. And I'm going to make a few more comments here on some of the others. If you guys would, let's go ahead and take those 4. If you guys want to lead off with that shorthorn heifer, let's go back to the make-ready area. Relax for a second. Get ready for this championship round. But give those 4 exhibitors a big, nice hand as they head back. Excellent job for us. And again, this is not easy. If you think it is, then jump out here and give it a try, because it's this set of young people. They know what sticking a calf is about, and it really comes down to little things. But you know, there was at least half of this group, if not 2/3 of them, you know, they gave me moments that I thought, boy, easily going to move on to that championship. And that's a testament to how good they are at their craft. This is extraordinarily good. It boils down to some little things. And as we said in that last semifinal, it doesn't matter to me, you know, that it's not going perfect 100% of the time. You know, the cattle are going to make sudden movements or reactions to things that are out of the control of a young person. And to me, it's about how do you start reacting to the things as they happen in the ring. And that's what it boiled down to maybe in a couple of these young people. I thought the young man with the Hereford heifer was right there on the verge. He's pretty efficient in terms of feet and legs. The difference to me toward the end was spacing and making sure we got it down to just 4, 5, 6 of you. What we have to learn is, boy, when there's a dozen or 15 of you, you got to utilize this ring slightly different than if there's 5 of you. And I thought we got ourselves caught on this final profile view, 2 profile views. In fact, that's why I walked again, was to see who maybe opened things up and gave themselves just a little more space when we walked just 5 or 6 of you. And that was probably a difference maker. I will tell you, before we came back out here into this semifinal, young lady with the steer was destined to go on to the championship round. No doubt about it. Love her style, love her approach to things. And then for whatever reason, that steer just didn't want to help you this rotation. And we mentioned earlier, this is a team sport, and unfortunately your teammate just didn't give you the cooperation you needed. But that young lady flat can get after it. She is spectacular in the way she handles herself. I love the way she approaches things out here. Just that calf didn't give her the help she needed to make it that one more round. Again, little similar. I love the young lady's style right next to her. And then you've got one of the more difficult heifers to show out here, a young heifer that can get a little off in her top line at times. I think that's something maybe we can start to understand a little more, is maybe some of the flaws that your animal has. Now, how do I go about showing those flaws out and highlighting the good pieces that animal has? Then the next 2 young ladies I thought were really close, and at times comes down to some style things. You know, I'm probably not a big fan of completely turning your body at times or locking that arm so hard and long like you guys do. At times, it's not quite as natural in the way that young person looks around the front end of that animal for this judge. But man, their level of intensity and their ability out here is zero doubt about that. They do an awesome job as well. Great set of showmen. Congratulations to all of them. Give that group one more big round of applause. They didn't accidentally make a semifinal. They're all extraordinarily good at this. Congratulations again. This is going to be a great 7 young people to sort in your final.
And again, in echoing our judge, we would like to commend all of our finalists today. Making it to the finals at the Nebraska State Fair is an amazing accomplishment, and they've done a fantastic job. We will now move into our final drive, and returning from semi-final round 2 to the final drive, Kyler Plugi from Lancaster County, Caitlin Bruce from Howard County, Landon Lineman from Franklin County, and Emerson Peterson from Washington County. And again, we are now competing for our overall intermediate beef showman at the Nebraska State Fair. We will give medals for the top 3 placings overall. And Don Peterson Auctioneers also sponsors a first place plaque to our overall, intermediate, and senior showmanship winners. Our medals are generously donated by Farm Credit Services of America. We'd like to congratulate these top showmen as they enter the ring again for our top showman drive and our intermediate beef showmanship contest at the 2021 Nebraska State Fair. And if you're just joining us, this is the final of the intermediate beef showmanship at the 2021 Nebraska State Fair 4-H beef showmanship contest. We have had 10 heats of intermediate showmen come through the ring today, and these are our top 7 exhibitors. And from these top 7, our top 3 will receive medals donated by Farm Credit Services of America, and our top intermediate beef showman will receive a plaque donated by Don Peterson Auctioneers. These young people have done an excellent job today, and we're extremely proud of everything that they've done in the ring and outside the ring to prepare for this contest. Our judge, Chris Mullinex from Kansas State University in Manhattan, Kansas, and his right-hand man, 9-year-old son Mason, are seeing some of the best that Nebraska has to offer, our youth and our agriculture. They're all doing an excellent job today, and we're excited to see our top placers in our intermediate beef division, but all exhibitors have done a fantastic job today. It's been a great way to kick off the beef show at the Nebraska State Fair.
Guys, this has really been a pleasure, and I compliment these intermediates. This has been fun, but it is not easy, and these young people have made me work out here. They are extraordinary at what they do, well beyond their years at what they're accomplishing out here from a showmanship standpoint. They're locked in pretty good, and I compliment them for that. Do me a big favor and give them a nice round of applause here, and we're going to walk you through this top 7. First, I'm going to pull in a group of honorable mentions. They are not being pulled in a specific order, so it's not like we're starting at 7th. We are going to get down to a top 3 eventually, but I want to recognize each of these young people. Young man here on the back end, go ahead and bring your heifer on up here right there for me. Give him a big round of applause. He'll be an honorable mention. Great job. And I mentioned earlier, to me, it's about, kind of everything that comes together. Yes, I'm judging a championship round right now, but it is about what did you do in your heat? What did you do in the semifinal? How did it come together in the championship? It's a collective thought. This is one of those young men that I will tell you, the longer he stayed out here, the better and better and more comfortable he seemed to get it. Just like his confidence continued to rise the longer he was out here, and I hope that continues as he works into his show career. At times when we got on the profile, especially in some of those earlier heats, maybe the spacing and in particular not giving me that true flat profile view from the side was a little bit of a difference maker, but I love the way he keeps that heifer's head alert. He's got a great balance of eye contact and yet a presence and knowing where he needs to be. Excellent job. Young lady right there in front of him, pull in. Give her a nice round of applause also. Excellent job. I've never been a judge to make this a quiz bowl competition. I asked some just basic questions relative to pedigree information on the heifers, maybe some feeding type things and market related traits on the market heifer that happens to be out here. This young lady does an awesome job though, and probably just one of the most consistent ones that we've had out here. Every time you turn around, she's in a position to be seen. She's got good spacing. If anything, that young lady has learned, if I give myself a little too much space, I'm better off than not having enough, and I appreciate that. Again, probably as we get down here to the very end, some of the little things relative to knowledge of that heifer's pedigree and some things would help, but that's an awesome showman right there. My congratulations to her also. Young lady, let's bring this heifer in. Give her a big round of applause as well. Great job for us. One thing that I think is important out here as you enter this ring, and sometimes you pick up and you learn. I hope everybody learns something new every time they're out. Everybody came out here very prepared from an equipment standpoint, and I'm not one that tries to tell you what new things you need to have, but if you come out here with it, make sure you utilize it. As we walked up to every one of those heifers, market heifer or breeding heifer, I just kind of laid my hand on the side of them as I was talking to you. Watch that, okay? Got a comb in your back pocket, right? Did you bring it out here to use it? If need be, use it. It's never too late. There you go. There we go. Just don't forget about that. Boy, you guys have worked way too hard. All of you have worked way too hard with your families to prepare these animals to look the part out here for a judge to just run their hand. And in a steer show, a judge is going to handle them if you have a steer or a market heifer, so it's something to be prepared for. And that heifer's hair coat is on target and right where you wanted it to be today. And then this guy came and messed it up, didn't he? Okay, so don't be afraid, and I don't need you to do it right while I'm standing there. Once I walk away, just pull that comb out, make that correction. Great job, though. I love the way she sticks that heifer. Again, just a beautiful balance of professionalism, eye contact, aggressiveness, but not over the top aggressiveness. Awesome job for us. Young man, come on out here for me, bud. He's going to be next for us. Give him a nice round of applause also. I'll tell you what, this is this young guy. I don't know what he did, and maybe it was just a level of comfort as he kept coming back out in the ring. He was almost over the top a little too much when he came in his heat from an intensity standpoint. He was just way too good at getting the other things done to not move on. I love what you have done the further you've worked in just relaxing just enough more because you're never going to no one is ever going to mistake you for not being intense enough. You got that part of it down. But again, not going over the top. I thought that was something that happened early on. The longer we stayed in here, the better that got. You've done an amazing job of prepping this heifer and being out here, and rarely, if ever, did that heifer move out a spot on you or anything. Just some of those little things relative, to style, approach. I thought you were pretty on target and I don't know the exact answers when I ask things like, carcass-related questions or average daily gain, rate of gain type questions. I don't know those answers, so I think you were in the ballpark for sure in terms of where you hit those things. Great job. Give him another nice round of applause. Guys, three that I've just really enjoyed watching them the entire time they've been out here. What I will tell you is that, at least in one case, I think it shows you maybe some different styles, and I'm okay with that. I don't feel like one style has to fit every single person. When it gets down to situations like this, maybe as good as these showmen are, maybe a judge might lean toward a certain style more than another, but I do believe that each young person needs to go about this the way they're comfortable, and I think each one of these three, the minute they hit the ring in their heat, came back in the semifinal, back again, here in the championship, things have just been pretty dialed in for them from the get-go. The other thing that I liked, I thought all three of them did a pretty nice job of answering questions. I would tell you guys, I asked breeding information, in particular these older heifers, if they had them bred and maybe what went into that choice. And I think they're getting to that age where I hope they're learning more about their project. Probably in particular, I was really excited about one of these three young people's answer in the fact that the first thing out of their mouth was to say calving ease. That's why we chose the bull that we selected to mate my heifer to, is because I was very concerned with a first calf heifer making sure that calving ease was in check. You don't hear that every day from a 10, 11, 12-year-old. It's nice to know they're not just learning how to show them, but they're also learning a little bit more about their project. Great job of letting their heifers do the work for them. I've really been impressed. Your third overall showman today is a young lady right there in the middle with the Hereford. Give her a nice round of applause. Excellent job. We can go ahead and pull right up here. I'll tell that young lady she's in this top three because she's so on target with what she does with everything. I'll also tell her, for me personally, I think the other two showmen probably have every bit of the level of professionalism and intensity and maybe do things just a little more natural looking out here. And this is kind of awkward to say, but I will tell you, this young lady probably did my favorite job of showing when she thought I wasn't looking at her, because she just relaxed that slightest little bit and let's let everything happen. And then, that's a delicate balance out here of doing all of those things. The other thing I mentioned in the last group, for me personally, I'm probably not a fan when I come to this side of totally turning your body to me. That's not quite as natural. I'd probably prefer you take a little step and look at me, but I don't need you to turn your entire body flush to me. Awesome feet and leg placement, incredibly knowledgeable. Love watching this young lady go about things. Give her another big round of applause. And guys, these two, I love watching them, and really, I think today there's probably one of them, and it's funny. I kind of had my mind made up, and it's fun. see my son's out here with me, and I brought him out here just because I hope he learns something from young people that do things as good as what these do, as he's early in his show career. And yet it's pretty cool sometimes that I thought there was probably one young person dialed in from the get-go, from the minute they hit this ring, and about 2/3 of the way through this champion drive, he came up and he said, "I think I know who the champion is, Dad," and he nailed it. But these two do an amazing job. And what I'll first say, young man with the red heifer here, it wasn't perfect at the end of that semifinal heat. And then he came back out here and he just got right back into it. Make sure space is an important feature for you, probably. For the young lady with the short horn, love the way she handles herself, and it's all business out here for her, and you can tell. The only suggestion I have for you, that show stick in front of the nose is fine when needed, okay? I thought when we got out on the lead, your heifer was going at a good pace. If anything, she might have been going a little slow. You know, the only time we need to get that stick out in front of her is if she's maybe moving a little bit too quick for you. But keep her at a natural pace and use that stick in front when you need. They are both so good at feet and leg placement, very natural. To me, at one with that heifer in their hand. And that's a cool thing to watch, is two young people that have the instinct they do. Every time I turn around, I'm drawn to what they're doing with the heifer, not necessarily what they themselves are doing. And I think that's a spectacular showman, is one that has the ability to just blend in and make everything work together, to have intensity, to be here to win. And yet everything about what they're doing is about, you know, showing off the qualities of two great heifers they have in hand. Do me a favor, guys. I've made my decision. You've both done an awesome job. Guy, pull your red heifer up there and give that young lady a shake, handshake. Give them both a big round of applause, if you would. Young lady's going to be our champion intermediate showman today. This young guy is going to be reserved. Great job. Give all of our exhibitors, let's go ahead and we can lead them on out. Let's give all of them a big round of applause here. Great finals, great championship, and an awesome set of showmen in those 10 heats. Congratulations.
And congratulations to all of our intermediate beef showmanship finalists today. Our top 3 intermediate finalists who will receive medals donated by Farm Credit Services of America. In 3rd place, Keisha Alber from Webster County. 2nd place, Kyler Plugi, Lancaster County. And your top intermediate beef showman for the 2021 Nebraska State Fair, who will receive a medal donated by Farm Credit Services of America and a trophy donated by Don Peterson Auctioneers, goes to Caitlin Bruce from Howard County. Congratulations. And we'll now roll right into our senior beef showmanship competition. If you're just joining us, this is the 4-H beef showmanship competition at the 2021 Nebraska State Fair. This is the first class of our senior division. We do have 10 classes today in the senior division. To exhibit as a senior 4-H member, youth must be between the ages of 14 through 18 as of January 1st, 2021. Exhibitors in Class 1, Andrew Cohn, Nathan Garicki, Cade Grant, Caleb Hassenkamp, Jesselyn Hudson, Carly Johnson, Helene Kaiser, Jacqueline Kempf, Madison Melcher, Jacob O'Day, Jack Ritter, Ashlyn Robinson, Isabella Ruda, Jaden Ruff, JC Schmidt, and Keely Vaughn. And just as with our intermediates, our senior showmanship classes are judged based on the preparation of the animals for show, their training, and the appearance and behavior of the showman. In showmanship, it is the skill of the showman in presenting the animal before the judge that is evaluated and the individual excellence of the animal. Beef showmanship includes market beef, breeding heifers, and feeder calves.
A great way to start off our senior division here, and much like we did in the intermediates, I think we've got 10 heats, so we're going to work through these 10 at kind of a reasonable pace to keep things moving. But we've got two young ladies that I think have done an extraordinary job here from the get-go that we're going to ask to be part of our championship round. Again, not placed 1-2 or 2-1. They're just moving on to that next semifinal round. But two excellent young people there. I will tell you, this was tough because the next 5, 6, I think could have any one of them could have also moved on, but in particular these next three. And I think especially once the young lady with the Hereford slowed down just a little bit and got into her groove, she was right there with them. The two steers were a little headstrong and just didn't want to walk quite at the pace that they needed to at times and fought the halter just a little bit. But those three in particular, I thought were big time contenders to move on. Same with the young lady with the white sock cap, who just got a little antsy there at the front of that lineup on her. But this has been a fun, really great set of seniors here to start things off. Give Heat 1 a big round of applause here as they head out of the ring. Great job for us, guys.
And again, we do have 10 classes of senior beef showmanship today, with over 150 Nebraska 4-H members competing as seniors in the senior beef showmanship contest. To compete as a senior, youth have to be between the ages of 14 through 18 as of January 1st. And you will notice all beef in the ring are fit according to the Nebraska State Fair blow and go guidelines, meaning no adhesives or glues may be used. But all of the hard work behind the scenes definitely shows off in the beautiful fitting of all the cattle today. Our second class of senior beef showmanship is currently entering the ring. Exhibitors include Adam Alfs, Landon Hassenkamp, Brett Heinrich, Hannah Herrick, Morgan Johnson, Keaton Carr, Benjamin Clement, Trevor Koning, Garrett Lindberg, Bailey Altmeyer, Trina Pearson, Briley Robinson, Jordan Ruff, Gracie Slaughter, Tucker Stagmeyer, and Weston Stemick. Results of our first class: receiving purples and returning to the first semifinal heat following Class 10, Ashlyn Robinson from Lincoln County, and Isabella Ruda from Dodge County. Receiving purple ribbons today out of Class 1, Carly Johnson from Greeley County, Helene Kaiser, Dawson County, Jacqueline Kemp from Wayne County, Caleb Hassenkamp from Cumming County, Jack Ritter from Cumming County, J.C. Schmidt from Kearney County. And receiving blue ribbons today, Madison Melcher, Holt County, Jaden Ruff, Furnace County, Andrew Cohn, Burt County, Jesselyn Hudson, Thayer County, Jacob O'Day, Red Willow County, Cade Grant, Saunders County, and Nathan Garicki from Buffalo County.
Another strong class of seniors over here on the cattle side. And again, I've selected 2 young people, and we can go ahead and lead out your yellow heifer. Just come right down here and bring that black heifer behind, but just come down the middle. Those 2 will lead off our purple division and come back for our semifinals. I thought, maybe not as deep a class here, but the top end just as strong in this heat. And those 2, I think, beginning to end, just pieced everything together. Quality showmen that are efficient in feet and leg placement, alert, and keep that head where it needs to be. Beautiful blend of eye contact, intensity with just a poise and professionalism about them. I thought those 2 did a great job from beginning to end. I really thought I was probably going to keep 3 out of this particular group, and especially at this age, I guess, we got down to the end, and I pulled a heifer or steer right out in front of that young guy that's 3rd in the line right now. You got to make sure you fill that hole, okay? When you're on the side profile, if that animal in front of you is pulled out, now give it time, make sure that the judge has truly pulled you, because actually our young guy that makes the champion drive, he had another showman down the line. He was making just a little short lap to pull his heifer back in, and another young person that wasn't quite in tune with what was happening actually pulled in front of him and took his spot. And he just reacted the way he needed to and just went about his business. But if I do truly pull that animal out in front of you and pull them into the line, make sure that you fill that slot, okay? Had we done that, I'd have probably kept 3 out of this particular group. We go down, the next 3 showmen in particular, I thought all did an awesome job, maybe not quite from a spacing standpoint nor a cooperation standpoint at times. Did they have quite the same, level of cooperation from that animal at hand as what these first couple did? But awesome showmen. Again, they're tremendous from top to bottom. Give our seniors in Heat 2 a big round of applause. We'll look forward to having these 2 back in the championship round.
And entering the ring right now, we have our 3rd class of senior beef showmanship contestants. Exhibitors in Class 3 include Kiera Brimmer, Lydia Fitzke, Emily Happold, Clara Johnson, Reese Jones, Anna Carnop, Tad Kavorik, Cade Kresick, Christian Quickendall, Greta Lindberg, Kyra Meyer, Gage Schittlewitz, Wyatt Stemick, Baron Strope, Berkeley Warner, and Jessica Wilkinson. And we will be getting our Class 2 results momentarily. We would like to congratulate the 2 exhibitors returning to our first round of semifinals following Class 10. From Greeley County, Morgan Johnson and Tucker Stegmeyer from Hull County. You're okay. And results from Class 2 Senior Beef Showmanship, again returning to compete in the first round of semifinals. Morgan Johnson from Greeley County and Tucker Stegmeyer from Holt County. Receiving purple ribbons today, Trevor Koenig from Madison County, Landon Hassenkamp, Cumming County, Hannah Herrick, Buffalo County, Briley Robinson, Lincoln County, Receiving blue ribbons today, Weston Stemick, Pierce County. Trina Pearson, Dawson County. Benjamin Clement, Saunders County. Jordan Ruff, Furnace County. Bailey Altmer, Red Willow County. And Keaton Carr, Webster County.
Again, very strong heat of seniors here. Give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Excellent job for us. You know, again, one of those heats where, boy, you could make a heck of a lot of logic out of 5, 6, 7 young people in this group. But I thought the presence, the ring presence, and the way that these first 3 handled themselves, I thought just was a step above in this particular group. And again, they're not placed in any order right now, the three of you will come back as in our first semifinal when we get to that point. But I think all of them have done an awesome job for us in here. And like I said, we get into this next grouping, and I look at young lady like the one with the red calf there. That steer has just been headstrong on her and tough. Exhibitors like that, I love watching the show, and unfortunately didn't get the help she deserved. But those next four in particular, I think, are really, really good. But those three, just their demeanor, the way they stay out in front of that heifer and keep heads alert, and they've been spot on from a feet and leg standpoint, obviously. Great job. Let's go ahead and lead them on out, if you would. Lead the group for us, but give all these seniors one more nice big round of applause. Look forward to having those three back in a little bit.
And results from our third class of senior beef showmanship. Receiving purple ribbons and selected to return to the semifinal drive following Class 10, Kiara Bremer from Nance County, Kyra Meyer from Webster County, and Baron Strope from Holt County. Receiving purple ribbons today, Cade Kresick from Fillmore County, Berkeley Warner, Furnace County, Gage Schittlewitz, Dawson County, Emily Happold, Hall County. Receiving blue ribbons today, Christian Kuykendall, Red Willow County, Reese Jones, Buffalo County, Greta Lindberg, Burt County, Wyatt Stemick, Pierce County, Tad Borick, Valley County, Jessica Wilkinson, Scottsbluff County, and Clara Johnson from Lancaster County. And currently entering the ring, our fourth class of senior beef showmanship today. Exhibitors include Cole Albert, Cole Bruce, Olivia Eckhoff, Riley Funk, Audra Groth, Grant Johnson, Addison Mowinkle, Jaylee Pope, Mary Richards, Michaela Samuelson, Evie Schickelbrand, Bailey Setlick, Cole Smith, Parker Walahoski, Gentry Warner, and Justine Wilkinson. Again, if you're just joining us, this is our 4th class of Senior Beef Showman competing in the ring right now. We do have 10 classes of 4-H Senior Beef Showman today. Following Class 10, we will have 2 semifinal rounds as we look to select our top Senior Beef Showman for the 2021 Nebraska State Fair. Overall today, between our intermediate and senior class, we've had 328 Nebraska 4-Hers competing in the beef showmanship contest. These individuals work hard all year long on their beef project, not only at the fair, but at the time at home it takes to work with their animals on their hair coat and in their training, and they've done a fantastic job. We're very proud of all of our beef exhibitors today.
Well, guys, another outstanding group of young people to get an opportunity to work with out here in this senior division. We're deep again in this lineup, and probably one of the tougher choice that I've made. Do I go deeper than the 2 that kind of stuck out in this group? Because then the next 5 or 6, really, you could really justify, doing some different things with. I thought the 2 young people, they were the first 2 in the ring. They won't be the first 2 out of the ring because they're going to move on to our semifinal out of this particular heat, but do an outstanding job. Give those 2 exhibitors, again, placed in no order, but those 2 will be part of our semifinal round. Yeah, give them a nice hand if you would. Like I said, we go quite deep in this particular group with purples again, in large part because I think you go over halfway through this group and really see young people that the basics are beyond there. They go over the top. What I saw those 2 doing a little differently was, first of all, I just like the efficiency in which they get those feet and legs set up. In fact, very minimal use of that stick on feet and legs. They walk them into it nearly every time. As we work down from there, we also have some spots where young people maybe could start to understand, hey, my heifer gets easy in her top line when she's standing, and I need to use my stick a certain way to try to show that out of my heifer, or vice versa, time to loin. And I thought in particular, as we got down to the latter part of our purple range here, maybe not quite as much just comfort in the cattle, from the cattle side of things, a little quicker in their motions, not wanting to just slow down and cooperate quite like they needed to in this particular heat. But a great set of young people, again, as they make a lap here and head out back to the barn. Give those exhibitors one more nice hand. Really, really strong set of seniors there.
And we welcome to the ring our 5th class of Senior Beef Showmanship today. This does mean we are halfway through our Senior Beef Showmanship classes today. This is class 5 out of 10. Exhibitors in class 5, Lindsay Bolton, Allie Cochran, Reagan Delabar, Alex Hintz, Luke Johnson, Aislinn Kester, Charlie Korytowski, Mia Olson, Clara Rasmussen, Reagan Ross, Lacey Schmidt, Morgan Sint, Jacob Thompson, Taven Uden, Spencer Walahoski, and Jessica Wartenberger. And results from class 4, receiving purple ribbons and returning for your final drive, Cole Bruce from Howard County and Barry Zetlick from Valley County. Receiving purple ribbons today, Olivia Eckhoff, Richardson County, Evie Schigelbrand, Cumming County, Grant Johnson from Lancaster County, Riley Funk, Nuckolls County, Jaylee Pope, Buffalo County, Gentry Warner from Furnace County. Blue ribbons today go to Cole Albert from Cass County, Mary Richards from Fillmore County, Addison Mowinkle, Hall County, Audra Groth, Platte County, and Chloe Smith from Wheeler County. And with 10 classes of Senior Beef Showmanship today, we will be having 2 semifinal rounds following class 10. Our top exhibitors in classes 1 through 5 will compete in the first semifinal round. Exhibitors in classes 6 through 10 will compete in the second semifinal round before we have an overall final to choose our Senior Beef Showman for 2021.
again, very nice set of seniors in this division. And out of this particular group, we're going to ask those initial three that we pulled in here at the end to come back as part of our semifinal round. I think all three of them very, very collected, cool in the way they handle themselves out here. Absolutely just in great form in the way they're piecing things together out here collectively. Cooperation of the animals been right on target as well. So I thought those three kind of separated themselves. Young lady with the steer next in line, I thought that calf just wanted to dance just a little too much on you at times, and that was a difference maker. Same with the next young lady. That is not easy to bring a baby heifer calf like that. I can't imagine she's been to too many shows. You can see the skill set and the showman, and once that heifer gets some maturity and some experience in the ring, that young lady's going to certainly be right up there amongst our top grouping. The next couple, young man with a big steer there, has one that can get a little slap framed, and I was kind of waiting for him to try to pull that top line together, maybe use that stick under him a little bit. And I really thought the young lady with the red heifer there was going to be in contention for one of our top couple holes. And got to make sure we're consistently looking back at feet and legs, especially there on the profile. She moved them around on us a bit. We need to recognize that. But excellent, excellent group of seniors here. That top three are really solid, and look forward to having them in our semifinal. But give all these exhibitors a big, nice hand as they head out of the ring. Very good heat of senior showmen.
And again, with 10 classes of senior beef showmanship, our first round of semifinals will include our top exhibitors from classes 1 through 5. Semifinal round 2 will include our top exhibitors from classes 6 through 10. Entering the ring now, we do have our 6th class of senior beef showmanship today. Exhibitors in class 6, Braden Benish, Addison Cotton, Kinley Eckhoff, Jamie Helfelt, Griffin Goring, Luke Hessler, Caden Kapke, Sophie Korytowski, Tucker Montgomery, Hudson Newvrith, Alyssa Oberg, Trevin Rasmussen, Ben Spencer, Abby Stahlbaumer, Christian Weber, and JC Wolfinger. Results from Class 5, receiving purple ribbons and returning to compete in the first semifinal heat, Spencer Walahoski from Dawson County, and Hallie Cochran from Scottsbluff County, and Alex Hintz from Polk County. Receiving purple ribbons today, Morgan Stent, Buffalo County, Reagan Delabar, Gage County, Reagan Ross, Custer County, Lindsay Bolton, York County. Blue ribbons today go to Aislinn Kester, Antelope County, Luke Johnson, Lancaster County, Charlie Korytowski, Cass County, Mia Olson, Hall County, Clara Rasmussen, Howard County, and Jessica Wurtenberger, Richardson County.
Unless I gotta say.
I saw it.
Well, spectacular group. I know not as big a number in this particular group, but I thought in particular 5 young people that really set the bar high in this particular group. And just one of those decisions. I'll be very honest with you. I came real close to just saying, hey, all 5 of you come back in the semifinal, because I really do think they're that good, and yet we're here early in this second half of Showmanship, and I don't want to position ourselves at a point where we have 20 couple of young people in a semifinal round and not give them the opportunity they deserve. So I gave them those last couple of minutes here amongst this top 5 to kind of realize, yeah, I think these 3 need to move on. And that doesn't take anything away from those next 2 young ladies. They are spectacular in what they do. I thought the young lady with the white belly heifer here, that last pull on the profile, maybe didn't quite get as good an offset of that hind leg as I wanted to see. Young lady with the Hereford heifer next to her, a little rough in her top line at times, and I'm looking for what can she do to try to pull her, strengthen her, get that stick under her. I don't think we do that enough. Get that stick under, to kind of pull her together right behind her shoulder just a little bit, especially when I come to get that look from the profile. But guys, those are 5 spectacular young people. I'm sure all of them have won their share of showmanship contests before, but the water gets deep here at the state show, and you got to dig into some of those little details. Awesome set of young people. Give them all a nice round of applause. 10 very, very good young people here in their senior division.
Currently entering the ring, we have our 7th class of Senior Beef Showmen. Exhibitors in Class 7, Sydney Allard, Brant Benish, Madison Borg, Chase Cotton, Donovan Fogarty, Chloe Hughley Baldwin, Trayton Jones, Evan Hancock, Caleb Peterson, Kate Cruz, Donald Rohr, Kale Smidra, Noah Summers, Jacob Warm, Jacob Weber, and Miles Wright. Results from Senior Beef Showmanship Class 6, receiving purple ribbons and returning to our 2nd semifinal drive, Ben Spencer from Buffalo County, Tucker Montgomery, Polk County, J.C. Wolfinger, Dawson County. Receiving purple ribbons today, Kinley Eckhoff, Hamilton County, Sophie Korytowski, Cass County. Receiving blue ribbons today, Janie Elfelt, Lincoln County, Trevin Rasmussen, Howard County, Elisa Oberg, Frontier County, Christian Weber, Saline County, and Hudson Newvrith, Washington County.
Another solid class here in our senior division, and maybe not quite as many that stick out on the top end, but as you look all the way down this particular group, fundamentally, I think they're all doing a very, very solid job out here and understand ring presence and spacing. And again, probably one of those times where you get into some of these classes where some of these cattle maybe haven't been out as many times and aren't used to the ring and how they react ends up really determining a lot of my decisions out here, not necessarily because they haven't been worked with, but just the lack of cooperation in the ring during this little short period of time. I thought these two young people really did a solid job from the get-go, and they're going to move on to our semifinal round. I thought 3 and 4 were really close in that selection process as well, but I thought these two very, very quick at getting feet and legs, keeping that head alert, giving me the best look possible every time I turned around. I thought an excellent group, though, top to bottom. If you would, help me with a nice round of applause to our senior exhibitors here in this heat. Very nice job.
Results of Class 8 Senior Beef Showmanship. Receiving purple ribbons and returning to compete in the second round of our semifinals, Sydney Allard, Cheyenne County. Tate Pruse, Washington County. Receiving purple ribbons today, Jacob Warm, Seward County. Caleb Peterson, Polk County. Donovan Fogarty, Dakota County, receives a blue. And in our blue ribbon group, Noah Summers, Buffalo County. Miles Wright, Garfield County. Kale Smedra, Howard County. Donald Rohr, Frontier County. Jacob Weber, Saline County. And Madison Borg from Dixon County. We currently have our 8th class of Senior Beef Showmanship in the ring. Exhibitors include Brianna Bosshammer, Ava Bullman, Delyn Day, Tanner Hansen, Tanner Heckenlively, Jamie Hoblin, Chase Martin, Emily Miller, Nicholas Rohr, Gavin Romshek, Reese Stubendick, Skylar Summers, Alexa Tolman, Mallory Tuma, Alexis Warner, and Elise Warner.
again, very good set of young people in this division. We've got 2 exhibitors up here that we're going to ask to return in our semifinals. And again, we didn't pull them in any particular order. We'll just look forward to working those 2 young ladies a little more as we get into this next semifinal round after we get these heats done. But I thought, again, really strong, and we went deep, and I've tried to reward those young people. It's an honor to be in the blue category. It's an extreme honor to get into that purple category. And if you've noticed, there's been heats where I've had 4 purples and we've had 8 or 9 purples. And I think it's about making sure you recognize all of those that deserve to be in that group, because each heat can be a little different in terms of the depth of showmanship skills. But those 2, I thought, really did an excellent job. But these next 5, I thought, were really, really good. This exhibitor here that we pulled in that 3rd slot, just right there on the border. And I thought maybe just head carriage, alertness up front, keeping that nose out was an advantage that our first 2 showmen had. Young lady that's presented this gray steer incredibly to us. He didn't quite give her the cooperation she needed from time to time. Next couple of showmen, not quite as quick in terms of feet and legs as that initial 2. And then the young man with the yellow calf, make sure if I pull a person out in front of you, you slide up into that next slot for me. So again, an excellent group, top to bottom. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Give me a hand in helping or thanking them with a nice round of applause here as they head out of the ring.
Results of Senior Beef Showmanship Class 8. Receiving purple ribbons and selected to show in our 2nd round of semifinals following Class 10, Elise Warner, Saline County, and Brianna Bosshammer, Buffalo County. Receiving purple ribbons today, Tanner Hansen, Dixon County, Ava Bowman, Greeley County, Alexa Tolman, Dawes County, Reese Stubendick, Otoe County, Emily Miller, Cheyenne County. Receiving blue ribbons today, Skylar Summers, Buffalo County, Delyn Day, Sherman County, Nicholas Rohr, Frontier County, and Mallory Tuma from Howard County. Currently in the ring, we have our 9th class of Senior Beef Showman. We do have 10 classes today during our Senior Beef Showmanship competition. Following Class 10, we will have 2 semifinal heats as we work to select our overall Senior Beef Showman. Exhibitors today in Class 9 include Addison Alberts, Bart Beatty, Daxton Beamer, Devin Bennis, Callie Carmen, Gavin Dolzer, Abigail Gorecki, Olivia Hansen, Kiera Hannerberg, Landry Luz, Mason Roberts, Grady Romshek, Abby Scholes, Connor Snyder, Allison Walbrecht, and Bianca Wood. And again, following Class 10, we will have 2 semifinal heats before our finals in the Senior Beef Showmanship competition. Following the Beef Showmanship competition today, we will take a 15-minute break. A 15-minute break before we enter our breeding competition. Our breeding beef competition will follow Beef Showmanship, but we will take a 15-minute break in between.
guys, there's been outstanding showmen, individual showmen at the top of every heat that we've had, no doubt about it. But I will tell you, for me, pretty comfortably, this is the deepest, the best set of showmen all the way down the line that we've had in any one heat here in our senior division. And I think all of these young people deserve a big round of applause. You're going to see, based on ribbon color, how deep I went, in this purple category, and deservingly so. I think their ring presence, their ability to manage space, their understanding of what they're out here to accomplish has been extraordinarily good. And then I get up here to the top end, and quite honestly, probably when they hit the ring, I thought two people kind of stuck out, and then the longer they stayed out here, we go ahead and lead on up, let all four of these come around. All four of these are going to move on to our championship round, but two of them kind of initially hit me, and then another two, the longer they stayed out here, just the more consistent, or the more I appreciated their consistency and approach to things. And I kept saying, well, I just can't eliminate any one of these four from contention. I think all of them deserve to make it back to our semifinals. So we'll look forward to having them. Again, not placed in any order. Those four exhibitors will be back as part of that semifinal round here just in a bit. Give them a big, nice round of applause as well. And as these others turn the corner, awesome job, guys. Great heat. My congratulations to all of you. Well done.
And entering the ring now, we have our 10th and final class of senior beef showmen today. Exhibitors in Class 10, Brendan Ahrens, Madison Beatty, Casey Detlefs, Mason Gertis, Jaylee Halstead, Kennedy Hawley, Jersey Jansen, Journey Reeson, Emily Kiker, Hope Collar, Lindsay Luz, Ashley Melcher, Matea Roberts, Kellen Schlichtman, and Garrett Scholes. Following Class 10, we will have our first semifinal drive, bringing back the top purples from classes 1 through 5. Results of your senior beef showmanship Class 9, receiving purple ribbons and selected to come back to our second semifinal round, Bianca Wood from Hitchcock County, Allison Walbrecht, from Lancaster County, Bart Beatty, Dawson County, and Abby Scholes from Phelps County. Receiving purple ribbons today, Olivia Hansen, Dixon County, Alexis Warner, Washington County, Daxton Beamer, Wayne County, Gavin Dolzer, Greeley County, and receiving blue ribbons today, Kiara Hannenberg, Jefferson County, and Abigail Gorecki from Buffalo County. And if you're just joining us today, this is the 10th class of our senior beef showmanship competition. Our judge today, who evaluated the intermediate beef and is now working his way through our seniors, is Chris Mullinex from Manhattan, Kansas. Chris is an instructor of animal science and the head livestock judging coach at Kansas State University in Manhattan, Kansas. Chris was born and raised on a diversified cattle and farming operation in Central Maryland. Chris received his animal science degree at K-State, where he was a member of the 1995 national champion intercollegiate livestock judging team, and he was recognized as the contest high individual. To date, he has coached more than 30 national champion livestock judging teams, 3 national champion meat animal evaluation teams. Chris has judged Shows in 43 different states and Canada, including events such as the North American in Louisville, the American Royal, the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, the Fort Worth Stock Show, and Denver's National Western. Chris and his wife Elisa are blessed with a 9-year-old son, Mason, who is right here at the announcer's stand today, waiting for some K-State football, a 5-year-old daughter, Kinsley, and a 2-year-old son, Cameron.
Well, guys, another really strong set of seniors and deep and high quality and all doing everything you could ever ask. So give these young people a big round of applause here around ringside as we wrap things up, our final heat here. Bring these first four out. Just go ahead and peel them off. Lead off for us with that heifer. Let's bring those four out. Again, just... not getting soft as we get into these later classes, just rewarding the ones that deserve it. And we're going to keep four out of this heat once again. I think each one of them do amazing things out here, and I want to see more of those four exhibitors as we break things down a little bit deeper in a semifinal round. Again, they're not placed in any order for those young ladies to understand and know that. We'll just get them back here in a semifinal here in a little bit. There was at least two others, though, right there in the hunt with them, and I congratulate all these young people. They've worked hard. It's been a long summer to get to this point. They deserve our appreciation. Give them one more nice hand. We'll look forward to having those four back in just a little bit.
And as we prepare for the results from Class 10 and then our first semifinal drive, we do want to make sure to thank everyone. As you see exhibitors in the ring, we know that family members and helpers from across the board and across the state have helped each and every one of them get to this ring today, and we're very appreciative to show our fantastic youth and their fantastic animals. And we also want to thank all of our help today behind the scenes, our ring check-in, Rhonda Herrick, Extension Educator in Kearney and Franklin counties, Stephanie Stevens, Extension Intern in Buffalo County, Caitlin Kennedy, Extension Educator Richardson and Nemaha counties, Doug Anderson, our blow and go checker from the Central 4 counties, Brianna Boosman, Extension Professor, Nebraska 4-H and UNL Animal Science and the UNL judging team, our arena stewards today and ring assistants, members of the UNL Livestock judging team, and our computer entry today, and everyone who is helping. Thank you so much. And we are preparing to bring in our first round of semifinals. And as we work to select our top senior beef showman, this is the first of two semifinal drives before our final drive. The sponsors for the Senior Beef Showmanship Awards are Farm Credit Services of America and the Nebraska 4-H Foundation. We will recognize our three top showmen with medals donated by Farm Credit Services of America and the Nebraska 4-H Foundation. Don Peterson Auctioneers also sponsors a first place plaque that will be donated to the Senior Showmanship winner. The Senior Showmanship winner this year also receives an award from the Tyler Bennett family. The Tyler Bennett family of Beamer, Nebraska sponsors a showmanship plaque and blanket to the top senior showman in memory of Tyler, who was killed in a vehicle accident during his freshman year of college. Tyler, a former 4-H member, was the recipient of the 2011 Senior Showmanship Award. And exhibitors in our semifinal drive, in our first semifinal drive of the day for our senior beef showmanship competition: Ashlyn Robinson from Lincoln County, Isabella Ruda, Dodge County, Morgan Johnson, Greeley County, Tucker Stegmeyer, Holt County, Kiara Bremer, Nance County, Kyra Meyer, Webster County, Baron Strope, Holt County, Cole Bruce, Howard County, Bailey Setlick, Valley County, Hallie Cochran, Scotts Bluff County, Spencer Walahoski, Dawson County, and Alec Hintz, Polk County.
Well, guys, first of all, I don't think you'd get much argument in saying that if you had a heifer or a steer that you wanted somebody to stick for you, you could throw a dart out here and find any young person that would do a heck of a job. What an awesome, awesome set of senior showmen. Give them a big hand here around ringside. Spectacular job in our first semifinal. You know, like we did back in that intermediate division, we're going to try to sift this down to a little smaller number. And in this particular group, that number is going to be 4. The 4 young people that are left standing here on the profile are going to move on into our championship round after that second semifinal. What an amazing group, though. Give them one more big hand as they head back. Congratulations to this senior division again.
And we will say congratulations to all of our beef showmen that are exhibiting in the finals. It is an honor just to be selected to exhibit in the senior finals of our beef showmanship competition. Returning to the final drive, Tucker Stegmeyer, Holt County, Ashlyn Robinson, Lincoln County, Kiara Bremer, Nance County, and Kyra Meyer from Webster County. We now have our second semifinal round entering the ring. Exhibitors in semifinal Heat 2, Ben Spencer, Buffalo County, Tucker Montgomery, Polk County, Sydney Allard, Cheyenne County, Tate Cruz, Washington County, Elise Werner, Saline County, Brianna Bosshammer, Buffalo County, Bianca Wood, Hitchcock County, Allison Walbrecht, Lancaster County, Bart Beatty, Dawson County, Abby Schultz, Phelps County, Casey Detlefs, Buffalo County, Madison Beatty, Dawson County, Journey Reeson, Wayne County, Jaylee Halstead from Cumming County.
Guys, another great semifinal here, and what an awesome set of young people. We've had a long morning of showmanship, but I've loved that we've had the opportunity to really give every single young person the opportunity they deserved. We've had great ring help, great people in the back. As one class was walking out of the ring, the next one was coming in. And I don't know how many total exhibitors we've sorted through in the course of these heats and then semifinals. It's been a lot. And a lot of good ones. And these 5 young people are going to make our championship round. Give these 5 exhibitors left here on the profile a hand. If you guys want to go ahead and lead on out, just prep for our champion drive. We'll see you back in here in just a minute. But guys, again, I'll just echo what I said earlier today. It was not an accident that the rest of these young people are in this semifinal. They are extraordinarily good. These next 2 young ladies in particular, they were right on the verge of being in this championship, and that heifer and steer just kind of wore out on them here as we went a little further into things, and that was the difference maker. Their style, their demeanor, and approach to things out here is really not significantly different than the ones that we're going to lead off or come back to our championship round. So I compliment those 2. Unfortunately, their teammate kind of wore down on them out here and just didn't quite get the support they needed. As we worked down just a little bit from there, I think there was just a presence about those top 4 or 5 in this particular division. We can talk in little pieces and nitpick. At this level, it comes down to just little things, and that's the difference maker here in this particular semifinal. Congratulations to all of them. Give them one more big round of applause as they head out, and this is going to be a great championship.
And returning from your second semifinal round to the finals, Tucker Montgomery, Polk County, Ben Spencer, Buffalo County, J.C. Wolfinger, Dawson County, Madison Beatty, Dawson County, and Abby Schultz, Phelps County. Hold on. And currently in the ring, we have the senior finalists in our senior beef showmanship competition. Exhibitors include Tucker Stegmeyer from Holt County, Kiera Bremer, Nance County, Kyra Meyer, Webster County, Ashlyn Robinson, Lincoln County, J.C. Wolfinger, Dawson County, Abby Scholes, Phelps County, Madison Beatty, Dawson County, Ben Spencer from Buffalo County, and Tucker Montgomery from Polk County. And again, our top 3 exhibitors will receive medals donated by Farm Credit Services of America and the Nebraska 4-H Foundation. And our top senior beef showmanship exhibitor will receive a plaque donated by Don Peterson Auctioneers, as well as a gift from the Tyler Bennett family of Beamer, Nebraska. They sponsor a showmanship plaque and blanket to the top senior showman in memory of Tyler, who was killed in a vehicle accident during his freshman year of college. Tyler, a former 4-H member, was the recipient of the 2011 Senior Showmanship Award. Our senior showman and intermediate showman also received buckles. Our top showman also received buckles donated by the 1868 Foundation. And just to echo what Governor Ricketts said this morning, this is a celebration of youth in Nebraska, a celebration of agriculture in Nebraska. And we're so fortunate to be here together to watch 2 of the most wonderful things that come out of Nebraska, our young people and our agriculture together in one place. We are truly fortunate to be able to show here this year, and it's been a wonderful start to our beef show. We're excited for the beef show breeding competition to continue after our beef showmanship finale. We will take a 15-minute break between shows, but we thank you all for coming. And again, please enjoy some of the best of what we have to offer in the state of Nebraska. If our intermediate showmanship first place winner, Caitlin Bruce from Howard County, could come to the announcer's stand. Caitlin Bruce, Howard County, if you could come to the announcer's stand, please.
Guys, this has been a pleasure, and man, it's just fun to watch these young people, in their element, because it is so obvious they enjoy what they're doing, and they are so gifted at what they're doing. And this speaks volumes of the leadership, the parents, the people in these young people's lives that have put, first of all, great cattle in their hands, but secondly, have given them the tutelage and the mentorship along the way to do the things that they're doing out here. These 9 are extraordinary. Give them a big, big round of applause around ringside. And I hope all of you know how much I know this means. And my home state fair is going on right now, and a moment that I'll always cherish in my life was being in your shoes and stepping out here in the ring and having an opportunity, to compete against my best friends, and for that moment walk into the ring and try like heck to beat them, and I hope walk out of the ring and still have those friendships that'll make a difference for the rest of your life. And that's what I've seen out here, is a level of competitive spirit that gets me excited for the future of your state and this project, but more importantly, the leadership roles that these young people are going to take on as their lives continue to move forward. These have been awesome. I'm going to count down this top 6, just some little things. And guys, it really comes down to very little things, stylistic differences, things like that. And I'll tell you also, I said it in the intermediates, it wasn't just about the championship round. In some cases, it was how was your initial heat, the semifinal, and this. It's all of those things. And I didn't pull these 3 in any particular order at all. The young man, with the heifer there, white-legged heifer on the end. Probably for me, I'm not a big fan of the stick in front of the nose until it's needed. It's a little thing, but in this situation, it is little things. Young lady next, when I come around in front, I do want you to let me see this side of the animal, but I'm probably not a big fan of stepping almost like you are now, clear on the opposite side and rolling that nose to this side. Let that head stay natural and straight in front of you. Step just a little bit, I'm fine with, but don't wrap yourself all the way around the front end of that heifer. And then young lady with the steer, I'll tell you, the longer we stayed out here, the better and better things got. Because early on back in your heat, that calf wanted to really camp himself under, and looked a little up and down and rolled in his top line. And then we've stayed out longer and things have kind of come together better and better. Give those 3 exhibitors a big round of applause, if you would, on an excellent job for us. Now we get to these 6, and I will tell you guys, first and foremost, this is showmanship. But you noticed I walked and I talked to each of these exhibitors, or brought them to me and asked a few questions. And I do think it's still relative to my decision, or relevant to my decision, I should say, because even though we're judging showmanship, I also hope that we are growing through this project and learning more and more and more about the beef cattle industry. And I was very impressed, first of all, with the comfort of these young people just coming up and sharing some thoughts with me. And then secondly, as a whole, their knowledge of their animal in particular. But I also put them on the spot a little bit. And I asked them questions about other animals that are standing out here in front of us. Because sometimes it could be, you can learn a lot about your individual animal in the last 2 hours, to prepare for some questions. And I like to see how do they react when I ask about something different. There's only one steer out here. I asked all the young people standing out here what kind of quality grade potential they thought that steer had. And we are involved in the beef industry. I think it's important to learn about those things, whether it's through your parents, 4-H leaders, FFA advisors, whoever that may be, to learn a little bit about what you're producing and what our end product is. Because I hope you can be a spokesperson, for us someday in understanding that. I heard a variety of answers on that. My estimation is that's the kind of steer, based on his fat indicators, has a chance to be a low to average choice kind of steer. Okay. And some of you knew where you needed to go, knew what the quality grades were. That was a good start. Others weren't sure, and that's maybe something we can start to do a little homework on and understand a little better, even if you have a heifer, because someday that heifer or your breeding projects are the producers of market animals as well. And I think that's an important factor for the heifer exhibitors. I even went further in their pedigree information, asked a little bit about performance records. I think that's an important part of what you're doing, is understanding phenotype, but also understanding their pedigree, understanding maybe some of the value in performance data and how that affects the industry as well. So, again, this is showmanship. I'm not going to make my final decisions completely on the answers to those questions, but as you move further and further, guys, I know plenty of judges that do. So just be prepared. I'm going to balance it a little bit. We're going to count down this top 6, and quite honestly, there were places that I was really, really close between a decision on 2 people, and probably the things that they did in that question and answer session made a little bit of a difference for me in my final decision. So give all 6 of these one more big, big round of applause, if you would. Go ahead and bring that red heifer out. Give him a nice round of applause. He's going to be 6th in this division. Love his style. Man, that guy has got an absolutely awesome blend of professionalism and poise with still a level of intensity out here. As we've worked a little bit further, that heifer's kind of, gotten a little softer in her top line, a little up and down, and that's probably something that I think we can all kind of regain focus on a little bit. Seems like at times we tend to show every animal the same way, when I think at this level, when you get to this point, you should go about things the same way, but know, what do I need to do just slightly different on this heifer, on this steer, to get the most out of them? And that's probably something I wouldn't have minded seeing just a little bit different as we worked on. Young man right there, go ahead and bring your heifer in. He's going to be 5th in this group. Again, an excellent job. Probably close there for me, but he gets the upper hand and really breaking down maybe some of those question and answers a tick more effectively. Again, much similar to the young man we just talked about. There's a heifer that can get pretty soft in her top line at times, and I think something that we could work on there, but an excellent job. Go ahead and bring that steer on in. That young lady's going to finish 4th. Give her a big round of applause as well. She's done a spectacular job, and I don't know that that's an exhibitor that necessarily jumps out and grabs you initially, but the longer you watch, the more and more you appreciate just her mannerisms, her consistency, the way she handles herself out here. And again, probably the longer we've been out here, you just appreciate how comfortable she is with that steer. Get him loined from time to time. He just needs that, out of his hip structure just a little bit. She did a spectacular job of breaking down some carcass-related things, on that steer, and I appreciate that as well. These 3 young ladies, from the minute they hit the ring, I've really, really enjoyed watching each of the 3 of them show. A lot of what they do has similarities in it, maybe similar to one young person we already talked about, one person that gets slightly a little bit different when I step to the off-show side or front, and maybe rolling just a little bit, more than I prefer to see, but that's getting pretty nitpicky. I think the thing that I appreciate about all 3 of these exhibitors is just the consistency in their approach, the effortlessness that things happen for them, and they let those heifers walk into their place for them. They do a beautiful job of that. The homework that they've done, the preparation they've done, they allow that to show off here in the ring. And I really, really enjoy, watching each of these 3. I don't want to break down the question and answers, because I think they probably know at this point where they nailed it, or maybe where they could have done things slightly different. It's about what you see right there that sorts them into the top 3, and then just some itty-bitty subtle differences that sort them from there. I do want to make a mention, and you got a lot of great sponsors for this champion senior division. These young people have worked their whole life to get to this point, and I know how much they want it right now. We have a memorial award for Tyler that you give out, and I didn't know that until just now, and I didn't have a chance to know him on a real personal level, but he was a freshman in college in Kansas at the time, and one of my very best friends was his junior college judging coach, and he thought the world of that young man. And like many others, we lost him too soon, and somebody that had a passion for this. Whether you knew him or not, I promise you probably have somebody in your own life that you could say the same thing about. And, it's one of those things, you never know how or why the good Lord chooses to do some of the things he does, but we know that there's an answer somewhere. And I just, to see that family continue to give back, both at Hutchinson, at the community college, and some of the things they've done, and here at your state fair, is a testament to who they are and a testament to who he was. And I hope you'll help me in thanking their family and all of your sponsors with a big, big round of applause. Congratulations to our top 3 showmen. 3rd overall, young lady right here in the middle. Give her a big round of applause. Your reserve champion showman, this young lady right here. Congratulations to her. That'll make this young lady your champion. Way to go, guys. Congratulations. Give them all one more big round of applause. They've earned it. Congratulations to all our seniors.
And congratulations to all of our top senior showmanship finalists. Results of your senior showmanship class. Your 3rd place senior showman goes to Kyra Meyer from Webster County. 2nd place senior showman Kiara Bremer from Nance County. And your top overall senior beef showman goes to Abby Schultz from Phelps County. We'd also like to recognize our top intermediate showman, Caitlin Bruce from Howard County. Caitlin and Abby will receive buckles that are donated by the 1868 Foundation. All of our top 3 senior and intermediate beef showmen receive medals donated by Farm Credit Services of America and the Nebraska 4-H Foundation. And our top senior and intermediate beef showman, senior showman Abby Schultz, and intermediate showman Caitlin Bruce, receive plaques donated by Don Peterson Auctioneers. Abby Schultz also receives the Tyler Bennett Family Award. Tyler Bennett was a 4-H member who was killed in a vehicle accident during his freshman year of college. Tyler was the recipient of the 2011 Senior Showmanship Award. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors, and we thank everyone for coming and watching our senior showmanship classes today. We will take about a 15-minute break before we go into our breeding beef competition. So again, a 15-minute break. We should see you just after 2 o'clock. It is 1:50 right now. We'll begin our breeding beef competition just around 2:05. Thank you everyone for coming, and we look forward to a great rest of the fair.
I think just an absolute killer way to start off our commercial division. And I wouldn't expect anything less. I'm sure this is how it's going to be. It's going to get bigger and better and all those things. And I think it's going to be a tremendous amount of fun to kind of sort through and just kind of evaluate them. Just more out of on my priorities, kind of where I'm the most comfortable. I think we've got a pair of them up here that, there's probably some variance. And initially, when the young man's team, the second came in the ring, I think there was any question of how it was going to win. And I think it's a little bit drop, where it's on, you kind of break these things down. Just in terms of where you're most comfortable, where it probably is the most challenging, in my opinion. And I think where I kind of land and where I see them and how I read them, and that's just obviously kind of how it is today. But that's not to say that they could flip off around keeping somebody else in here to switch, especially this top there. I think it's extremely challenging, it's extremely close, and they're extremely high quality. We've got one that comes up here to lead with. I think if you analyze that one through her shoulder and the base of the body and the ear cage, that's where the pair sorts, in my opinion. I love that one in terms of her neck, in terms of her blade, in terms of her forehead shape. That was a lot of response, athletic and motion. That's one that really just gravitate towards just from a skeletal makeup standpoint. He's good in terms of her feet and legs. I felt like the pair probably sorted just in terms of that chest width and coldness to the center portion of her body and in terms of her forehead shape. I felt like that's probably where she was just slightly more dynamic than the one that comes in second. I think that's a real high quality one. I think a real neat one to start with. I love just the extra feature and boldness and stoutness and ruggedness and all of those things that I'm talking about, the one that comes in second. That one's got some class advantages without question. She's big in terms of her feature. She's stout in terms of her muscle characteristics and volume standpoint. As you get this one loose and we get her moving about the ring, don't step off of her. She just continues to highlight those tremendously good views. She offers a tremendous amount of quality.
Entering the arena now is Class 1 of our main Anjou breeding beef division. In this class, we have one entry.
Just a single entry to start our heifer show. A stout, powerful heifer in this main division. The kind of body and natural dimension you expect, and yet still balance is pretty nice. She's not the sleekest neck, but it fits her body type. To me, if I'm going to fix her, it's down in her lower joints. She needs to relax in the angle and set of that pastern. She could reach just a little better out of her front end as well, but a very good way to start off our main Anjou division. Good single entry, fall-born heifer there. Congratulations, that exhibitor.
Receiving a purple ribbon in class number 1 was Jalen Wolfinger of Dawson County. Entering the arena now will be class 2 of our main Anjou division. These are March, April animals, and there are 2 entries in this class.
Just a reminder, first and second purples, you must weigh back. The top 2 in each commercial class must be weighed back and checked in at the check-in table to get that taken care of. Here's the results of class 13. Red ribbon winners include Elizabeth Shipping. Round before today, Burke County, Arabella Rosemeyer from Buffalo County, Ella Lewison from Cumberland County, Bolton from Baylor County, Spencer Snyder from Frontier County, Michelle Oliver from Webster County, Scott Pierce from Saunders County.
As we move forward here in this main division, 2 very nice heifers, but very different in this class. And I just see a little more female quality and balance in our class winner. Much neater up through her head and neck and the way she comes into her shoulder. I wish that tail head would set down in her just a little bit nicer, but I think that balance and that female quality she's got from the side is what gives her the edge here at initial impression. Then when we set them in motion, it furthers that win for her because she's a little better at the ground, shape of her feet are better. the way she plants and relaxes in her ankle better than our second heifer. A little more body in this heifer in second, like her moderation, her depth of rib. Both of those heifers are very, very muscular in their kind. This heifer gets a little out of balance. She runs downhill and gets a little deeper up front, and again, needs to be changed just a touch in the way she plants and goes from a structure standpoint. But two very nice heifers. I think very close pair of heifers because they're so different in their type.
Who's one and who's two? One and two. Okay. Receiving first purple in class number 2 was Jada Wood of Hitchcock County. Second purple went to Cameron Vaughn of Phelps County. Entering the arena now is class 3 of our main Anjou heifers, January, February. There are 2 entries in this class. Following this class, we will select our champion and reserve champion, main Anjou.
Well, two very nice main heifers here. Again, much like that last class, I think it's close, but these are two very, very different kinds of cattle, and I appreciate the good in both of them. And this is one of those times where you get to kind of use one maybe that's a little more your kind, and that's what I do here. Young lady that's going to lead off things for us. I like the moderation and just the brood cow look that she's got. I think her maternal look in terms of the smoothness of that shoulder, the sweep to her lower body, and most importantly, the set, the travel, and the comfort off her hind leg. Those are the advantages I see that just give you a little more a lower input kind of look, an easier fleshing look that has more longevity built into it. Like that udder structure she's starting to show as well. Not the biggest heifer in the world, but I think enough performance to go with that. If you like a little more performance and heaviness of structure, then you're going to be drawn to the second heifer. And standing still, I'd have zero problem at all if you want to switch this pair because of that length or heaviness of bone presented beautifully. We get that heifer in motion, you start to expose some of the problems she's got. And we go ahead and lead her out. She really wants to throw that hind leg outside herself, and she needs to set down more comfortably at the ground, especially off of her rear too. And you see the way that spine and top line kind of goes up in her as a result of that. But still, length, performance, stoutness of structure, all those things are exceptional in that female. Again, they're different kinds, but I like both of those heifers quite a bit. Congratulations, those two young ladies.
Results of Class 3 main Anjou heifers. First purple went to Corey Kirsten of Douglas Sarpy County. Second purple went to J.C. Wolfinger of Dawson County. Entering the arena now, we will have our champion and reserve champion drive of our main Anjou breeding beef.
We've got three that we'll talk about in the second class that I think are extremely high quality. I think there's some give and take, there's some areas that maybe you'd like to change a couple of them in particular. I think we've got one that initially kind of hit the ring, and I don't know, I was a little worried. I liked that one, the initial read I got out of her. I thought that was studies with tremendous amount of quality. And then, of course, you wanted to fight the late coming out the ring. You guys probably got that one going with better emotion. That's the one that I'm the most comfortable landing on. I think you talk about the combination, especially amongst second and third. She's the one that's awesome for the front portion of her body. She's bold in terms of her center rib shape. She's crisp down her back. That one fits a lot of different scenarios. That's just an extremely high quality one. I think a good place in my mind to land on. I would love to take the two that we've got the second and third and just kind of mesh them together into one. I think you talk about the comparative differences amongst each one of them. There's no question in most class advantages.
You guys, a challenging but very high quality set of cattle here in your main Anjou division. That's every heifer we had in the division standing right there, and every one of them is a good female that it brings a lot of unique pieces to the puzzle that these young people can take back into a breeding program. Regardless of breed, my priorities are always going to lie in function, structure, maternal look, balance and female quality. And I think there's a winner out here that embodies those things pretty effectively. Maybe not all the elite bells and whistles you'll sometimes see, but I think fundamentally very, very nice. That heifer that wins our third class, young lady, let's go ahead and bring your heifer on out. She's going to have our champion here in this main division. Congratulations to her. Give her a nice round of applause, if you would. For me, it gets a bit closer for reserve, and I think you can do different things here. Again, if that one wasn't here and I just walked up to those three class winners, which one would I select? And I think that's what it boils down to, because no matter what we do, they're each a little different. If this heifer up front would move just a nickel better for us, I think you could argue her body type and honestly her performance relative to her age is probably as good as any. That heifer behind her is probably the best moving of the three remaining, but needs to be better in terms of her flank line, and that tail head, and a lot of little pieces balance-wise. A tick more body volume would be ideal. And you come back to the second place heifer. There's the one that strikes you the hardest in terms of a unique look. She's got lots of dimension and substance and power to her to go with a lot of performance. Again, relative to our winner, she wasn't built out of the same mold, and I can modify her structure a little bit, but I think she's got the most value of the three heifers that remain. We're going to keep those two heifers together. That's going to be our reserve champion. Give all our main exhibitors a nice round of applause, if you would.
Grand champion main Anjou heifer was shown by Corey Kirsten of Douglas, Sarpy County. She'll receive a $100 cash premium from Pinnacle Bank. Reserve champion was shown by J.C. Wolfinger of Dawson County. Again, congratulations to Corey and J.C., our main Anjou grand champion and reserve champion heifers. Entering the arena now will be our maintainer breeding beef. This is class number 4. Class number 4, these calve January through April. There are 3 heifers in this class. Again, class number 4, we got 3 heifers in this class.
Well, a nice class of maintainer heifer calves. And I know in these calf classes we might have some age variation, but I think a pair of heifers up here that are very nice, and they're going to stay just like we've got them standing. I think the young man's heifer up front here although green, I think she's got the most quality and balance in this particular group. And I say green, I expect them to be green in their condition at this stage in the game. That bodes well for the future that she has left in front of her. Read her structure and the angles of her skeleton. I think that heifer's got a world of future in front of her. Probably just a nickel more sweep in depth to the center part of her rib. The stouter heifer with more natural dimension stands there in second. Like her length of body, we're going to get her halter broke by the end of the day. This is all good bringing her to town. But a heifer that maybe doesn't handle that hind leg with quite the stability that she needs to quite yet. But I still think the angles of her structure are certainly acceptable. And as she kind of gets used to things, you'll see the good that I do in that heifer. I think a nice female in second. Then a heifer here in third. Still got some growth in her. I like her length of body. That heifer's got some muscle shape to her. I just don't know if she's ever going to have quite the softness and the doability through the center part of her rib. Again, need to square her up and set her down a little more correctly off of her hind leg. But a very, very nice set of heifer calves here to start our maintainer division.
Results of class number 4, maintainer breeding beef. Receiving first purple was Cooper Lindstrom of Phelps County. Second purple went to Journey Reeson of Wayne County. And receiving a blue ribbon was Reagan Delabar of Gage County. Again, those are the results of class 4. Entering our arena now is class 5 maintainer heifers, May, June. There's one heifer in this class.
Well, single entry summer born, length of body, moderation of frame, those things come together into a pretty nice practical kind of package. I know that heifer's got a little more navel, probably could use just a little more depth back through the back part of her rib cage, but certainly a high quality individual, still got some natural width up high and spread as you study down her top and out of her hip. A nice single entry for that young lady. Congratulations to her. Look forward to having her back in our champion drive in just a bit.
Results of class number 5, receiving a purple ribbon was Paige Wallahosky of Dawson County. Entering the arena next will be class number 6, maintainer heifers, March, April. There are 6 heifers in this next class.
I think another nice class. I think Charolais is challenging in classes we've got. We've had so far today, just literally from first to the last one that we've had here in line. Those are high quality females. They did a lot of different scenarios. I'm sure they'll go home or go on to find some success. Break it in the class, or when you go into the weight room, whatever the case may be, go back into production. Those sheep from top to bottom that we got in this class, I congratulate the exhibitors because it really is. Quality from top to bottom. It's challenging in my opinion as kind of getting to maybe these top 4 or 5. I'm not sure there's one that just naturally just jumps out and grabs me and it's the one that I absolutely have to tie into. I'm not going to lay the other way down to sleep tonight. I think there's some give and take amongst maybe our top 2 and our top 3. Kind of some decisions that have to be made there. I'm the most comfortable landing on the young ladies to go ahead and start with. I think you analyze that one, just not just put together. You analyze her emotion. I think that's probably where she scores herself to the top of this class, in my opinion. I think that was very fault-free. She's very sound. She's good build. She's got some body width. She's got some muscle to go with it. I think she's a very bulletproof, very complete one that goes ahead and starts with. I like some unique features that we've got about this one that comes in second. That one in terms of her shoulder placement. That one in terms of her neck design. How she puts together up front. That little shallower. She's more dynamic and how she reads from the side of the profile. She's the one that reads, with more close off at the base of the body. She's naturally just a little flatter in terms of the shoulder shape. She's what I'd like to see just busted open. I'd like to see her just more boldness, more substance, just more general body width as we analyze her. How it's dynamic and how she's put together, especially up front, though, she offers a really, really good view of the analyzer on that side of the profile. I love the basic pieces as far as the deep leg. That was just very sound, she's athletic, she's attractive, she's loosened out her spine, her feet in terms of the placement are really, really good. That was just very sound, athletic, she's loosened out really good. You get around behind this one, she's in there. You can make this a wider, just for general construction. We can just yank this one over the base of her body and pour over to her center post of her body and pour in. Give more spread to the top side of her skeleton. Then you analyze her from the side, you analyze her whatever she's doing to the person. I think there's a tremendous amount of value there. We just got to do more of it. That's a nice little in that third slot. We've got a round body, kind of a soft build when it comes in here in the sports slot. This one touches extremely well in terms of having some rack shape, in terms of having some unique harvest value. So I don't think there's any question she brings some uniqueness from this angle, and especially as we come into the handle. She's one that I like to read with the style and general foundation, especially with something there we don't really want to do that. A really good class, again, top to bottom, a lot of quality. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Congratulations, it's your results of class 13 of the commercial meat review. Recommended winner is included Jezreel Wilson from Webster County. And Andrews, Louis Kubitsky from Valley County. Allison Nielsen from Washington County. Blue Ribbon winner is Kate. Becky from Gator County. Abby Salmon from Custer County. Clifton Ramsey from Adams County. Third purple is Natalie Wagner from Dodge County. Second purple is Judy Lloyd from Lincoln County. And first purple to Elaine Kiner from Gator County. That's your results of class 15. Entry rate now will be class 16 commercial meat plans away from 129 to 133 pounds. Again, this is class 16. Thanks again as well to First Livestock and Union Bank and Trust for continued sponsorship of our champions and sheep show today. And just a reminder, those top 2 in each commercial class need to be way back. So you have to your first or second purple, you must wait back.
It's a very, very strong class of maintainer, big bred heifers here. Hold up, bud. Just right behind her. Pull right behind her. And I think some challenge in here. And you know, I think at the end of the day, you just stick with your initial impression and say, wow, this heifer, where she's good, she's overwhelmingly good. And as a result, you know, needs to win this particular class. And it's that power and body, you know, and dimension that she presents, and yet presentation-wise, so fresh-haired and you know, strikes you hard as you get her stopped there from the side. You know, I'm just going to be straight up honest with you. She's got too much condition on her for my liking, and I think it hurts her from a structural standpoint, because I actually read the angles of her structure fine. But the way she is opening up down through the base of her chest as she continues to fill, you know, down through that brisket, she's really starting to roll and just not, you know, not get out of her front end quite like she needs to. And we can go ahead and lead her on out. I think you even see it as you start to look back there and look at that fore udder and a little bit of maybe deposit of fat even in her udder structure that concerns us a little bit. But, you know, again, to take all the positives and weigh them out, I don't know that that's enough in this particular lineup for me to find anything in 2 or 3 here that can get around her. I just wish we saw that for fresh tradition. I think it would free up everything in motion. I would give that advantage to the second heifer. But the same token, she's also a little awkward in the way her chest sets into her. And she borderlines that call of, is she moderate or is she a little on the small side? And, you know, I probably just wish there was a little more heifer there, a little more performance and growth to go ahead and make this decision between 1 and 2. I just don't see quite enough in that female to do it. But I like her structure. I like her freshness of condition. Because of it, it's still a very close decision, in my opinion, here today. The heifer that I want to kind of blend into maybe both of those parts is the black and white heifer coming next. And at the stand, I probably could have defended it. I don't know what she's done. It almost looks like she's injured herself, or she is really laboring off that left hind leg in particular, but both are coming up short out here as we get her in motion. And I just got to judge what I see in that regard. There's a lot of quality and balance and good in that female. I think she backs it with enough dimension. Just wish she'd get out and move a little better for us today. Next heifer's big-bodied, deep-ribbed, easy fleshing. She needs to move sounder out of her front end to be ideal, but the back 2/3 of that heifer, I think, have a lot of cow power to her. The final pair of heifers both need a shot more rib and body in them to really have that practical, low-input kind of look to them, in my opinion. I like the length of the next heifer. I think she's a little more attractive in the shape of that head. I like her stoutness of structure. Little extra set to her hind leg, but the reach is good and length of stride. Her joints are flexible. The final heifer, she's still got enough natural muscle shape. A heifer that gets a little bit off in her loin and tail head and out of her front end in motion, but still presented beautifully. A heifer that's got some length, some stoutness of structure to her. Nice set of cattle top to bottom. Some challenge to it, but a very good set of maintainer females.
Results of class number 6 maintainer heifers. Receiving first purple was Meredith Ruda of Dodge County. Second purple went to Blake Mueller of Lancaster County. Also receiving purple ribbons were Brenly McNeil of Webster County, George Johnson of Burke County. Receiving blue ribbons in class number 6 was Chase Schwartz of Stanton County and Josie Johnson of Lancaster County. Entering the arena now is class number 7 of our maintainer heifers. There are 3 heifers in this class, January, February. And following this class, we will have our selection of our champion and reserve champion maintainer heifer.
As they pull here to the profile, again, a nice trio here in our maintainer division. I think 2 heifers that pretty comfortably find their way into the first 2 holes, but even as you read them today, I think it's pretty obvious where you have to start. Just so much more body and fleshing ease in our class winner. I like the extra sweep she's got through the lower portion of her rib versus our second place female. I think we could modify some little things structurally in both of these heifers. I actually read the angle of this one's shoulder to be better than the heifer in second. I just wish she planted with a little more authority off of her hind leg. I think she's very functional. I just wish it was a little squarer, a little truer to the ground. But her body volume, her doability, and just that brood cow image that she presents is certainly gets her the win in this particular lineup. Second heifer is a little leaner conditioned, and I actually really like her muscle shape. She probably maintains her loin and her tail head a little better in motion. And I like her hind leg quite a bit. It's the other end of her skeleton where she gets a little upright and short-strided. A heifer that probably could use just a notch more depth of rib to accommodate the frame and length she's got, but a nice female. round things out with a heifer that obviously gives up some performance, a little shorter, more compact everywhere you study her, and a little tight in her movement, especially out of her front end. She's got some width. She's got some dimension in that moderate frame. Just wish there was a little more growth and performance in her. Nice trio of heifers there. Going to be a nice maintainer drive here.
Results of Class 7 maintainer heifers. Receiving first purple was Abby Scholes of Phelps County. Second purple went Baker Boomer of Wayne County. Receiving a blue ribbon was Reagan Ross of Custer County. Again, that was the results of Class 7. So entering the arena now will be our champion and reserve champion drive for our maintainer breeding beef. Those will be coming out of classes 4, 5, 6, and 7. In our championship drive today, our first purple out of class number 4 was shown by Cooper Lindstrom of Phelps County. Our second purple was shown by Journey Reeson of Wayne County. Out of class 5, our first purple was exhibited by Paige Walahoski of Dawson County. Out of class 6, first purple was being exhibited by Meredith Ruda of Dodge County, and second purple by Blake Mueller of Lancaster County. And again, out of class 7, the one that just left the arena, first purple is being shown by Abby Scholes, second purple by Baker Brimmer.
Well, here in our maintainer division, for me, a bit of a challenging division because there's so much give and take in these cattle, and maybe just not that one that put every single piece of the puzzle together, and yet so much good in each one of them. I hope you can appreciate what I see in each of the cattle. I think it'll be really interesting for these young people to get these cattle back into production. Start making some mating decisions maybe after that first calving ease choice to try to match up the right bull with some of the unique features that some of these cattle have and see where they can take it from there. This heifer calf that wins the first class, if she comes back a year from now and is a contender in your breed, wouldn't surprise me at all. I think she has balance and quality. If she ends up getting stout enough as she matures, I think that one's going to be pretty nice. I think you got to give her a look, but it's probably a little too early in the game for her to get a piece of this division. Nice single entry that just doesn't have quite the body volume and the quality to get into the picture here for champion and reserve. It boils down to our third and fourth class, and now you get to make a decision on where you want to lay your emphasis. I will be the first one to tell you, I think both heifers could be just a little fresher condition-wise. They handle it a little bit different, but they both could stand to be just a nickel fresher. And I think structurally you've got some give and take. Out of the front end, we mentioned how we'd like to modify that third class winner. Off the hind leg, we already talked about modifying that fourth class winner. Now, You study them both. What do they have in common? That depth and volume they've got through the center portion of their rib. The third class winner's bolder. She's truer in the shape of her body. She's stouter out of her hip. She's got a more attractive set to her hind leg as we stand her right here. Our fourth class winner's a little more refined in the shape of her neck, and I like that about her. Both of them probably need to handle their loin just a little bit different, loin and tail head in motion. So, you know, some give and take, but at the end of the day, as I look out here, I still keep coming back to these two and saying, man, if I had to go home and start building a breeding program around the most unique features that could do the most for me long term, it definitely falls in those two heifers' favor. Take nothing away from our second places over there. These are going to be the two champions, and you can do whichever way you like. We're going to use the heifer out of Class 3 to be champion. Class 4 will be reserved. Give those two young ladies both a nice round of applause.
Grand champion came out of class number 6, exhibited by Meredith Ruda of Dodge County. And reserve champion goes to Abby Scholes from Phelps County out of class number 7. Let's give those exhibitors another round of applause as they exit the arena. That concludes our Maintainer Breeding Beef Show. Again, the individuals winning today will receive a $100 cash premium. Entering the arena next will be our Red Angus Breeding Beef. We have 3 classes in this division. Next into the arena will be class number 8, and there is 1 exhibit in this class.
Just a single entry to start off our Red Angus division, but a quality heifer, a fall-born heifer that's extended and really neat up front. She's got the right kind of body and depth, and actually quite green in her condition still. Nice turn and shape to her rib. She needs to transition better from her shoulder into her top line and into her fore rib to be ideal. Maybe get her a little squarer and truer in the way she handles that hip and hind leg, but an excellent way to start off our Red Angus division. Congratulations, that young lady.
Receiving first purple is Anna Mead of Webster County. Next into the arena will be class number 9, Red Angus heifers, March, April. Again, 1 entry in this class.
Another single entry here, a late springborn heifer that, you know, perhaps could neaten her up there in her navel and give her just a little more sweep and depth to the center part of her rib. But you like her length of body. That neck comes out of the top of her shoulder right. She's beautiful at the base of her neck, very feminine headed. You like a lot of pieces about her. If we could just make her a little softer and deeper there through the center part of her rib would be ideal. But a heifer that's got some length, some look, and some muscle shape to her. Again, another nice single entry.
Receiving a purple ribbon in class number 9, Red Angus heifers, was Olivia Hansen of Dixon County. Entering the arena next will be class number 10, Red Angus heifers, January, February. There are 5 heifers in this class.
quality here, you kind of talked about a high quality class. We kind of talked in that last class that we had, just depth top to bottom. And I think Morgan reads through the class and just literally from the first one to the end towards the end. There's some value there depending on how what kind of scenario. So congratulations to Denver. I think it's a real high quality. I think we've got a pair of them up here that probably from the jump. I was the most concerned with how they were going to sort out and just kind of the dynamics amongst those two. I think there's some give and take. I think each one of those offers some uniqueness. I think that pair probably reads fairly similar in my mind. I think within each one of them, there's probably some things I'd like to change. Within each one of them, they kind of fall in line with each other. But as you kind of talk about it and kind of where I land on it, just in terms of my priorities, I like the unique ones that they can get just on the side the young lady's doing. When you get that one propped up, that one's good in terms of her shoulder. I felt like older and bigger in terms of the center portion of her body.
Guys, very nice class of Red Angus heifers here. This one's an easy winner. That's a heck of a brood cow, guys. I think she's beautiful in her structure. I love her body type. You know, she still balances up extraordinarily well. She walks that tightrope on whether she's got, you know, every bit as much condition as you like, but you can tell she's just such an easy doing kind that young man's probably kept her about as fresh as you could with her kind of doability. I think that one's really, really good. 2 and 3 is the decision for me. And quite honestly, guys, I just think the longer I study, the more I break those cattle down. I got to just get past the difference in hair coat to find the one that I think has a more functional future in front of her. I think 2's structure is significantly better than 3's. That's why I've got her in the second hole. She's much better at the ground. The comfort and the length of steps she takes off of both ends is far superior. That's a heifer that's probably as lean in her condition as anything that's out here. I think she balances well. She honestly has way more real true body depth in her than the third place heifer does. So structure and body both favor her. So in my opinion, function favors her, and that's why I have her in the second hole. I know she doesn't have some of the bells and whistles that the third place heifer has, and I appreciate that. I compliment that young man. He has her fitted to an absolute T, beautiful haired. That thing has got a sleek neck and almost to the point that she's just a little flatter in her jaw. But to me, it's more melt her down, get underneath of that, and the angle of her shoulder and her true body type just isn't quite good enough for me to get her in second. If you like her in the 2 hole, can't argue with that a bit. I think those 2 are close. I just see a more functional structural build in that second place female. That's 3 nice Red Angus heifers there at the top end. Then we change gears a little bit. More moderate framed heifer that's got some depth and volume to her. She just needs to be freshened up and leaner as we study her, give her a little more extension. Then we round things out with a heifer whose body type's similar. It doesn't quite move as sound as she needs to. And again, probably a little more condition than she needs to have on her. Excellent class. Really, really a powerful, exceptionally good winner there that tops it all.
Results of class number 10, Red Angus heifers. Receiving first purple was Skylar Plugy of Lancaster County. Second purple went to Anna Mead of Webster County. Also receiving a purple ribbon was Broken Bennett of Boone County. Receiving blue ribbons in class number 10 were Dylan Wendell of Gosper County and Benjamin Clement of Saunders County. Entering the arena now, we will do our selection of our champion and reserve champion Red Angus breeding beef. Coming back out of class number 8, our grand champion was Anna Mead. Coming out of class number 9, our champion was Olivia Hansen. And out of class number 10, again, our first purple is being exhibited by Kyler Plugy of Lancaster County. Second purple by Anna Mead of Webster County.
Well, again, a nice set of Red Angus cattle. I think the top end of your Red Angus breed has been extraordinarily good, and I think the cat's probably out of the bag. I think there's one dominant female here in your division that to me represents brood cow look and function, yet still does it with quality and balance. Young man, let's bring that heifer out of class 3. That'll be our champion. Congratulations to him. I think a really, really good representative here of your breed. for me, for reserve, it gets a little bit closer, and we can go ahead and bring that second place heifer on around and pull her in. Remember, back to class, and I think 2 and 3 was a close decision there. But again, I'm never going to back off where I think we need to start our evaluation fundamentally, and that's what I like in this heifer. Again, maybe not primo show heifer that stood second to our champion, but I think that one's destined to make a pretty darn nice cow because the fundamentals are all there. It starts in her lower joint work and skeleton, and that heifer is still, nice in her lines, level in her hip, attractive in that hind leg set. A heifer that I think puts some nice pieces together from a basic function standpoint, as does this fall heifer calf. I wish she'd hook up stronger behind her shoulder and just transition those pieces a little better, because she's got some unique parts. She's really neat and extended up front. She's got a big, stout, powerful hip in her. Just need to piece those things together a little nicer. Those are probably, I guess, the 3 heifers that I think you could defend for reserve. Those 2 I just talked about, and the one that was 3rd in that oldest class. We're going to go down here to this second place heifer to be our reserve. Give those exhibitors a nice round of applause. Good job, guys.
Our grand champion, Red Angus heifer, today was exhibited by Kyler Plugi of Lancaster County. Kyler received a $100 premium thanks to Pinnacle Bank. Reserve champion was Anna Meade of Webster County. Again, that was the results of our Red Angus heifer show. Next into the arena, we will have our shorthorn breeding beef. Here in class 11, we have 1 exhibitor.
Well, single entry to start the shorthorn show, neat necked heifer that's got some really, got a nice shape to her. Study her here right there behind her shoulder. The turn of her rib and body is right. She's got some pin width for a heifer that's as skinny and green and immature as she still is. I think the parts are there to be pretty nice, and they're going to be anxious to see how that one will mature and drop into her body with time. But she balances well, and she's got the right kind of shape to her. I think a world of future in front of that single entry. Look forward to having her back as part of this champion drive.
Receiving a purple ribbon there in class number 11, shorthorn heifers, was Anna Lynn Beach of Otoe County. And next into the arena will be class number 12, shorthorn heifers, May-June, 2 entries in this class.
Good pair of summer-born shorthorn heifers. I think they have some similarities. They're moderate. They're good-bodied. They have some fleshing ease and doability.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the 2021 Nebraska State Fair 4-H Swine Showmanship Competition. I've just made a call for first call for Class 1 Intermediate Swine Showmanship. We will start with that class in the South Ring. If you have a program, you will notice we will rotate back and forth between the 2 rings for our classes. So we are calling up Class 1, and we will try to start at 3 o'clock.
Just a little patchiness to the white heifer. This is still a good female here in second. I like her body volume, her stoutness, her natural dimension. Both of those heifers have, enough performance, but come in a relatively moderate frame kind of package. A little longer and more gathered in her teat construction there, and a heifer that's getting just a little bit of fat around those pones and down in her chest. So maybe not as smooth in the way all those things come together. But I like that pair of heifers quite well. Congratulations to both those young people.
Results of class number 12, shorthorn heifers. First purple went to Cole Brooks of Howard County. Second purple went to Jada Wood of Hitchcock County. Entering the arena now is class 13. There are 2 entries in this class. Following this class, we will do our selection of our champion and reserve champion shorthorn breeding beef.
Again, a nice pair of heifers, and I think you get them stopped here. You'll see the silhouette and balance of the roan heifer that gets a nod. You know, she backs that up with just a notch more punch and body shape and natural dimension as you get in behind her. Boy, I wish she'd get out a little more comfortable in her structure. She's a little short and tight in her movement off of both ends of her skeleton. Like her look, like her natural dimension, just need a little more flexibility and comfort when we get her out at the lead. The heifer behind her maybe has a slight edge in that regard. Her joints need to be fixed just a little bit in terms of coarseness. Love the refinement about her head and neck, her length of body, you know, that levelness of top line. That's a heifer that needs more depth and body volume to go with her frame to just give us a little easier doing kind of look. But I like that pair of heifers. Again, a nice heifer that leads it off for us.
A real challenging top set here, maybe top 4, top 5, you know, some depth, some quality.
Results of Class 13 shorthorn heifers. First purple went to Caitlin Bruss of Howard County. Second purple went to Caden Holan of Pierce County. Entering the arena now, we will have our champion and reserve champion drive for shorthorn breeding beef. Coming back from class number 11 is Anna Lynn Beach of Odo County. Coming out of class 12, our first purple was Cole Bruss of Howard County. Second purple was Jada Wood of Hitchcock County. And again, on the last class, our first purple was exhibited by Caitlin Bruss of Howard County. Second purple by Caden Holan of Pierce County.
Just talking about the that one's good in terms of her shoulder, she's good in terms of her body, she's athletic, she's sound, she just offers us a lot of quality. She doesn't necessarily have anything that just jumps out, in my opinion, which is a big goal. She's one that maybe doesn't touch or just quite as much tone, and just as much true definition and shape on her back. She wants to give us a little something on her top line, but she's one that's a good emotion, that one sound, she's athletic. I think that's a real nice little start with. I love the body shape. I love the forehead shape. I love how she went and set it across back, softer midrib decline. She kind of gives us that quality look from a female standpoint. She's big in terms of her muscle shape. That was as crisp up and as clean in terms of her body wall as anything we've got amongst these top 4 or 5. She gets a little shorter about her neck. She gets a little rounder out of her shoulder. She's one that flows off of the base of her chest. I like to modify her from the front end, from her shoulder forward. I like to see her a little more athletic when we got her loose and we got her in motion. That one's round in terms of her body. She's shallow. She's athletic. She gives us a really neat look from a skeletal makeup standpoint. Looks like it changed some things out of that week's front end. Another good one that comes in second. I'll be honest, I'm struggling with the 1 and 3rd because I like that when she's loose. I like her when she's in motion. Bold in terms of her center. She's big and wide.
Well, guys, very nice, solid set of heifers here in our shorthorn division. And again, I don't want to take anything away from the 2 second-place heifers because I think both of them have some really unique parts that those young people can take back into a breeding program. But my 3 favorite heifers in your shorthorn division are the 3 class winners. And then you've got some give and take. And you know, much like we've talked about in previous divisions, you know, I'm going to build them with doability and function and soundness of structure first, and then hopefully we can add those bonus pieces, you know, to them. And I know it's a show, but to me, the ultimate goal of these cattle is still to go back into production and do their job within the cow herd. And I think we need to find those pieces first and foremost. You know, I think each of these 3 heifers have parts that you're drawn into that say, hey, maybe she could win for this reason or that reason. But for me personally, there's one of them that steps out and becomes your champion, not because she's dominant in every area, but because she's the most complete. And I think structure is a big reason why, and yet there's still no question marks in her in terms of where her body, doability lays. And even though maybe the heifers on both sides of her are a little cleaner through the floor of her chest, a little sleeker at the base of her neck, their neck, I still think she reads with femininity and quality. To me, the red heifer out of class number 2 is a logical champion here in our Shorthorn division. Congratulations, that young man. No, hold up. We got to bring one in between you. You know, we already talked about those two. It really comes down to I think the closest decision is personally is for a reserve. And this little spring heifer calf, she's just a March baby. That one's got some future, guys. She's nice balance. She's really, really good in terms of her structure. I like that about her. If she's really green, but if you look at her body shape, I think it's there to get better with time, and hopefully she'll continue to just drop in that body and soften up with time. Then you got this roan heifer back here that just standing still, I think you probably would make a case for her to win this breed, because her balance and her power really come together nice. Then we get her out in motion and she just doesn't want to get out and go. That's why that divisional winner became the logical choice for me, because she fit all of those things together. I think you can do either or here in this reserve slot. Again, that heifer calf, she's so green and still question marks left in her. I'm going to keep the two big heifers together in a close decision. This heifer out of class 3 will be reserved. Congratulations to our exhibitors here in the Shorthorn division.
Grand champion Shorthorn heifer was exhibited by Cole Bruss of Howard County, and reserve champion was exhibited by Caitlin Bruss of Howard County. Cole will receive a cash premium of $100, sponsored today by the Nebraska Shorthorn Association. Entering the arena next will be our Shorthorn Plus breeding beef. This is class 14. We have 4 heifers in this class. It is a solo entry class, so we will have our champion, reserve champion selection from this class.
Well, as they pull here to the profile, these are the only 4 heifers in our Shorthorn Plus division. So this is automatically your championship drive. We're going to treat it just like that. I'm going to talk about each of the 4 heifers on an individual basis, kind of let you know what I see, and go ahead and select your champion out of this particular group. Up front, a blue roan heifer here that from the side has some pieces you really like. That one's super deep and soft through the center part of her body. Still very smooth in the way she attaches and is built up through her front 1/3. Heifer, as you step in behind, probably needs a shot more natural dimension and power. Could fix her just a little bit in the way she travels out of her front end. The heifer right behind her, the red heifer, is the polar opposite to her. There's the one that's got a big top and a big hip, stout in terms of her structure. She still fits together pretty nicely from the side, even though you could make her a little smoother at the base of her shoulder and probably drop her just a little bit through that rear rib and flank. Come to a heifer here, third in the lineup, that gives up some growth and performance, but she's still got some length and muscle shape relative to that frame. A heifer that, structurally speaking, needs to get out just a little bit better, and we certainly like to see just a little more depth and body volume. Then back here to the blue roan heifer, I think fundamentally a very good cow prospect. She's big and sound-footed. She's stout in her structure, yet her joints are still clean and good. I think there's a heifer that's unique in the fact you put her in motion and that's the best she looks. All her pieces come together really nice because of her feet and leg structure. She's still high volume. She's easy fleshing. I think she balances up well. I think a nice set of Shorthorn Plus females here. But if you just listen to the way I describe those cattle, the logical winner to me, and a very close decision between two totally different females for reserve. Let's give this young lady on the end a hand. She's going to have your champion Shorthorn Plus. Congratulations to her. Close between these two heifers up front for reserve. We're going to follow with this red heifer to be your reserve, then the blue roan heifer up front, and finish up with this black heifer. Give those 4 exhibitors in our Shorthorn Plus division a nice round of applause.
All right, it's class number 14, Shorthorn Plus Breeding Beef. Our grand champion was exhibited by Annalyn Beach of Odo County. Reserve champion was exhibited by Matea Roberts of Lincoln County. Also receiving a purple ribbon was Aubrey Jensen of Pierce County, and a blue ribbon went to Addison Horeen of Kearney County. Again, out of that class, Annalyn Beach will receive a $100 cash premium, sponsored by Pinnacle Bank. Now entering the arena, we'll have our Simmental Breeding Beef. This is class 15. There are 2 exhibitors in this class.
Like a real nice class as we kind of start to work maybe into some of these heavier weights. I think there's probably a fine line from a maturity standpoint, maybe on a few of these that we maybe sorted out a little sooner than maybe originally would have planned. I think some sheep that might be starting to get just a little more mature up front. Some sheep that are maybe just a little further along from a condition standpoint that maybe I would prefer. But certainly quality class that we had to work through here. I think it probably sorts, in my opinion, kind of into this top 3 that we got here. I thought there were some variations, some challenging decisions that could be made here. I think there's some give and take.
2 baby Simmental heifer calves here to start off your division, and very, very different. There's a little age gap between them. The red heifer is a couple months younger than the black and white heifer. So for me personally, performance or weight's not a factor once you know the age difference between them. What is a factor is structure, and that's why the red heifer is going to win for me. She's quite a bit sounder at her foundation. Her joint work is way, way better. Starts down at that rear ankle, come up into her hock, even up front, her shoulder angle down through her knee and past her. Everything is just so much more comfortable on that red heifer when we get her on the move. Then she's moderate and deep-bodied also. I think a heifer that has enough balance. She's maybe not the prettiest necked or fronted heifer that we'll see all day, but I think her pieces blend together well with proportionality, and she's so much better in her feet and legs. I think you got to leave them set this way. There's more power, there's more width, there's more muscle in the black and white heifer. She weighs more today, as you'd expect a heifer 60 or 70 days older to do. We can go ahead and lead them out of the ring, guys, if you want. And I think you'll see where some of the issues that I have with the black and white heifer lie. And top 2/3 of her are great that go to the ground. And I think you'll see the issues that are there in that female just way too high, especially off of that rear leg. Really a nice pair, though, to start off this division. Congratulations, those calf exhibitors.
Results of class number 15, Simmental heifers. Receiving first purple was Jersey Jansen of Cedar County. Second purple went to Elsie Warner of Saline County. Next into the arena is class 16, Simmental heifers, September, October. There's 1 heifer in this class.
Guys, that's an awfully good single entry here as we move on in the Simmental division. And a young lady had her out here in Showmanship, and I was fond of her then, and I still am. You know, that heifer's got some real performance in her as just a fall-born heifer, but she does it with quality. I like the depth and sweep she's got to her rib. Functionally, she's good in her feet and leg structure. we could hook her up and transition just a little bit different from her shoulder into her body cavity, both in that forerib and in her top line and spine. Could be just a nickel different, but that's a heifer that's got performance. She's fresh. I still think she's really pretty darn nice in terms of her structure. I think a really, really solid single entry here. She's going to make a play for certain when we get her back out in the champion drive. Very nice heifer here in the Simmental breed.
Results of Class 16. Forest Purple went to Emerson Peterson of Dodge County. Entering the arena now is Class 17, Simmental heifers, March, April. There are 7 heifers in this class.
Third purple is Swine from Cooperative County. Second purple is Charolais from Lincoln County. And first purple, like Bruns from Lincoln County. Again, in the ring now, will be Class 20. Lands away from 154 to 160.
Entering the arena now is Class 17, Simmental heifers, March, April. There are 7 heifers in this class.
class, we didn't have the numbers maybe that we've had a few of the other ones, but I think we've got 5 or 6 individuals out here that all showed up and have questions to say fairly really nice land. I think it gets them kind of sorted to it naturally, just kind of a top pair to sort through here as these two individuals come in. I think from the get-go, those were two that initially hit me whenever they first came into the ring. I like the young man's blue painted, blue belt if you went there, go ahead and start. That's the one that I read as just being the most comfortable when she's loose. She's most comfortable, especially out of her shoulder and just how she gets it out the ring. I think both of those females, you analyze them up front, you analyze them from their back. Those are just very, very high quality females. They're high quality just in terms of their body shape, their level out of their spine. They're good in terms of their feet and legs. I like that blue just a little better up front, especially as we get her in motion. I know the young lady's UN is probably not one that, being shown on a halter, maybe not one that naturally just gets out and travels. That she wants to maybe just get a little more restricted, maybe just a little straighter out of her shoulder. Her records just need a little more rigid in her spine as we got to move it out the ring. That was a close pair. That's kind of how I saw it. I think that's two real high quality ones that we got. We've got a real round body, real shallow one that comes in here third. That one draws back and wedges in the correct manner. She's soft without a flame. She's got some general muscle shape up high. We like how that one touches. Probably one that's just a little leaner maybe than we've seen in a couple of the last few classes. I like a lot of things about that one. There's some good from a carcass standpoint. There's some good just from a general rib shape and just how that one's built from a skeletal makeup standpoint. She wants to get a little bit more closed off at the base of her body as she reaches her chest. She gets a little more narrow as we get around behind her. I like to pull her open at the base of the body. I like to pull her out of her neck and just in terms of how she's put together through her blade. But I think that's a real good, especially with the center portion of that one's body. That's a good for you.
Whoop, right behind her. Yep, just stay right there behind. Guys, wonderful class, deep, incredibly high quality class here, Simmental females, and we're going to go real deep amongst 7 head in the purple division, and I think deservingly so. And yet these two caught my attention pretty quick. As we get them out here and you really break them down, though, I'll be honest, I don't know that I ever really truly considered a switch. I think the red heifer is really unique, guys. I think she puts a lot of good things together. First of all, in beautiful condition. I love her freshness, the attractiveness that she has. But her biggest advantage versus the heifer in second is twofold. I guess her two biggest advantages. Way more genuine. She's just got more real natural width and dimension as you study her up high. And then I give her the advantage in structure also. I think she's better in the way she comes out of her shoulder. As a result, that neck sets out of the top of her shoulder better. She sets down square, wider, truer at her hock as she goes away. I just think that's a really unique, incredibly good breeding piece that young exhibitor's got there. Excellent, excellent female. I like the white-bellied heifer a lot, though, too. And, boy, we get that one stopped, and she matches up very nicely with the class winner because she's so smooth. She's even a nickel deeper, probably, through the center and back third of her rib and body. She just doesn't do it with the same natural width and dimension. But I love the condition she's in also. The presentation of that heifer is spot on. We've already touched on the differences between those two cattle, but that's two really, really nice females. 3 and 4 actually are very good in their own right, too, and they both have a shot more muscle dimension than the heifer that precedes them right there in second. What they don't do is put it together in quite as smooth and good a package. The heifer here that lands in third for us, that chest sits out on her just the slightest little bit, and that tail head gets a little elevated. As a result, those parts don't blend together quite like they do in that first and second place female. But I think set into motion, she's still more stable, squarer, and a little better in the way she handles that hind leg versus a big performance-driven heifer here in fourth. Love the body volume and again, the power and performance that this heifer's got in her standing in fourth. She opens up a little in her shoulder. Again, elevates that tail head and gets the tail coordinated off her hind leg. I still think she's very functional in her feet and leg structure, just not as attractive in the way she plants to the ground. But again, a very good female. We need to dial back the condition on this 5th place heifer just a touch to freshen her and neaten her up through her front end. But she's a big-bodied, stout, thick-ended female that's got a lot of performance in her as well. Again, very deserving of that top purple kind of category because of the brood cow power she's got. Just need to make her naturally more attractive as you study her up front. Red heifer's got a nice muscle shape and more length to her, but not enough body depth and volume, just not the doability of those cattle in front of her. Same holds true with the black heifer that finishes things up. Comes in a little more compact kind of package, but boy, relative to that moderation, she's a big top, thick-ended, muscular female. Just need to see a little more refinement, a little more quality and length in that heifer. But again, an excellent class, really deep. Congratulations. Give those exhibitors a big round of applause there in our Simmental division.
Results of class number 17, Simmental heifers. First purple went to Kyson Ghana of Lancaster County. Second purple went to Tinley Luby of Stewart County. Also receiving purple ribbons was Journey Reeson of Wayne County, Meredith Root of Dodge County, Kylie Ayers of Adams County. Receiving blue ribbons out of class number 17 were Mason Roberts of Lincoln County and Mackenzie Vanderwall of Fillmore County. Entering the arena now is class number 18, Simmental heifers, January, February. There are 5 heifers in this class.
They're maybe getting a little further along just in terms of reference from a condition standpoint. But I don't think there's any question that the young lady's looking line was the one to win. When that one initially hits the ring, she's the one I like. She's ultra athletic. She's really sound. She's good in terms of her feet and legs. You get that one good about the ring, and then she pops up and just shows that one off. That one's got some look up front. She's got some substance. She's got some stoutness. I think a real high quality one goes ahead and win this class. We got a second place when it comes in second. I think reads true, very similar. Some areas to the one that wins. That was big, bold in terms of the center portion of her body. There's some spread, some general width there. You can study that one at the ground. You just like how she's put together. She's wide in terms of her feet and legs and how she's put together on the corners. She's one that's not quite as dynamic. She's not quite as unique. That's just a very safe, very high quality one. I think that's a good second place one going in that second spot. We've got a tall front and long spine, a little more extended one that comes in third. That one's got the extra length. She's got the extra extension. She's more than I read. It's just a little more closed off her right cavity. She's a little flatter in general makeup. That's a nice long-sided extended one that kind of falls into that third spot. Tough class of big ones. Again, let's congratulate these exhibitors. Good way to finish off our UM class.
Here's your results of class 21. Red ribbon winners include Ava Cohen of Fillmore County, McKenna Ranchi of Adams County, blue ribbon winner Aubrey Hannah of Colfax County. Second purple is to Lisa Andrew of Old County, and the one to Holbert Lawson of Fergus County. This is our last class, class 22.
We'll get a nice class here. To me, it was always a matter of who was going to be second, though in this particular lineup, you know, maybe not the show heifer look of a couple of the really neat heifers we've had in some other classes in this breed, but that one's got brood cow function deluxe right there. I mean, she is really big-bodied and bold in her rib. She is super in terms of foot shape and the way she plants going away. A heifer that spread of those teats is right, and she looks like she's ultimately going to have some udder quality as well. You know, a heifer that, as we alluded to, you know, you get into the real deep waters of the extra elite, and she needs to be a little more refined. She needs to have just a little more neatness up through her front end and down through the floor of her chest. Again, much like a heifer or two we've talked about earlier, she probably walks that line of having plenty enough condition on her, but she's moderate and so big-bodied that I'm betting you didn't have to feed her very much to get her to this point, and that she just looks like that kind. A very, very good female here to lead off. Heifer in second, I think she's got the most quality of what remains. I think she balances up the best. That heifer surprised the heck out of you. She has got as much true, genuine top shape, hip shape, and width in her as anything that's in here. She's not as soggy and deep-middled as some of these cattle, but she is really true and genuine in terms of her muscle shape. She's still pretty correct in her structure. A little cresty at the top side of her neck, and as we've said, just needs a shot more body depth in her to give her just a little easier flesh and look, but excellent female that's got some balance and some real shape to her. Long-bodied performance heifer that comes in third, a heifer that's good in her top line and level in her hip, a heifer that's probably just a little cleaner condition-wise today than our fourth place female. She's a little short-strided off both ends of her skeleton, and probably just like that heifer in second, could use just a tick more body depth. The next heifer's got a lot of body volume, boldness of rib. She's got plenty of condition on her. You see it there through her brisket, up around her tail head. Makes her just a little patchier and rough in terms of the way things come together. Also wouldn't mind spreading those teats out just a little more on her, but she's long-bodied, she is big-hipped, and got lots and lots of natural width to her. Finish things off with a heifer that needs to be more correct in her rear skeleton. That hip and hind leg just doesn't come to the ground as comfortable, as square, and as good as it needs to. Even up front, tension's just a little bit on those front feet. There's a heifer that's moderate. She's got plenty of depth of body. I think she's got fleshing ability, just need to secure her structure different. Again, a very, very nice, solid class from top to bottom with a nice cow prospect there that leads it off.
Results of class number 18, Simmental heifers. Receiving first purple was Elsie Warner of Saline County. Second purple went to Addison Krause of Nance County. Also receiving a purple ribbon was Colton McNeil of Webster County. Receiving blue ribbons in class number 18 were Brock Laritson of Washington County and Hudson Nibreth of Washington County also. Entering the arena now is class number 19. We have one entry in this class. Following this class, we will have our selection of our champion and reserve champion, Simmental heifer.
Just a single entry senior yearling heifer, actually a late December heifer. She's a week and a half from being in the last class, but an excellent female. Great single entry, and she's going to jump right into this champion drive and just, add to what already is immensely high-quality set of cattle in this particular breed. There you park her at the profile, and her moderation, her depth, her uniformity of body depth, and just practicality really shines through. And yet presented beautifully, a heifer that's fresh-haired, nice in terms of that top line and hip, come further forward, and we maybe could hook her up just a little bit different from her shoulder there into her fore rib and the front part of that spine, but from there back, very level and correct and good. I think that's an excellent single entry. Congratulations, that young lady. This is going to be an excellent drive here in your Simmental Championship.
First purple out of that class was exhibited by Tinley Luby of Seward County. Entering the arena now, we have our selection of our champion and reserve champion, Simmental breeding heifer. Coming back out of class number 15, our grand champion was Jersey Jansen of Cedar County. Our second purple was Elsie Warner of Saline County. Out of class number 16, our purple ribbon there was Emerson Peterson of Dodge County. Out of class 17, our first purple was Kyson Ghana of Lancaster County and Tinley Luby of Seward County. And then again, out of class number 18, it was Elsie Warner of Saline County. Second purple was Addison Krause of Nance County. And our last class number 19, our first purple was exhibited by Tinley Luby.
She gets short about her neck, she gets round out of her shoulder. That's one thing I'd like to see just dialed back a little bit. I'd like to see that one just a little more unique up front. There's some extra substance and stoutness without question that we've got with the one that comes in third. That one gets a little more jammed up in terms of the front portion of her body. I'd like to see that one a little more extended at her time to go along with that extra width and stoutness. But just in terms of being a big body, real practical kind of female, there's one that sits in that third spot. Real nice class to finish off. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
We're going to get the kids reorganized here momentarily to bring them all back in to make the selection of our commercial champion.
Guys, I don't think there's any secret to this. By far, the deepest breed that we've had sits here in your Simmental ring right now. Give these exhibitors a big round of applause, if you would, on an excellent set of cattle. It's been really fun to just break them down, share my thoughts, and what's really neat about this group of cattle is maybe what I project from a future standpoint, not just show ring future, but more importantly, cow future, and what these cattle are built to have an opportunity to do for these young people. This is going to be really, really fun for them to take these back, put them in production, and make some mating decisions and see what happens, because there's there's a ton of quality here. With that said, I don't want to take anything away from that baby heifer calf. I think fundamentally she's got a bright future in front of her. But it stepped up real quickly when we got to that fall heifer and worked through these junior and senior yearlings. I think all 4 of these heifers aren't just really nice. They're the kind of cattle that could go on to regional junior shows, national junior shows, and remain competitive. I think all 4 of them are quite nice. But for me today, there's one that sets out and really, sets the bar pretty high. I think she's beautifully balanced and uniquely powerful and stout to go with it. Super, super fresh, borderline green for a show heifer at this stage in the game, but not with a lack of doability. I think she's just a pretty unique female in terms of balance, structure, natural dimension, and female quality. Our red heifer is going to be the champion. Bring her on out, bud. Congratulations to that exhibitor.
Grand champion went to Kyson Ghana of Lancaster County. That is out of class number 17. He'll receive a cash premium of $100, sponsored today by our Simmental Breeding, Nebraska Simmental Association.
Guys, for reserve, again, the worst thing about this breed show is there are 3 extraordinary heifers, 4 really, that are going to get left out of the champion and reserve slots in this particular breed. I can't say enough about, the quality of your breed show. This senior yearling, moderate, big-bodied, powerful as she goes away from you. She's starting to get a little full of baby, and that top line can get just a little off when we set her in motion. Tick a chest come out of her to just finish off the balance look. I like the cow prospect that's there. The one right in front of her is much like her in a slicker haired kind of package, but boy, that one is good at her foundation. Huge bodied, powerful everywhere you study her. A little sleeker neck and front end, and then all of a sudden she'd be the one you'd go grab. Come up here to this fall heifer calf, and she probably has as much true performance in her relative to her age as anything that's out here in this division. And yet she's still good in terms of balance and structure with some natural width. Those pieces can maybe be a little smoother in the way they come together, neck to shoulder, shoulder to forerib junction. And she's probably one. There's probably some out there that might say that one could be moderated just a touch. I don't know that we need to get in the argument of what size is the right size. Let's make them good first. She's pretty darn good, and I think she's one that has to get a look. And then that heifer that was second to our champion here, gorgeous profile. Love that depth of center body and uniformity she's got there. Again, fresh, smooth, nicely balanced. If she'd have had just a touch more punch, and power from directly behind, then maybe you could have talked about that as a switch even in her class. I think she's too good and matches up too well with our champion, though. We're going to keep the 2 heifers out of the same class together. That one's going to be reserved for us. Congratulations to our Simmental exhibitors. Great job here today.
Reserve champion went to Tinley Luby of Seward County. So again, our grand champion was Kyson Ghana of Lancaster County. Reserve champion was Tinley Luby of Seward County. Next into the arena, we will have our Foundation Simmental Breeding Beef in class number 20. We have 2 exhibits in this class.
as we get into the percentage Simmentals, 2 baby heifer calves to start things off. And I think both of them really have some potential as you kind of study that or look into that crystal ball a little bit, because as you have to do in these young heifer calves. But I think the elite features favor the young man solid black heifer that leads off, just a little sleeker and neater up front. And she backs that up with a little truer shape and more pin width and natural dimension behind. I think those are the parts that really draw you in. She's just a little off in the angle and movement out of her shoulder, and if we fix that, I'd be really pumped about where she goes moving forward. Be interesting to see how she matures into that, but I think a very neat female there that leads off. The Brockle face heifer that's second maybe moves with just a nickel more length of stride up front. With that's a little uncoordinated in the travel of her hind leg. She's one that's her balance is interesting. You know, for a young skinny heifer still, that chest floor is awkward in the way it sits into her body cavity, so it throws off her look from the side a little bit. But I think she's still destined to be a moderate framed heifer that's got some depth and doability to her. 2 very, very nice females here to lead off our percentage show.
Results of Class 20. First purple went to Hayden Warner of Saline County. Second purple went to Paisley White of Douglas Sarpy County. Entering the arena now will be Class 21. Foundation Simmental heifers, July, August. There's 1 heifer in this class.
Just 1 summer-born heifer, stout, bold-bodied, and lots of natural dimension would all be words that quickly come to mind to describe her. As you back off, she could have a little more refinement and quality up through the front 1/3 of her body, make her just a little more female-like in that regard. Maybe just loosen her up a tick when we get her out in motion. But boy, that heifer's got tons and tons of natural width and body volume and mass relative to a pretty conservative kind of frame. Excellent single entry here in our foundation semi-division.
Results of class number 21. Receiving first purple was Ella Miller of Cass County. Next into the arena will be class 22, Foundation Simmental heifers, May, June. There's 1 heifer in this class.
Early summer-born heifer, just a single entry once again, and that young lady had that heifer in Showmanship. I remember her well. That one really strikes a pose when you get her stopped. She has just got a gorgeous look about her, beautiful neck and front end in her. The sweep of her body's good. I think her hind leg set is really, really nice. If we were going to pick on her, it's more up front from a structure standpoint, just a little elevated in the angle of that shoulder. She doesn't reach out of her front end quite with the length of stride that you deem as ideal or perfect, but that's pretty nitpicky. That is an excellent female that's got a ton of quality and balance to her. Great single entry there to win this particular class.
Results of class 22. Receiving first purple was Alec Hines of Polk County. Entering the arena now is class number 23, Foundation Simmental heifers, March, April. There's 9 heifers in this next class.
Well, guys, another really, really strong class. And obviously we kept those 4 out here, but I always thought it was these 2 that were going to kind of duke it out here at the top of this class. And I like both of these heifers very, very well. It comes down to, you know, some of the subtle differences that you dig in and find between the pair, but both are very, very nice females. I guess step here to the side, and it's just that center portion of the body cavity of this baldy heifer that wins, that really draws to me a little more attractive kind of look from the side in terms of the sweep and depth she comes back to the rear portion of her rib and flank with. As we set them out in motion today, I also think she's handling that rear pastern just a nickel more comfortable. I don't know that her foot shape is necessarily perfect either, but just a little better in the way she's planting off of that rear foot and get directly up on top of them. I think both heifers are in good show condition probably, but I think she's a little more genuine as you study her in that regard. I don't know that she's got any more muscle in her, but I think she reads a little leaner up high in particular. But that's a really, really nice female that leads things off for us. If you were to pick on her just a little bit, she can swing those front feet out just a little bit as she goes and maybe could square her up in that regard, but she still reaches out of her front end plenty good. Yeah, it's a really, really nice and awesome presented heifer here in second. They haired her up beautiful, and she's dialed in for today. I appreciate both of those heifers really presented great for us. Both of them have plenty of dimension, as we alluded to. That heifer probably could come a little stouter to her foot for the kind of mass she gives you as you study her from there up. And we've kind of said already, not the same exact sweep through the rear portion of that rib cage. And for me personally, as I get in, I study past that hair and her presentation, maybe just lean her up just a tick to be ideal. But that's being nitpicky. You got to find reasons to sort 2 extremely good ones. That's the differences that I see in them. Excellent pair of heifers. This is a good heifer here in third, too. Just surprised that heifer. It's got a big hip in her. You know, she's kind of slick haired and she comes off maybe a little bit frailer looking. But that heifer's got a big hip and a sharp, attractive, neat neck in her. Her tail head's too elevated. I want to sit that down in her quite a bit. and make her just a little bolder and truer in the way she comes into her forerib. But that's a heifer that's got some neat pieces to build upon. I still think she stays together a little better in motion than the big-bodied, high-volume performance heifer here in fourth. When we get this one stopped, she can make a case to maybe move up a slot. But when we get her in motion, those pieces kind of get a little awkward in her top line, loin, tail head. And I think it's a product of just need to be a little squarer and truer at her foundation. But big-bodied, high volume, great presented female again. That's 4 excellent heifers at the top end. Guys, this is still a very useful cow prospect coming 5th. She's moderate, she's deep, she's easy fleshing, she's functional enough in her structure. She just ran against a buzzsaw of a class here and 4 heifers in front of her that did all of those things, but did it with just a little more of it and a little more pizzazz. And we go to a big high volume, or excuse me, a big high performing heifer with lots of muscle that comes next. For her frame and length, I wish that young guy's heifer had a little more depth of body, and she comes off just a little coarse featured for me. The next baldy heifer there, a little smoother in the way her parts come together, a little more depth and a more moderate frame, but she's a little compact, a little tight in the way she moves out of her front end. We wrap things up with a pair of heifers that have a little more condition on them. Maybe because of that, don't balance out quite as nicely as they need to. I see a little more doability and moderation in our final heifer in our next heifer versus the final heifer because of that extra depth of side she presents. There's length and muscle advantage to the final female. She needs to be loosened in her structure. She needs to have a little more body depth and volume to her. So again, an outstanding class. 2 heifers there at the top end that are really nice in their own right.
Results of Class 23 Foundation Simmental heifers. First purple went to Journey Reeson of Wayne County. Second purple went to Jace Prince of Colfax County. Also receiving purple ribbons in Class 23 were Sophie Korotrowski of Cass County, Gracie Clausen of Burke County, Austin Avery of Knox County also received a purple ribbon. Receiving blue ribbons out of Class number 23 were Logan Schmidt of Thayer County, Ella Miller of Cass County, Mackenzie Vanderwall of Fillmore County, Haley Wickman of Fillmore County also received a blue ribbon. Next into the arena is class number 24, Foundation Simmental heifers. They're January, February calves, and there are 12 heifers in this class.
Well, I think as we bring out our class winners and second places within our commercial division, I think a set that's just extremely representative of what we had to work through. I think if you sit ringside and you analyze these things, I would hope that you can find some with a tremendous amount of quality. I know that I have. I'm not going to sit here and say that every one amongst those first and seconds necessarily had to be placed the way that I like it. That's just kind of how I landed on it. There were some challenging calls. There were some decisions that we had to be made there. There were some places that maybe I was a little more comfortable with certain areas, maybe than you would be ringside. But I think as you analyze these things, I don't think there's any question. I don't know how many we had, 10, 12 classes, whatever it was, first and seconds, that all of these females aren't going to go on and do things for these exhibitors, whether it's in a show setting, whether it's reincorporating those things back into a flock. There's just a lot of quality. First, second, we talk about some of those classes. We've got some purple ribbons out, amongst some of the thirds. And those classes are tough. This is a heck of a good commercial youth show. I know we've still got an opportunity to come through and select our champion overall for our Green Chief show here this afternoon. But I would compliment the exhibitors that we had to work through this afternoon within this particular division, because if you had an opportunity to come out here in this final run, you're certainly doing a lot of things right. There were some exhibitors that had some sheep that I know the future is very, very bright. It's opportunity down the road that those things will go on to do great things. So before we get talking too much about the particular classes and maybe kind of the way that I like them, I would ask that you join me in congratulating all the exhibitors that participated in our commercial youth division drill. I think it's extremely challenging. We'll kind of talk maybe about some of those that I feel like are a little more in contention, that maybe surface a little higher as we kind of get them down here and kind of break them down. But I think it's extremely challenging. There was chief, that we got on one end of the spectrum, that this future is extremely bright. We talk about that lightweight class, and that was the first class we had to work through within this our commercial division. And that was a pair that I thought was just awesome. That was a heck of a way to start this particular breed or this division. That's a pair that I think has a tremendous amount of future, whether it's in a show setting, whether it's going back into production, or whatever the case may be. And so that just kind of set the stage for what we had to work with. It was really, really good. It was deep all the way through. We kind of sorted, maybe I kind of analyzed a few more as we kind of worked through this deal, more so the ones that I feel like are in contention. There's one particular female out here that I think does a lot of things for me. And as we kind of break these things down, and not to sound rhetorical, we've talked about them. I told you kind of where I land on them, maybe some of their attributes and some of the things that we like to change about them. I think when it comes down to a particular setting like this, and you have an opportunity to sit out here and have 18 or 20, for the most part, elite females, we come down to which one you want to take home. Especially if you're in this business and have an opportunity to hopefully evaluate something like that and go back and maybe try to kind of replicate something that's slightly resemblance. So from my standpoint, that's kind of where I land on it. It's the one that I'm the most comfortable with. It's the one that I feel like is the most unique and the hardest to put together. And I think there's one out here that does that to a very, very high degree. I think it's extremely challenging for reserve. We're going to name our champion, and then we'll probably come back through and actually kind of talk about the reserves and just kind of where I see things and kind of where I land on it. We're going to go ahead and get our champion out of the way, and there's going to be a really tough call as far as that reserve, because I think there's without question 4 or 5 of them that are in contention that certainly could fit in that box. So again, we'll go out, we'll name our champion, we'll sort back through and get our reserve. Let's congratulate all these exhibitors on an outstanding job.
Well, as big a class as we've had to this point in your female show, and it's not just numbers, guys. It's immense quality. Give these set of young people a big round of applause here. This is an excellent, excellent set of heifers. You know, here on the top end, these three kind of separate for me, and yet it really is these two that are just a little more my kind. I guess I like the moderation that they present. And with that, their structure, I think, is really, really nice in both cases. You know, what it boils down to as a difference in the pair, I guess, just a little more female look, a little smoothness advantage to our class winner. The way she lays the top part of her shoulder together and even down at the base of her shoulder, and then how that comes into her body, a little more length aside. When we get them out in motion, I think both of these heifers have good feet under them. Both of them have an attractive, good set to their hind leg. They have plenty of bone, but their joints are still clean and functional. She more consistently sits to the surface with comfort off that rear pastern. I don't see an issue in our second place female long term, but I do think she's just rolling it just a little bit on us here today. Those are the advantages I see in a really, really nice heifer here that leads off. The second place heifer is even a nickel stouter in terms of her structure, substance, power from behind is exceptional. Love the depth and body volume that female's got in a moderate frame. As we said, opens up just the slightest little bit in her shoulder, and then just wants to rock that pastern slightly. Pick that chest just a nickel up in her to finish off her look from the side. But guys, those are 3 to 4 little itty bitty things that are in a powerful, good female sitting there in second. Two excellent heifers at the top end. Boy, big growthy heifer that's gonna cover the scale with some performance for certain is the red heifer that comes next. And I like those things about her. She's a powerful heifer that's got a lot of dimension. Some of the more unique breeding pieces perhaps fall in that female. I wish she came together better in the way she's made in her shoulder, and then from there into her top line and forerib. If we could make those transitions better and smoother, I think she could have a chance to win this class. I think a little of it's just the way that shoulder's built into her, but I think an excellent female standing there in third, just built out of a little different mold. Get them parked in the 1 and 4th. Boy, I love the look, and young man does a great job of getting her stuck for us. She gets by the next two heifers because she's leaner and she's neater up front. I like her length of body. She doesn't have quite the body volume of those cattle that were in front of her and needs to get out of her front end with a little more length of step, but I love the look she possesses there from the side. The next heifer is deep and easy doing. She's got plenty of condition on her. I think melt her down, and probably amongst this top group, you're going to find she's pretty comfortably the flattest and narrowest built of that group. I need her to be just a nickel leaner in her condition, but a heifer that's still got body depth, uniformity of body depth, an easy fleshing look about her, and she stays more collected when we get her in motion. The black and white heifer, baldy heifer that comes next, she's got more genuine width. She's bolder in her rib cage. She's bigger hipped. Standing still, I probably would have switched that pair. On the move, just everything kind of comes apart on her as she just, and it's not a matter that she's too straight anywhere or too tight. It's just those pieces kind of fall apart on her. She does need to be freshened up in her condition, just like that heifer that was right there in front of her. The next heifer's got an edge in length of body. She's good in her top line and spine, levelness of hip. For the frame she's got, I need more depth of body and just an easier flesh and more cow-like look about her to move her up. The next heifer is deeper and more moderate. She's another one that just gets too jammed up front. You really see the fill in her brisket. I'd like to clean her up, freshen her up from a condition standpoint. The next heifer is really muscular, to the point that she's almost a little round and coarse, a little cresty-necked and round-shouldered, a heifer that just needs more female character to go with the length, the power, and performance that she's got. The next heifer needs to get out and travel with more freedom and ease off both ends, but especially out of her front end. Again, much like the heifer that was right there in front of her, they're big, long-bodied, framey cattle that have some width and mass and muscle to them. I just need to change her structure to consider getting her up. The next heifer has some positives still. Her body volume and depth of rib relative to a moderate frame is really pretty nice. I just need to see more heifer, extend her everywhere, and even she comes up a little short in her stride. And we round things out with a very shapely, very muscular heifer that's too tight in her spine and round in the way that hip structure is built. throws her off from a balance and structure standpoint. But again, a very strong class, lots and lots of depth in that lineup. Congratulations. Give those exhibitors one more nice hand, if you would.
I think as we kind of sort through these,
Results of Class 24 Foundation Simmental Heifers. First purple went to Isabella Ruda of Dodge County. Second purple went to Addison Albers of Cumming County. Also receiving purple ribbons was Allison Walbrick of Lancaster County, Landon Linneman of Franklin County, Daxton Bimmer of Wayne County, Chloe Hanslick of Knox County, Hayden Werner of Saline County, Reagan Heffold of Wayne County also received a purple ribbon in Class 24. Receiving blue ribbons in Class 24 were Tanner Hansen of Dixon County, Kylie Ayers of Adams County, Carson McGill of Burt County, Braxton Reinerson of Custer County, and Braxton Reinerson of Custer County also received a second blue ribbon. Entering the arena now, we're going to have our drive for our champion and reserve champion, Foundation Simmental Heifer. In that final drive out of class number 20, our first purple was Hayden Warner of Saline County. Second purple was Paisley White of Douglas Sarpy County. Out of class 21, our first purple was Ella Miller of Cass County. Class 22, it's Alex Hines of Polk County. Class 23, first purple was Journey Reeson of Wayne County. Second purple was Jace Prince of Colfax County. And again, out of class number 24, our first purple was exhibited by Isabella Ruda of Dodge County. Second purple by Addison Albers of Cumming County.
Obviously, fighting with this one that wins class 2. I know that that's frustrating. I've been there. I'd love to see this one get out and travel. You got to just kind of ask yourself and draw a line, stand there and say, what's that one like out of the front portion of her skeleton? Is she good enough out of her shoulder? Is her chest holding up onto her body the way that it's supposed to? Is she holding up for the center portion of the rib shape there? And those are all questions that normally you'd like to see that one just get out and get one good look at her whenever she's loose and in motion and see kind of how she motors around, especially out of the front portion of her skeleton. Obviously, that you might just kind of get it up ahead, that's kind of a decision that I have to make if that one's good enough. Because from there back, that one's genuine in her muscle shape. She's wide in terms of her body width. She's good in terms of her feet and leg placement. That one has a lot of good things to offer. Not a question how she's built out there out of the front end, especially to get her motion. We talked about the one that came out second behind that blue one, and that was a pair that we felt like without question had some bells and whistles that you really want to tie into. I felt like that was a close pair. I felt like that pair sorted itself, especially as we got that one loose and we got her in motion. That's a UM that naturally is a little shorter about her blade. About her because when we get her propped up, it makes her look so dynamic in terms of the center portion of her body that she wants to run downhill ever so slightly as we get her in motion. She wants to close off at the base of her body and kind of right there through her chest ever so slightly. See that one just pulled apart and wide up front just to match the true power that she's got. That one's got the extra feature. That one's got the extra stoutness. She's big and bold in the center portion of her body. From a carcass value standpoint, there might not be anything in this particular class that has that much just true shape and dimension up high. Again, another one you kind of question some things with maybe on that one's front end, but that one's really, really good. Without question, another one we've got is certainly in contention. I love the new one that we've got whenever we get her propped up and turned sideways. That one's round, she's shallow, she's soft flank, she props up, feet and legs, get her in motion, she looks the part.
Well, guys, here on the heifer side, awesome set of Foundation Simmental cattle. Give our exhibitors in this breed division a nice round of applause as well. Wonderful job for us. And I certainly do not want to take anything away from those couple baby heifer calves. We had a single entry in class 2 that was really nice as well. But I think real quickly out here, you can see 5 heifers that are pretty extraordinary. Those 3 heifers that win our 3 older classes, these 2 heifers that stood second behind them in class. I would tell you, if any one of the 5 of you loaded up and came here to the State Fair thinking, I think I got one good enough to get a piece of the percentage Simmental show, you were right. You all 5 have extraordinarily good heifers, and much like we saw in that purebred division, the misfortune here, or the bad thing for me as a judge, is that 3 of you are not going to get a piece of this thing and have a heifer that you could certainly argue as deserving or in consideration for that. So I thank you first for having such good cattle, getting them to this point, and really dialed in for us to analyze some of those differences. And that's what it boils down to. In this particular breed, the unique thing, I guess, on that purebred side, as much as I loved them all, I thought there was maybe one that put it all together. This is a little different decision where I love all 5 of them, and probably a little bit of a tweak we could make as you work through them. But, you know, as we look at these three class winners that are contenders, I get them back out here, and I'm very comfortable with where I'm going to land, and the fact that, you know, you've got a heifer that has balance and quality to her, and yet what she really does out here is give you the right kind of body and the fundamentals of structure and movement as good as anything that's in this group. And, you know, we could tweak on a couple little things here and there, but I think the one that makes the most sense for me to be our champion came out of Class 4. Congratulations, that young lady. That's going to be your champion.
Grand champion went to Journey Reeson of Wayne County. Journey received a cash premium of $100.
And the excitement is just building. Stick around the selection momentarily. Your grand champion 4-H breeding sheep and reserve champion 4-H breeding sheep will take place here momentarily as they get the kids reorganized and then be holding area. And congratulations, your champion commercial meat frequencer Lydia Alexander from Butler County at Class 16. Reserve champion is out of Lancaster County, Class 13. And momentarily, we'll be starting that final run of your grand champion, 4-H breeding sheep of Nebraska State Fair.
For reserve, it gets even closer in my book, and just tell you the little things that I see as the difference makers, and then judgment can be yours on which direction you would go out of any one of the four. And I still bring that other second place effort into that discussion, even though we already made a decision within class. I think those five, you could shake them up and do some different things with, but you know, when it was all said and done, what our divisional winner did was a little more sweep of body than this oldest heifer, handled her feet and legs, toes out a little up front, but handled her feet and legs as good as anything that was out here in this divisional championship, yet still did it with quality and look. This heifer that wins Class 3, man, if we didn't have to get him out on the lead, you could have went and slapped her as your champion, and I would have never argued with it. And if she would just come close to hitting that step, maybe I could have done it myself. But she's just, you know, just too short stepping off both ends, really, but it especially starts out of her front end. If we could change her up just a little in that regard, boy, she is deadly good from the side and presented just awesome. I love a lot about that heifer because she even surprises you with, you know, a shot more dimension maybe than sometimes those real elegant ones have. I think really an incredible breeding piece that needs to be changed up for me a little bit from a structure standpoint. That second place heifer to our champion, she jumps right into contention. We already mentioned that pastern a little bit on her. Beautifully presented. You know, I dig in on her, and I don't know if I see quite the genuine shape in her of some of the other cattle. Not to say she isn't adequate enough, but she holds her condition very, very well because she's so good in her neck and her chest is so up in her. But I think that heifer needs to be just a little more comfortable in that rear joint and just a little more genuine compositionally. And then you come back here to the oldest heifer. Guys, I think that's a heck of a good cow. I think she's very, very nice, much like the second place heifer in her class. We talked about, how good those cattle were at the ground, and movement and stability was excellent. They've got bone and substance, but their joint work's still good. This one's not quite as soggy bellied maybe as a couple of the others out here. But if you told me she's shallow, I'll argue all day long. And I love the turn of her rib and body. She's bold in their rib cage. I think there's plenty of dimension. And of the 3 heifers that are in contention, she's definitely the best in terms of mobility and structure. So again, that's the differences that I see. Those are 3 excellent heifers. Young lady out of our final class going to have our reserve today. Congratulations. Great set of cattle here in our foundation division.
Reserve champion goes to Isabella Ruda of Dodge County. Again, our grand and reserve champion, grand champion went to Journey Reeson of Wayne County. Reserve champion went to Isabella Ruda of Dodge County. That was our foundation Simmental heifers. They were sponsored by the Nebraska Simmental Association. Next into the arena, we'll have our all other breeds division. We have 3 classes in this division. In class number 25, our first class, there is 1 heifer in this class.
Well, guys, for those of you around ringside, this generates just a different look, and I hope we don't just immediately look at something that looks different and automatically feel like there isn't value in a different breed. And for many of you, you maybe never seen a Piedmontese female, and right off the bat, I hope you can appreciate what is unique about those cattle in terms of the muscle shape that they present. Not a double muscled breed technically, but when we start looking at muscle pattern, they start to approach that because of the delineation and the shape of muscle that they have. So naturally, those cattle are just going to be different in their appearance than others. They still have value in our industry, and there are some breeders across this country that are utilizing these cattle the right way to hit a specific niche market, from a lean standpoint, a lean muscle content, all natural kind of content standpoint, that may be a different avenue than what we're used to in the industry, but is something that a door is open for them to take advantage of. So this is an interesting female because I think she really presents some uniqueness in the fact that she's very sound in her feet and legs for a breed that is known for that kind of muscle content. She's got some balance to her. Again, a very, very nice female that represents what her breed is supposed to be quite well. Good single entry. Look forward to having her back in this AOB division. Give that exhibitor a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 25. Our first purple there went to Kira Hannenberg of Diller Odell. Next we have, or Jefferson County. Next we have class number 26, all other breeds, July, August. There are 2 heifers in this class.
Again, 2 entries, and we stick with the same breed influence. I'm going to leave them just like they came into the ring. And, at first glance, I thought maybe this was a switchable pair, but I still just think the boldness, the power, the natural dimension of our class winner needs to go ahead and start the class. I wish she was a little better in her movement. She's probably one of those that starts to push that envelope. We get her so powered up that she's tightened up a little in her structure. My issue is that I read the second place heifer to be a little straight in the angle of her shoulder and knee and down to the ground, so she doesn't reach with near any more length of stride out of her front end. A heifer that's got a little more frame. She's a little neater up through her head and neck, but gives up some body volume and some natural dimension in the process. So two very, very good females, different females relative to the breed, but both with some quality attributes to breed on. Nice pair of heifers. Congratulations to those two exhibitors.
Results of class number 26. First purple went to Kellen Schlickman of Jefferson County. Second purple went to Josie Hannenberg of Jefferson County as well. Entering the arena now is class number 27. We have one heifer in this class.
Well, single entry main Angus heifer here, a good one though, guys, and body and volume and plenty of dimension, still in a moderate kind of frame. Yes, you could tuck that chest a little different and just bring her in the lower part of her shoulder some, but I think a very nice single entry, going to fit well into this AOB championship.
Results of class 27, all other breeds. Our first purple there went to Bianca Wood of Hitchcock County. Now we'll have our selection of our champion and reserve champion, all other breeds. Coming back out of class 1 is Kira Hannenberg. Out of class number 2, first purple was all to Helen Schlickman. Second purple was a Josie Hannenberg. And out of class 27, again, that was Bianca Wood of Hitchcock County.
Well, as we select our AOB champion, you know, this is a difficult thing to look at because in all reality, you've got apples and oranges out here. They're different breeds for totally different purposes, and perhaps one breed that maybe just comes to you in a different kind of look and package than a majority of the breeds that we will see today. But you know, at the end of the day, it's less about this decision and more about appreciating good in cattle that might come in a different shape or size or pattern like the Piedmontese cattle we've seen in this division. With that said, I still think at the end of the day, you know, you get the performance, you know, you kind of know what you got in a big mature junior yearling heifer here that I think represents her breed quite well. Also, you know, we could modify some little things in all of these cattle, but I think a very comfortable decision today is to go ahead and use the main Angus to be our champion. Then we'll come up here and use this heifer that won our first class to be our reserve AOB. Congratulations to all our exhibitors in this division. Give them a nice round of applause, if you would.
Grand champion today was exhibited by Bianca Wood of Hitchcock County. Bianca will receive a $100 cash premium sponsored by Pinnacle Bank. Our reserve champion went to Kira Hannenberg of Jefferson County. Next into the arena, we will start our Angus breeding beef classes. In this first class, class number 28, we have one heifer in this class.
Well, just a single entry here, a late summer heifer, moderate, big bodied, easy doing look about that female. A heifer that perhaps could be neatened up just a tick there at the floor of her chest. Probably more than anything, a tail switch would probably help her balance out a little bit, you know, but the biggest thing to me is when we get her in motion, we need to loosen her up just a tick out of that front end. But I love the body volume, the doability, the natural dimension that heifer's got. Very, very nice single entry to start things off.
Results of class 28. First purple went to Addison Cotton of York County. Now into the arena, we have class 29, Angus heifers, May, June, and we have two heifers in this class.
All breeds came north of Douglas County and Marissa Lilly Holly from Douglas, Sarpy County. In the Dorsets, Mary Furnace from Douglas, Sarpy County. And Hayden Schumann from Wisconsin Bluff County. And finally, for the commercial keeper, your champion, Linda Hoffman from Butler County.
Well, two early summer-born Angus heifers here. Very, very different kinds of cattle. I think today they pretty logically sort in the order they walked in. And young lady's heifer, to me, just represents, more body and doability, just a little more brood cow look, if you would. A heifer, again, that needs to be changed a little in the angle of that shoulder and the reach out of her front end. But I think from there back, just that extra sweep, depth, and body that she's got presents just a more practical image here today. There's some parts, though, in the second place heifer that rival her. I love her length of body. She's probably a nickel stouter in terms of her structure, but a heifer that needs just a little more sweep and depth to the center portion of that rib. Maybe you could smooth her up a tick at the crest of that neck and the way it blends into the top of her shoulder. But a very nice pair of heifers there in the May-June class. Congratulations, those exhibitors.
Results of Class 29 Angus heifers May-June. First purple went to Sophie Kurtrowski of Cass County. Second purple went to Trayton Jones of Odo County. Next into the arena, we have Class 30 Angus heifers March-April.
Well, I think as we get our champions out here from each one of these breeds, very highlights of each one of those particular divisions and what we had to work with. I think just a tremendous amount of set champions and reserves. We talked about it from the beginning, maybe a couple of those classes that didn't necessarily have quite the numbers that maybe we ran into as the day kind of wore on, but I don't think there's any question that the amount of quality was there. I think it just kind of highlights as we get these guys out here. I think just a tremendous amount of females. I think females will probably have some different areas that maybe they'll go in production and kind of where their value lies. And that's certainly okay. That's what makes this whole deal. That's what makes this whole deal turn. So I'm real comfortable landing on the two that we're in the main champion reserve. I think it's been a tremendous show. I think this is just lays the foundation for how fun tomorrow is going to be. Just sorting through the market show. Tremendous amount of just starting this morning from senior showmanship all the way till we just finished up a little while ago with our commercial U division. Made some tough decisions and some challenging ones in my mind, some things that you maybe have questioned just a little bit as we go home, but that's because they're good. That's because the kids are good, the show good. That's because there's some decisions amongst the chief that have a lot of quality, and those decisions get tough, and there's sometimes just kind of a line you need to draw there and kind of land on where you're most comfortable. So if you would, we'll go out, we'll name our champion and reserve overall today. For a 4-H breeding sheep show, if you would, please join me in congratulating all the exhibitors that participated today.
Congratulations, your champion bringing you, exhibited by Lydia O'Connor from Butler County. The reserve champion bringing you also comes out of the commercial meat breed and bringing of Lancaster County. Anytime we'll be back out here in the show ring with goats over here to my right at 5 o'clock. And the sheep will be back here tomorrow morning at 8:30 for market classes.
Very deep, very good class of Angus heifers here. Give these exhibitors a nice hand, if you would, on an excellent set of cattle. There's some challenge to this class, though. I don't know that there's that one heifer that pieces every single part of the puzzle together in this particular lineup, but I think if you really just break down this class winner, if we could fix one thing, she'd easily win the class, but it is a tough thing to maybe look past in some ways. I hope that you can, to see the good I do in her. To me, what the first two heifers do compared to 3 and 4 is they're better at the ground. They're better footed, they're sounder and longer strided than our 3rd and 4th place females. I think they get out and handle themselves more correctly in motion. Certainly more performance in our class winner than second. Love that depth of body she presents. If we could just hook that one up different behind her shoulder and in her forerib, then everything would piece together. But she does get a little piecey at times. That brisket sits out in her just a little bit. But I do think that one fundamentally is nice in her structure. That extra performance gets her a nod here in this particular pair. I like a lot about our second heifer, and there's probably some sitting around that'll say, well, for a junior yearling, that heifer just isn't big enough for me. And I guess I can appreciate that. If you want to maybe argue that point, she's not second because she's moderate. She's second because she matches my class winner in terms of feet and leg structure. And that heifer's got a nice shape to her. She's bold and true in the turn of her rib. She's got some genuine dimension from behind. Is she moderate? Is she small? I'll let you make that decision, but I think she's too good to not have in the top pair. Nice pair of heifers there at the top end. As we get them stopped, I think you could have made a case for 3 and 4 because of that growth advantage they present over our second female. I just don't get them out and move them enough soundness and mobility for me to do it. And both of them, it starts in their front end. when we get them stopped, I do think this one collects herself with a little bit nicer look than does our fourth place female. Fourth heifer, the back 2/3 are very, very nice in her. Again, a little straight in the angle of that shoulder, but I like the depth and sweep of ribs she's got. Very level in her hip structure. Got some substance to her. Again, just needs to be more correct in the angle of her shoulder so that she stays together better. When we get her out in motion, you can see it in the way her spine starts to get just a little tied up as well. 4 very good heifers here on the top end. Functional, solid heifer here in 5th. A little frail featured, doesn't balance out quite as well, but she's deep and a heifer that can get out and cover her track, maybe even a little better than those 2 in front of her. White flanked heifer that comes next. If this heifer just had a tick of body in her, I could consider her up some slots. I think she's truly built as good in her structure and balance as anything in this entire class. But she just comes off too shallow and tight in terms of that midsection for me to get her up any higher. Very, very nice looking, good in her lines, great in terms of feet and legs. Just need more heifer there. We got more heifer here, and this young guy, football injury, I guess, but he's going at it nonetheless. Big-bodied, high volume, as much performance and weight per day of age in that heifer as anything in the lineup. Needs to be freshened up. She's a little too heavy conditioned, and it hinders her movement a little bit as well. Next heifer's got a little extra set to a frail hind leg and needs to stride longer up front. Change that, and you love her depth of body and volume and fleshing ability. The next heifer's got tremendous length and probably a notch more muscle shape than the heifer right in front of her, but she's a little coarser featured and shallower bodied. The next heifer's just a little too tight in terms of her rib and body for me here today, and also comes up a little short in her stride. But boy, I love her length of body, and she's still got some muscle. We wrap things up with the heifer that's a tick more moderate in her frame size. I think she's got adequate body depth. She falls out of balance a little bit, though, because she is a little bit deeper even through her front end and chest floor than she is her flank. Certainly one of the smaller, shorter-bodied heifers in the lineup, so not quite as much growth in her. Again, an excellent class, very deep, very good, very challenging, but an excellent set of Angus females.
Results of class number 30, Angus heifers, March, April. First purple went to Tucker Stagmeyer of Holt County. Second purple went to TJ Mueller of Lancaster County. Also receiving purple ribbons was Kyra Meyer of Webster County, Trapper Wilcox of Antelope County, Julia Wolf of Central FFA, Corey Kirsten of Douglas Sarpy County, Tyrone Ray of Merritt County, Madison Borg of Dixon County, and Logan Bard of Saunders County also received a purple ribbon there in class number 30. Receiving blue ribbons in class 30 were John Zwigman of Antelope County and Nathan Gorecki of Buffalo County. Next into the arena, we have class 31, Angus heifers. They have a January, February birthday. There are a total of 12 heifers in this class.
Well, guys, again, what a great class. If you would help me in congratulating this set of young people. Awesome set of junior yearling heifers here. You know, a lot of decisions to be made in here, but it took about 10 seconds in the ring to know where my top pair was, and it wasn't because they hit me as exactly the same. I wish we could take this top pair of heifers, piece them together into one, because we'd build ourselves a heck of a female in the process. I love them both, and I just hope you can see the differences that I do in them. It's less about which way you like them placed and more about appreciating them both and seeing the differences in both, you know, and then making a decision. No question, as we get them parked at the profile, everything just comes together a little better on our class winner. She's stronger behind her shoulder. The transitions of neck to shoulder, shoulder to forerib are just smoother in the way all of those things piece together. And that's ultimately my decision maker in that particular pair. She's moderate. I love the sweep she's got to her rib. I really, really want to make her the better structured heifer, but I think the structure of those two females just has give and take. She's handling her pastern just a little nicer than the big heifer behind her is. If she was just laid back a little more in the angle of her shoulder, then I'd use her to win this thing. And think about it, that's where I'd pick on her just a tick from a structure standpoint. But that heifer's got a beautiful look, presented awesome, still fresh in her condition at this stage. I like a lot about that female. She is not the power heifer in this pair. No question, and not just because she's bigger. The heifer in second has way more real natural width and dimension as you study her down her top and out of her hip. She's just more powerful everywhere. With that, she comes into those pieces we already talked about. And with that, I guess, you know, to me, two very different cattle, but two excellent cattle that both have a place in our industry. Both are going to have to be mated differently as you look forward into the future and start thinking about what you do with them as mature cows. But I think both of them are extremely good in their own right. We go here to third, and just a good fundamental female that comes next. She needs to be spruced up front. She needs to be a little more attractive, neater in the way those things come together, the crest of her neck, the base of her chest, her lower shoulder, but her body volume, her depth, her uniformity of body depth, her fleshing ease, her performance, all things that you like. And you get her parked, even though she could be a little sleeker and neater up front. I still think that one has balance. I'd like to see her stay within herself just a little better as she comes at you. She wants to roll and just pigeon toe a little bit. The next heifer gets a little tight in her spine and top line. I think it's because of that angle to her front shoulder. But boy, we get her stopped. There's no way you keep her out of the top 3 or 4 in this class. And if she comes off just a nickel fresher in spots than the third heifer, I could sure justify a switch because of that. The next heifer, speaking of switch, I don't know what happened in the month of January and February, but as usual, it's cold. And I say we had a couple of them on down this line that lost tail switches as babies because of it. And it does affect her balance. You know, and I try to not to make that a placing factor at all, but it does affect her balance when you have that kind of chest in her and then that short switch. But that's a good bodied, high volume, good doing female. Like to see that loin and tail head stay in her better when she's in motion. A lot of unique pieces of the next heifer, as long and neat necked as anything, and good when we get her stopped in her top line, a good shape to that female. She doesn't have the same sweep and body depth, and she's a little full down there through her brisket. Big high volume, lots of performance in the next heifer, just a little too plain for me. I need more female quality and refinement character about that one. This next heifer is interesting to me because, you know, I think there's justification in having her 3-4 slots up if you don't look at her feet. And her feet are just too big of an issue for me to get her any higher than what we do. I think that one at a standstill presents a lot of things that we see in a couple of heifers 2 or 3 slots in front of her. The curling of those toes is just way, way too much for me. We need to make her better at her foundation. The next heifer is just too frail in her features to really balance out right, but she's got depth and sweep to her rib and some maternal quality about her. The next heifer is very much like her, that other short switched heifer that's got a little extra navel, just a little plain in her look, but very practical in her kind. We wrap things up with a pair of heifers that are different in frame score. We've got more length and performance in the heifer heading out. versus one that's a little more moderate to finish. In both cases, we need to have more quality and natural look and balance to them from the side. Wonderful class, very, very challenging. Two excellent females there at the top end for us.
Results of Class 31, Angus heifers, January, February. First purple went to Michaela Samuelson of Adams County. Second purple went to Daniel Young of Scottsbluff County. Also receiving purple ribbons were Jesselyn Hudson of Thayer County, Brenna Benish of Pierce County, Jackson Logan of Burt County, McKinley Stoller of Hayes County, Chloe Higley Baldwin of Lincoln County, Keely Vaughn of Phelps County, Casey Deathless of Buffalo County also received a purple ribbon there in Class 31. Receiving blue ribbons in Class 31 were Bryson Jones of Otoe County, Carson Anderson of Madison County, and Tucker Barta of Saunders County also received a blue ribbon. In the arena now we have Class 32 Angus heifers, August through December. There are 2 heifers, obviously, in this class. After this, we'll have our selection of our champion and reserve champion, Angus heifer.
Well, guys, 2 exceptionally good Angus heifers here in our senior yearling class, and I just want to talk to you about the pair because I like both of them really, really well, and you know, maybe boils down to an initial thought of a similarity to the pair we saw in the last class, but they're not exactly the same as those 2 heifers. I guess the first thing that I would want to draw your attention to, I know we're showing these in the same class. There's about 100 days age difference between those 2 heifers. So, you know and understand that. We've got a heifer that was 3 days from being in the last class. She's the 28th or 9th of December, I think, you know, versus a early mid-September heifer there behind her. So, you know, in many cases, if we took these 2 heifers, you know, to your national junior show, they wouldn't even be in the same division. Heck, you'd split that senior yearling division into lates and earlies. But that's irrelevant to me. The reason I'm going to talk them the way I am is it's kind of like a division to me. I just want to study each of the two heifers for what they are. The heifer up front, the younger heifer, I think maternal quality, femininity, structural quality, those are the things that come to mind when I see that heifer. She's moderate. She's so good in the depth of that rib. I think she's as fluid and as good in motion and maintains her spine and top line as well in motion as about anything we've seen in this breed division. She's not the most powerful heifer that we've had out here. She needs to have a little more genuine shape right there behind her shoulder, be a little bolder and truer as you work back from there. That's where the young man's heifer has an advantage. That heifer is really good in their turn up high. That heifer is still pretty darn elegant in the shape of that neck and the way she's made up front. Her chest is set in her pretty nice, relative to her lower body depth. When we get that heifer out in motion, she wants to pull her spine just a little bit. And there's times I say, well, she's getting heavy bred and maybe that's just causing a little bit. And then there's other times I study the angle of that shoulder and I say, that's a little bit of it. I like to set that back in her just a touch. Guys, those are two extraordinary Angus heifers. They are different in their kind, and I hope you appreciate the differences. Young lady's going to have our class winner. Young man's going to be second. Give both of those a nice round of applause. So, excellent pair of females.
Results of Class 32 Angus heifers. First purple went to Kyra Meyer of Webster County, Kira Meyer. Second purple went to Kaden Ghana of Lancaster County. Entering the arena now, we'll have our championship drive for our Angus breeding beef. Coming back out of class number 28 is Addison Cotton of York County. Out of class 29, our first purple was Sophie Kotrowski of Cass County. Second purple was Trayton Jones of Odo County. Out of class 30, our first purple was Tucker Stagmeyer of Holt County. And second purple was TJ Mueller of Lancaster County. Out of class 31, our first purple was exhibited by Michaela Samuelson of Adams County. Second purple by Daniel Young of Scottsbluff County. And again, out of class number 32, our first purple was Kira Myra of Webster County. Second purple was Kaden Ghana of Lancaster County.
Well, your Angus division has been outstanding as well, and my compliments to the exhibitors. And again, a little like that last semi-division, I sure don't want you to think that I don't see quality in these first two classes, because I think there's good fundamental pieces in both of those cattle, but the heat stepped up as we worked from there. And, again, this is probably one of those breeds where you kind of ultimately had to make a choice in which direction that you wanted to head, because you walk over here and you see some other second place heifers that I love also that are built out of a little different mold than the heifers that beat them in class. And I really, really appreciate the good in all of these cattle. I hope you can see what I do. I don't know, again, that maybe there's been just the one you have to use. I think all three of these class winners and a pair of second place heifers down here, I think under the right judge and under different circumstances on where you want to place your emphasis, I think any one of those five could have been your champion or reserve. For me, there ends up being a pair of heifers again in this particular group. As you get back out here, even though they maybe gave up a little bit in some areas to some cattle that were in class with them, I think they end up really presenting some similarities in kind from a balance, a female quality standpoint. I think they're moderate, good cattle, and they still have a look that you can draw into here from a profile and show ring perspective. These are each a little different, but don't want to take anything away from our seconds. We've described everything. I think these final two heifers here go together. I think they fit one another. I think balance, moderation, maternal quality, that look that we see here from the side is what makes them similar. One of them moves just a nickel better. One of them probably stays together in her top line just a notch better as we get to the profile. That's the differences. Young lady, you're going to have the champion here today. This young lady will have reserve. Great job. Congratulations to all of you.
Grand champion was Kira Meyer of Webster County, and reserve champion was Michaela Samuelson of Adams County. Congratulations to our grand and reserve champion. The grand champion receive a $100 cash premium, sponsored by Angus Heifers, R. Frank and Polly Parsh. Next into the arena, we'll start our Charolais division. There are 4 classes in this division. Class number 33, our first class, will have 2 exhibitors in it.
Just a single entry to start the Char division, but a good single entry, guys. And she represents the kind of performance and power you expect out of this breed. Just a January heifer calf, but she's growing well, and she's got the kind of dimension and natural width as you step in behind her that you expect good Charolais cattle to always have. Could move smoother just a little bit in the way she comes together through that front end, but a really nice female to start off your breed. Looking forward to a good division here in our Charolais.
Results of Class 33, receiving first purple was Gage Thompson of Dakota County. Next into the arena is Class 34. These are Charolais heifers, September, October. We have 2 heifers in this class.
Again, a nice pair of Charolais heifers here, and as they come back down the middle, body volume and performance is the determining factor in this particular pair, and that heifer's a lot like the calf that young man just brought out here in those attributes. I still think, even from a balance standpoint, her top line stays together just a little bit nicer. Could clean that navel up just a little bit to be ideal, but a heifer that I think has just a lot of practicality about her and a performance edge in this particular pair. Muscle shape and expression actually favors our second place heifer. She's not got as much just total volume and body and performance, and I like to clean that hock joint up in her a little bit. But I think the biggest thing, even when we set her in motion or stand her still, kind of behind that shoulder, and then the way that spine comes together in her, we need to strengthen her just a little bit in that regard. But a nice pair of September-born heifer calves here in our Charolais division. Congratulations to both those 2 young people.
Results of Class 34, Charolais heifers. First purple went to Gage Thompson of Dakota County. Second purple went to Jacob Diaz. Red Willow County, thank you.
Well, good evening. Excellent group of showmen to get us started.
Entering the ring now will be Class 35 Charolais heifers. We have 5 entries in this class.
We're going to bring them back to the finals. A really deep set over here. I felt like we've got a group of showmen that did a really nice job. We're not going to talk a whole lot about things that we did right and wrong. We'll get to that as we work through, as we get to the finals. You can see a little more about what I'm looking for: body position, the ability to have a walk and give me a good look at the right kind of pose from the side, feet and leg placement, confidence. Ring confidence is awfully important to me as we work through these showmen. Again, no major problems in this particular age division. I think every one of you young people did a nice job, and when you come back out and you're showing when it counts in the class and you're trying to place or win your class, I think you all did a job that certainly you're not going to take away from the quality of your animal out here. Deep set of showmen that we've got out here in this particular set. We bring these two back for the finals after a while. All these kids deserve a big round of applause, and we help me congratulate them on a good set.
Well, I think very quickly, just initial impression, and you've got two heifers that easily surface in this particular class. But quite honestly, once you evaluate those two heifers, for me at least, it's not really very much of a decision. I think you've got an obvious winner in this particular division. I think female quality and most importantly structural quality favor both, or both things favor our winner. She's more extended, neater up front. Love the way that neck comes out of a smoother shoulder. Still beautiful in the sweep to that body. And then we watch those cattle get out on the lead. She's not perfect in the way she handles that pastern, but her length of step and stride, both ends of her skeleton, far superior to our second place female. On top of it all, she's a nickel leaner in her condition here today. I like the second place female a lot though, and she's been presented beautifully for us. Great in her lines, bold body, deep rib, lots of natural dimension in that female. Just need her to get out and go with a little more length of step, both front and rear, but a really high quality individual sitting in second. I think third and fourth are close, but very different in their kind. I'm going to go ahead and use a little more doability, fleshing ease, depth of rib, and stoutness in our third place female, and knowingly give up a little bit of femininity. I need to make that heifer neater and more attractive up front. She gets just a little round in that hip structure, but I like her power and doability versus our fourth heifer. Fourth heifer's neater up front, smoother in the way she lays into her shoulder, a little higher in her pin set. But in that particular case, just gives up a little too much body depth and volume for me. Wrap things up with a heifer that's certainly got muscle, lots and lots of dimension from behind. She's tied up a little too tight in her structure off of both ends for me. Needs to balance up a little bit different too. But a really nice class there. Outstanding individual that leads it all.
Results of Class 35 Charolais heifers. First purple went to Tucker Stagmeyer of Holt County. Second purple went to Brant Benish of Boone County. Also receiving purple ribbons was Cade Kresick of Fillmore County. Also receiving purple ribbons, Olivia Eckhoff of Bridgerton County. And receiving a blue there in Class 35 was Kaylee Stewart of Cedar County. Entering the arena now is Class 36 Charolais heifers, January, February. 3 heifers in this class. Following this class, we will have our selection of our champion and reserve champion, Charolais heifer.
Those will get them back to the profile. A fun trio of heifers here to evaluate some differences. A pretty comfortable placing, though, I think, as you really analyze these cattle. And again, you know, maybe not all the bells and whistles on our first place female, but guys, that's fundamentally an exceptionally good cow. And it starts with structure. She's really, really nice at her foundation. She's big and deep-bodied and has fleshing ability, and yet it comes with no sacrifice to the kind of width and mass and dimension we still have to put into these cattle. I think she's going to have a nice udder when that time comes. Teat size is good. We're relatively square and good out on the corners where they need to be. Again, could we neaten her up just a little bit up front? Sure, at the base of her shoulder. You know, we could do some of those things, but I think in terms of just basic brood cow function, that one's right on target, and I think going to make a nice female on down the line for that exhibitor. Then you come to a second place female. Yes, she's probably a little cleaner right at her throat. I don't know that she's any better in her entire front end because she's actually got more brisket and chest in her, and it sits out just a little bit into her front end, so it throws her off just a little from the side. But I do like that heifer substantially better in her feet and leg structure than the female that's going to round things out for us. And in spite of that chest, I still see her a little more female-like in the shape of her neck, the build of her shoulder. That's a heifer that moves better, even though, especially this right hock, could be cleaned up a little bit. Wrap things up with a big, high-performing heifer that's really stout and powerful, to the point that she's a bit too coarse for me. The shape of her head, the crest of her neck, all of those things need to be just more female-like as we study her. Can't deny that she's got performance and a lot of natural dimension on her side. Just need to shore her up in her structure and make her more feminine in her basic kind. But an excellent class, top to bottom, 3 very nice cattle. Congratulations to all 3 of those exhibitors.
Results of Class 36 Charolais heifers. First purple went to Ava Stewart of Cedar County. Second purple went to Gage Thompson of Dakota County. And also receiving a purple ribbon was Gavin Romschek of Polk County. Entering the arena now, we'll have our selection of our champion and reserve champion Charolais breeding heifers. Out of class number 33, our first purple was exhibited by Gage Thompson of Dakota County. Out of class 34, our first purple was exhibited by Gage Thompson of Dakota County. Second purple by Jacob Bodilla of Red Willow County. Out of class 35, our first purple was exhibited by Tucker Stagmeyer of Holt County. Second purple was Brant Benish of Boone County. And out of that last class, class 36, first purple was Ava Stewart of Cedar County. Second purple is Gage Thompson of Dakota County.
We'll bring back into the finals. We'll probably just did a few more of the things that we need to do for me in terms of showmanship, in terms of handle quality, feed leg placement, getting presented maybe just a notch better on the profile. But the lots of showmen, and I thought did a really good job all the way through. Again, not placed it all over here, just kind of pulled in groups, and we've got a group of purples and blues.
Well, very solid set of Charolais cattle again, and my compliments to all the young people. What I like about this group that remains out here Function-wise, I think all four of these class winners are very, very nice. And then you get to break down some additional pieces beyond that. First of all, I'll tell this young guy up front, he had 3 or 4 heifers in this show. He brought my favorite one back out here in the Champion Drive. I think your January calf of the ones that you showed really has, I think, maybe ultimately a little more look and balance to her than some of the other heifers you had out here. And yet she matches up. I think all of your cattle have some power and some doability and body to them. I like that about them. You know, as we get them back out here, I think class 1, 2, and 4 mirror one another in some ways in terms of just basic function. And then there's an outlier coming out of class 3 because she does that, and she does it with eliteness and an extra look of quality, plenty of performance and power to go with it. I think a dominant champion in your Charolais division. Young guy, let's bring that heifer out. Give him a nice round of applause if you would. Very, very nice female to lead off. You bring that second place heifer in, and you know, she's one of those that we could tweak some things structurally in her. But you know, we've had some decisions during the course of the day of cattle that you know, maybe you dig in and you say, well, man, structure could be modified and they need more real rib and body. That's not the case here. This heifer's got plenty of body, plenty of doability. You park her here at the profile, and she is no doubt the heifer that pairs up the best with our divisional winner. I think, as we said in class, the more you study them, the more and more you see where that class winner finds her way to the champion hole. But to deny that one reserve in this breed would be a mistake. I think a pretty easy place to go. That young man will have our reserve. Congratulations to all our Charolais exhibitors. Great job here today, guys.
Grand champion was exhibited by Tucker Stagmeyer of Holt County. Received a cash premium of $100, sponsored by Pinnacle Bank. Reserve champion went to Brant Benish of Boone County. Congratulations to our champion and reserve champion, Charolais heifers. Into the arena next will be our composite Charolais breeding beef. In this first, we have 2 classes in this division. In this first class, we have 5 exhibitors.
a challenging class here, March, April born Char composites, and you can follow right in behind. And, you know, I guess I like good composite cattle regardless of breed, but sometimes you get into these breeds and you say, man, why did we shy so away from the baseline of the Char and try influencing it with such different genetics? And you can see it in this group. These cattle are very, very different from one to another, and maybe thinking back to some of those just fundamentally solid Charolais cattle that maybe didn't have the pretty factor in that last division, and we come here and we've got you know, maybe some things that, you know, strike you as unique, but underneath of it, maybe we miss out on some of the fundamentals. But this is a challenging class. And up here at the top end, I think these two heifers need to surface. I wish they had a little more body and just sweep to the center portion of their rib. But I do think, structurally speaking, you need to find them toward the top. And even within that, the young man's heifer handles her hip and hind leg just a little more stable than the young lady's does when we get them out in motion. Keeps that hip square and better, and when we set them out, that heifer's got a nice top shape in her as well. Beautifully presented, fresh-haired heifer, really, really elegant, nice up front is our second place female. Like our class winner, she needs to have just a little more body depth. She's almost a bit too soft on that rear pastern and can kind of camp that hind leg up under herself as she goes. But I think you've got to keep those two in the top pair. Then we'll come to another heifer that matches up with them in terms of look and quality from the side, a little straighter in the angle of her shoulder and just a little flatter and tighter in her rib cage. I think 4 and 5 can go whichever way you like. Ultimately, I just made a call that the gray heifer's feet are better. I'm not saying she's perfect in her structure or skeleton, and that heifer's a little too deep in her front end to balance out. Good enough from the side. She's moderate, she's bold, she's deep, and like I said, just the shape of her feet is a little more acceptable. The yellow heifer's got a little more look when we get her stopped at the profile. Both of those heifers are very muscular. As we've kind of alluded to, boy, her foot shape really concerns me. I just don't know if that one's got longevity on her side as you start looking at her feet. But again, an excellent set of heifers, lots and lots of differences in the 5 cattle in that class, and a lot of good in those cattle. Congratulations to those exhibitors once again.
Results of Class 37 Composite Charolais. First purple went to Landon Hassenkamp of Cumming County. Second purple went to Georgia Johnson of Burke County. Third purple went to Josie Johnson of Lancaster County. Receiving blue ribbons in Class 37 were Catherine Neighbor of Seward County and Jada Wood of Hitchcock County. Next into the arena is Class 38 Composite Charolais heifers. 5 heifers in this class. After this class, we'll select our champion and reserve champion Composite Charolais.
Presented well on the move as they came in, as we walked around on profile. I thought these 3 probably just bubbled to the top for me and are deserving of no look. And that doesn't take anything away from the other 5 that we've got over here again. A really, really deep class. I thought these kids did a great job in showmanship. Let's give them a big round of applause if you would.
Results of Class 2, your intermediate showman. Blue ribbon winner, Justin Holt from Buffalo County. Lyndon Langley from York County. Floyd Butler from Lancaster County. Isaiah Anderson from York County. Purple ribbon winner, Eli Sun from Saunders County. Headed back into the final. Brooke Carey from Bolts County. Kristen Girl from Seward County. And Dale Barris from Saline County. And right now will be Class 4 of 5 of your intermediate showman.
Well, another nice class, but a dominant winner. This heifer is pretty comfortably the one you latch to in this particular class, and get her parked here from the side. That one, presents plenty enough power for this breed or composite breed, but she looks like a female. She's got balance. They've kept her fresh. She's got a nice look here from the side. Yeah, she could plan a little square, maybe a little coordinated, more coordinated off her hind leg, but still very functional in her structure. In fact, I'd give her that advantage over the second place heifer in spite of needing to set her down a little more coordinated. I think an easy place to start. The gray heifer presents the nicest look of the remaining cattle. I think she balances out the best from the side, presented very nicely to us. If we could set that shoulder angle better back into her, then she'd be an easy second place. But in this particular group, I still think she puts the most good together from a balance and natural dimension standpoint to fall into that second hole. I like her hind leg. She just needs to be a little more correct in that shoulder angle and reach out of her front end better. The next heifer is a little plain in her look, but I think functionally she's a good female. She's got a big solid foot underneath of her. She's bold and good in her rib and body, plenty of dimension. Needs to be neater and more attractive in the way she comes together through her front end in particular, but a nice female there. I guess the final two heifers are a bit of a flip of a coin in my opinion. Again, it's one of those times where I just made a structure call and just see a female that's more functional sitting in the fourth hole in terms of her feet and legs. She needs to balance up better, but a heifer that I think is more correct at her foundation. Final heifer, she's big, she's stout, she's long. Those toes are curling pretty good on her. She comes up pretty short and tight in her stride off of both ends. But I love the length and the power she brings to the table. Just need to make her more correct in terms of her movement, both ends of her skeleton. Again, an excellent class. Very nice winner there at the top end.
Results of Class 38. Receiving first purple was McKinley Stoller of Hayes County. Second purple went to Brielle Benish of Boone County. Third purple went to Bo Popshiel of Holt County. Receiving blue ribbons was Jed Nelson of Cedar County and Cade Grant of Central FFA. I don't know what county that is. In the arena now, we got our final drive for our composite Charolais. First purple onto that Class 37 was Landon Hassett, Campo, Cumming County. Second purple was Georgia Johnson of Burt County. And out of Class 38, our first purple was McKinley Stoller of Hayes County, and second purple was Brielle Benish of Boone County.
Well, nice Char composite show, and even though we had a couple other heifers in this division, when it's all said and done, these are actually my four favorite heifers. That's not always the case. Sometimes you run deeper, 3, 4, 5 in a class. In this particular breed show, these are the four heifers that I think are kind of that top end and set the bar in this particular breed show. And yet, with that said, I don't think it's even close here for champion. I think there's an obvious female. The close decision is which of those other three heifers maybe would you latch onto to be your reserve. But I think your champion is obvious in the division. For me, between the two heifers in contention for reserve, I see a structural edge that falls to the one I'll use here today. Four very nice females. Young lady out of Class 2. Congratulations. That's going to be your champion. Give her a nice round of applause if you would. And then this heifer that wins Class 1 will be your reserve champion. Congratulations, that young guy too. Great job. Give all our Char composite exhibitors a nice round of applause as they head out.
Grand champion was McKinley Stoller of Hayes County. She will receive a $100 cash premium sponsored by Pinnacle Bank. Our reserve champion was Landon Hassett, Camp of Cumming County. Next into the arena, we'll begin our key breeding beef. We have one exhibitor in this first class, Class 39.
Well, good single entry here as we change gears. There's your look, though, guys. And if you remember, this heifer was young man had her back in Showmanship, and then a quality look, a lot of refinement and femininity to that female heifer that's got a nice set and travel to her hind leg. We need to make her just a little bolder and better right there in behind her shoulder to be ideal. But again, one that really comes together and gives you a nice look and silhouette there from the profile. Good single entry. Give that young exhibitor a nice round of applause, if you would. Good way to start off our next breed.
In Class 39, our first purple went to Baron Strope of Holt County. Next into the arena, we have Class 40, Kenya heifers, March, April.
Another really good group in my mind, probably another really deep group, probably given more purples in this group than we've given in other classes. But I think with that said, I think there's two. I think this did appear to things a little better out here for me. And really got these goats presented well. Obviously different styles in terms of showmanship because we got different kinds and ages and sizes of goats. But these two did an outstanding job with eye contact, of keeping leg placement, of making the front end look right, getting them presented on the move, all those things that we need to do to work these goats up into the top end in their particular classes. So again, some really smooth, accomplished, confident kind of showing out here. We've got several coming up that fall right in behind them that I thought were awfully good. Maybe at times had taken legs off just a little longer than we needed them off. Maybe didn't do quite as good a job of keeping that head and neck coming right out of the top of the shoulders and giving quite the look from the side. But some gentlemen in here that I thought were awfully good made this a really deep class. Just congratulate these kids if you would. Another good set.
We're all ready to let in our final class, Class 5 of the Intermediate Showman. But in the meantime, here's the results of Class 4. Blue ribbon winners include Grace Mitchell from Holt County, Paul Hopkins from Colfax County, Edmund Luger from Gothenburg County, Talon Lee from Merritt County. Purple ribbon winners include Paxton Barons from Swine County, Bridget Bond from York County, Alan Sullivan from Wayne County. Heading into the finals, Sawyer Hips from Chase County and Kelsey Nicky from Seward County. Entering the ring now is your final class of Intermediate Showman. After that, we'll be making the selection of your champion reserve at third place Intermediate Showman. Being brought to you by Union Bank and Trust and the Nebraska 4-H Foundation.
Well, as we work here further into the key division, this is, you often see this in the key division, just a lot of shapes and sizes, kind of like a bag of Skittles. You got every color and every kind in here. And, so it really can become a challenge sometimes from a judging standpoint when there's maybe just not that one that puts every single piece of the puzzle together for you. And yet there's so many that you look at and you say, wow, that's a piece you can build around in a breeding program. And I think you see that pretty clearly in here. So now it's a matter of where you're going to put your emphasis, how you want to analyze things. So, to me, the best footed, the best moving heifer amongst our top 4 here that we had out here is the black heifer that's going to lead off. And with that, I think she presents a nice turn to her upper rib and body. She's plenty big and powerful out of her pin set. She's stout in her bone work, yet still good in her joints, and then flat in terms of that joint as you study her behind. A heifer that I just have one, I guess, question mark. It's just the way she comes into that rear rib and flank, and even maybe just a little bit of fat deposit there in her foreudder right now. If we could just make her a little more uniform and better in her lower body, I think she'd win really, really easily. But it's her structure that gives her the nod in this particular grouping. The gray heifer, boy, if we could change that knee and front end structure, she'd be the one I'd latch on to. Man, she's presented beautifully. She's fresh. I love her condition. Her back 2/3 are my favorite. I love her hip and hind leg. Maybe not quite as flat jointed as some, but it's for the substance and mass she's got. She's plenty good in that regard. It's the angle of that shoulder. She'll even rock that knee a little bit on us up front. If we could change that, then she'd be the one I'd jump to the front. But that's the give and take I see in those 2 females. The red heifer's interesting. She's not exactly my kind, but I appreciate what's good about her. I think she's really stout and bold in the turn of her body, big hip. A heifer that comes up a little short in her stride and just a little uncoordinated and just slams that hind leg to the ground just a little bit on us. A moderate heifer, maybe for some a little on the small side. But again, just too many good pieces to keep her out of this initial 3 or 4. But a heifer that I need to change that hock and hind leg in a little bit. Interesting heifer, you step around in front of her. The first question I have is, whoever numbered her 666 is asking for it, my man. I didn't know whether I was going to have lightning strike me because I started her or I didn't start her. So I guess I just had to put her where I thought it was right. Boy, she can strike a pose now, get her stopped, and she gets that head cranked, comes out of the top of her shoulder, really nice, long-bodied, nice set to her hind leg. I guess that's why it comes as a surprise that she's just a little short stepping on us here today. The angle of her hind leg looks like she should be able to go just fine off of it, and she is just coming up short in her step. The biggest thing is she just needs a little more sweep and depth to that center part of her rib. But a neat look to that female, very smooth, very, very well presented. Big framed heifer that's got a little more depth aside coming next. Problem is her chest is even deeper than her body, so it throws her balance off from the side. Peel the condition off her. She probably needs a shot more genuine width and natural dimension all the way through. The next heifer, I'd like to change her front end structure. There's times she shakes in that knee a little bit on us because the back 2/3 of her is really pretty solid, portrays power and body shape and natural width. She just needs to get out and go better in her structure. The next heifer is bigger in her frame score, longer bodied type of female. I appreciate the growth that she presents. She's also one that's a little straight in the angle of her shoulder and just needs to get more coordinated off of both ends. Even wants to throw that hind leg a little outside of her framework as she goes away. She doesn't have quite the natural dimension of the heifer that was right in front of her, so she falls where she did. Little smaller framed heifer that comes next. I just need more female there. I like a lot about her in terms of length of stride. She's probably a little more comfortable than the 2 heifers in front of her. Just not enough heifer at this stage and this age for me to get her any higher. Next heifer is just too tight and rigid in her movement. She's got a lot of muscle shape. She's presented great. That one's just not sound enough for me to get her any higher. And then we wrap things up with another heifer that needs to be modified structurally. She's just a little too plain in her look. A heifer that's different in her skeleton than the previous one. I honestly think that pair is close, even though that one's the plainest appearing heifer in the class. Too much set to her hind leg. But again, a heifer that's got some natural width and muscle from behind. Really a solid class, lots of variation in kind, but a lot of good heifers in that lineup. Give that a set of exhibitors one more nice hand, if you would. Good set of cattle here in our key.
Results of Class 40 Kiania heifers. First purple went to Trevor Koenig of Madison County. Second purple went to Annalyn Beach of Otoe County. Also receiving purple ribbons were Blake Mueller of Lancaster County, Brayson Hawkswell of Red Willow County, Cade Croker of Perkins County, Kenley Druke of Antelope County, Colton Croker of Perkins County also received a purple ribbon. Receiving blue ribbons were Lydia Fitzke of Adams County, Helene Kaiser of Dawson County, and Jacob Warm of Seward County. Next into the arena is Class 41 Kiania heifers, 2 heifers in this class. Following this class, we will select champion and reserve champion Kiania heifer.
On Class 1, Jasper Leckie from York County, and Bradley from Seward County. In Class 2, Bud Bolton from Hall County, Ashley Robertson from Perkins County. In Class 3, Ferris from Saline County, Will Perry from Holmes County, and Christina from Seward County.
Well, just 2 heifers here, but a good pair. Again, it comes down to just body volume and cow character that gives the young lady here the class win. So much more depth and sweep and boldness to the center portion of her body, and because of it, just gives you an easier fleshing look. A little bit of chest in her, could neaten her up front, but a nice female leading it off. This is still a heifer with some muscle and some length that stands second in this lineup, maybe even just a nickel sharper up through her front end. She just gets a little too hollow through the center part of her body for me to give her just kind of that cow look. But again, 2 very nice heifers here in our older key class.
Results of Class 41 Kiania heifers. First purple went to Audra Growth of Platte County. Second purple went to Chloe Smith of Wheeler County. Entering the arena now, we'll have our championship drive in our Kiania breed. First, out of coming to Class 39, our first purple was Baron Strope of Holt County. Out of Class 40, our first purple was Trevor Koenig of Madison County. Second purple was Annalyn Beach of Otoe County. And out of Class 41, again, our first purple was Audra Growth of Platte County. Second purple, Chloe Smith of Wheeler County.
Well, guys, again, a strong breed show in your Kiania division, and I mentioned it in that second class. It's not uncommon at all. You get into some of these key divisions that require a lower percentage blood-wise to qualify for your breed division, and naturally, because you've got some other influences breed-wise, you're going to see a little bit more variation in type and kind, and we saw a lot of that, especially in class number 2. So with that, I think there's some things you could do differently depending on where you want to put your emphasis. But there's probably 3 heifers that stand out here that I think are contenders for our 2 slots. 2 of them were in the same class. That second class, we had some give and take structurally between the top end here and 2 heifers that really put a lot of good together. And then that fall heifer calf that wins the first class, I think that's the other one that's a contender. The fall heifer calf, to me, from a quality and a balance standpoint, I think maybe comes together as good as anything out here in this drive. I hope that heifer can kind of stop growing up and maybe start growing out a little bit more and just get a little more power and mass as she continues to mature, because I think her skeleton and her balance is really probably as good as anything that's out here. We said in class that maybe that transition point into her forerib isn't quite good enough, and it's because she just needs to be bolder in general. But I love that one's quality and balance. And then you've got the 2 heifers out of the second class, like to the structure and feet and legs. That lower body needs to balance out better in our class winner. versus a lower body that balances out. Those front feet and knee and structure up front needed to be slightly modified in that gray heifer. Again, I think those three are the contenders, and you can kind of fall where you like. I'm going to roll the dice just a little bit in terms of reading future here, but the one that I really like the most from a quality perspective is this fall heifer calf. That's going to be our champion. We'll follow up with Class 2 for reserve.
Grand champion went to Baron Strope of Holt County out of that class 39. We're receiving a $100 cash premium from Pinnacle Bank. And reserve champion went to Trevor Koenig of Madison County. Next into the arena, we'll have our commercial breeding heifer classes. In class 42, we got 4 heifers.
Again, a nice set of young heifer calves here in our commercial division. I think it separates into 2 pairs pretty quickly, and there's a little bit of age difference, but I think the difference is in quality in these cattle, and the 2 red heifers need to find their way to the top. And I just see too much uniqueness and quality in the yellow heifer or lighter colored heifer to not use her to win. To have the kind of natural shape and muscle she's got up high, and yet to be easily the best in her feet and leg structure is pretty rare. That's what she puts together. I think just a lot of quality and future in front of that heifer. I know she's not as deep-sided as the dark red heifer behind her, but I think that'll come with time and maturity. I think that one's pretty unique in the way she combines stoutness, look, and correctness of feet and legs into a pretty unique kind of package. The heifer in second looks like a brood cow in the making. I love her body volume and depth of side. She's got some power to go with it as well. A little awkward in the travel of that hind leg, not as square and as good in that hip structure as our winner, but a very, very nice female that even though we'd fix that hind leg just from an aesthetic standpoint, I still think she's way, way more correct skeleton-wise than the big gray heifer. Performance favors the gray heifer. She's got as much growth as anything out here. Just need to sit that spine in her a little smoother, see her move and travel off of both ends a little more correctly. Then the black heifer, just a little too plain in her look, a little deep up through her front end. Heifer that's a little frail in terms of her bone work. Still got some body volume and some natural width in her. Probably maintains her top line a little better in motion than the gray heifer, but gives up some performance. Again, a very nice class there, a pretty unique heifer that leads off for us.
Results of class 42, receiving first purple was Daxton Bimmer of Wayne County. Second purple went to Grady Druke of Antelope County. Receiving blue ribbons was Bodia from Red Willow County and Gentry's Wingman from Antelope County. Next into the arena, we got class 43 commercial heifer, September, October, 1 heifer in this class.
Just one fall baldy heifer here in the commercials, but a solid cow prospect. Functional, plenty of body, a little plainer in her look perhaps than some of the cattle we've seen out here, but I think a good fundamental brood cow prospect. Congratulations, that young lady. We'll look forward to having her back in the champion round.
And a purple ribbon went to Jessica Wilkinson of Scottsbluff County. Next in the arena, class 44 commercial heifers, 3 heifers in this class, May, June.
Three nice heifers here in our commercial division. Obviously, the top pair surface because of their body volume, a little more performance, a little more fleshing ability in those cattle. But then between that pair, I like the young lady's calf because she actually has just a shot more real natural dimension. She's stouter and a bit more attractive in both the set and the travel of that hind leg. We could clean up that chest just a little bit in her, but I still think her neck sets a little better into the top of a smoother shoulder, and I like that levelness she's got from there back. Maybe just a tick more pure body depth in the second place female, and probably as much performance as anything that's in here. Again, a little low in the way that neck sets into a more open shoulder, and just a little uncoordinated in the way she handles that hind leg. Two very, very nice females here at the top end. A long-bodied, expressive shaped heifer that's got some muscle that finishes things up for us. Unfortunately, she's just a little too shallow and hard in her body type, a little tighter in the way she travels up front. So there's a female that maybe doesn't strike you with quite the doability long-term of that top pair. Again, a very nice class there. Two very comparable heifers on the top end.
Results of class 44 received. Purple was Olivia Grotolution of Platte County. Second purple went to Brock Luritzen of Washington County. Receiving a blue ribbon was Justice Curry of Pawnee County. Next into the arena, we got class 45, commercial heifers, April birthday. And there is 7 heifers in this class.
first and foremost, let's put our hands together for the finalists in our intermediate division. And then really good showman out here. I think it's 11. Really good showman out here that came out of some tough classes in this intermediate division and made it back out here to the finals. If you made it out here, you did a lot of things extremely well today, so congratulations on that. I pulled 6 across that for me, as I stand off and study, I'm pretty critical on where you place yourself in relation to the goat. I like the showman to be more in front of the goat. That typically causes head and neck to come up out of the top of the shoulder.
Is here in our commercial division. Boy, this class is just filled with challenges on where you want to put your emphasis and where you call frame size okay or unacceptable. And, you know, it's a hard class to piece together, with the exception of this. I think this heifer, you know, she could be a little stronger in behind her shoulder and piece together a little better, but I think she represents the combination of traits in this class very, very comfortably. She's sound enough. She's still got enough performance, body, natural dimension. She looks like a female. I think that's an easy place to start in this particular class. We'll look forward to having her as part of a champion drive to break down a few more of the details, but in this lineup, no way could I go anywhere else. The heifer I thus felt like made the most sense in second is this young guy's heifer here. Her body and her volume, her fleshing ease, and her performance is what gets her there. She's too plain through the floor of her chest and that navel. She just needs to be spruced up and given a little more look and quality. But I made a call that there was just at least enough performance in that one versus a yellow heifer that I like a lot about. You know, honestly, in terms of correctness of feet and leg structure, the yellow heifer might be as good as anything in this entire class. Your question is whether she's big enough for you, and said to me, it's a call you have to make. The next 2 heifers weren't sound enough for me, and that's why I got her up here into third, because I'm more comfortable with the build of her feet and legs. She's got plenty of body depth. She's got some muscle. She's proportional in the way she's made. You know, she's probably a frame score and a half smaller than what we need them to be, but that's a female that's got too much good for me to not get her into the top 3 in this particular class. If you like a switch with the next 2 heifers because they're bigger, longer, heavier muscled, and higher performing, I'm not going to argue with it. But see what I do in the cattle too. Watch that heifer go. Way too tight and short-strided off of both ends of her skeleton. For me, that's where I like to start my place of emphasis. So I'm going to keep these 2 heifers in 4th and 5th, because I think the next heifer is much like her, a little tight, and more importantly, probably just a little too tubular in her center body. I need her to be softer and easier fleshing, just a little coarse, round, and tubular in the way that she's made. Round things out with a pair of heifers that are very different. The next heifer is more moderate. She's got more depth of body, and she's more acceptable in terms of what her udder looks like here today. You know, you could say udder development is something we're going to start looking for. To me, it better come in the form of a quality udder, though, and that's where I struggle with the next heifer. It's probably a little premature to see that udder development yet, but the coarseness of those teats really, really concerns me. She's big, she's long, she's got more performance than that heifer right in front of her. Just too shallow, and I really am concerned with that udder structure in her. Very, very nice class, though. Congratulations to all those commercial exhibitors.
Results of Class 45 commercial heifers. First purple went to Sydney Allard of Cheyenne County. Second purple went to Parker Freehoff of Wheeler County. Also receiving purple ribbons, Rylan Schwitz of Dawson County. Bailey Grant of Central FFA. Karina Smith of Howard County. Receiving blue ribbons in that class were Clara Rasmussen of Howard County and Trina Pearson of Dawson County. Next into the arena is Class 46 commercial heifers. There's 11 heifers in this class.
But I still think you get a better job getting these gophers in and out the move if you're walking with the right hand and keep them moving. I want you to walk at a pace where you're even with their front legs, the head and neck are coming right up out of the top of the shoulder. It's critical for me when I'm studying. I like to watch them move. You can see Showman that do that and do just a little better job of that as we get them out here and we start moving them around. So I'm not going to talk everything because that's going to make the seniors come in here know everything we're looking for, but those are some of the things that separated these 6, and it helped me make my mind up as we work through. And I'll tell you, There's after we get Master Champion, it gets really, really close. To me, there's probably any of you could come up and be second on any given day or third on any given day. I'm going to go shake the hands of these exhibitors in order, first, second, and third. But again, all of you, big congratulations, making it back out here in the finals. Let's give them a big round of applause. How can we be champions in this division?
So our winners are just selected. You can stay in the ring to get your awards. So if you can come back, please, to get your awards. Again, we would like to thank Mr. John Peterson for his 35 years of continued support of our 4-H program, as he sponsors all the species awards along with Union Bank and Trust and the Nebraska 4-H Foundation. All right, congratulations to Brooke Carey of Holmes County. She will be your champion, intermediate showman, reserve champion. We'll go to Cash Harris from York County. And your third place intermediate showman is Sawyer Phillips from Chase County. We're ready to bring in those seniors. This is your first class. This is class number 6 of senior showmanship.
Well, a very strong, high-quality class here. Give these exhibitors a big hand here in our commercial division. Excellent, excellent set of cattle. But an easy winner. That heifer finds her way pretty quickly. Power, performance, balance, structure. She pieces all of that together into a pretty complete kind of package. And in this particular lineup, it's kind of a no-brainer. That one needs to find her way to the top pretty comfortably. You know, aside from attitude, our heifer in second, I think, complements our winner the most effectively. And I know she's not got the same kind of mass or performance in her, but I think she strikes you with an initial look of quality. She's presented in a fashion that she pairs up nice with that heifer. Certainly from a movement and a flexibility standpoint, she still keeps herself in the hunt. And I think just that it's an initial impression of that one is what keeps her over our third place female. Yes, she has some attitude and she's got a little extra set to that hind leg, but it's still a pretty nice heifer sitting there in second. Now, probably the one that that doesn't hit you as strong in this top half a dozen at first glance is going to come here in third. And I will tell you, if you need your commercial heifers to have a full coat of hair, then you're probably not going to like this one as much as I do. If you like them to be sound and have some true body shape and have some balance and natural look about them, then you're probably going to like that one pretty well. And quite honestly, if she had a full coat of hair, she'd probably give that heifer in second all she wants. I just think there's too much good in that female to not get her up here in that decision between 2 and 3, and then you can let that initial impression sort them the way I did. But to me, she's just way too more, much more fundamentally correct than the next couple of heifers in here. Black and white heifer, we need to relax her pastern. We need to make her a little bit more refined as you study her. Big, stout, performance-driven heifer. She's still got a nice look to her. She just wants to knuckle those pasterns way too much on us. The next heifer here in the lineup, you can just start by looking at her knees, and you know there's just not enough comfort built into the front end of her skeleton. She's rubbed them raw, and I think that's a product of her front end structure and the way she's made and the angle of her shoulder down through her knee. And from there back, that heifer resembles the second place heifer a lot in terms of body volume, moderation, and doability. Just needs to be sounder. Same holds true for the next heifer. She's too short stepping, too coarse, and plenty of condition on her. Big-bodied, high volume, presented very well to us, and lots of fleshing ability. Just need to make her sounder. The red heifer is just a little too shallow in her body type, just a little harder keeping look to that female. I like her length and I like her muscle shape quite well. The baldy heifer, she's got some natural fleshing ease to her and some body depth. Heifer that's thrown out of balance just a little bit and just a little tight in that rear pastern. She wants to knuckle it and kind of pop it from time to time. The next heifer is a little bigger in her frame. She's got some length and some muscle shape. To me, she needs more body depth to go with the frame she's got. The white heifer that comes next, certainly heavy muscled. I like that about her. She's just a little too coarse featured everywhere you study her. We round things out with a moderate heifer that's got a little more depth aside, a little off in her hip and hind leg structure, a heifer that doesn't balance out quite good enough from the side profile. Again, very good class. Obviously an outstanding winner there on the top end.
Results of Class 46 commercial heifers. Receiving first purple was Isabella Ruda of Dodge County. Cassidy McGill of Burt County received second purple. Also receiving purple ribbons was Caton Zwingman of Antelope County. Gage Sladewitz of Dawson County. Reese Jones of Buffalo County. Dylan Wendell of Gosper County. Aislinn Jensen of Hamilton County. And Madison Malati of Knox County also received a purple ribbon. Receiving blue ribbons in Class 46 were Charlie Kradrowski of Cass County. Anna Warm of Seward County. And Nathan Gorecki of Buffalo County. Entering the arena now is Class 47 of our commercial heifers. We have 8 heifers in this class. Following this class, we will select our champion and reserve champion commercial heifer.
Well, again, a nice set of commercial heifers here. Some variation in type and kind, but the black and white heifer, she strikes you hard, and I don't think you look past that. I think her balance, her look, and quality is dominant in this particular class. I think she backs it up with certainly enough cow look and body shape in her. And structurally speaking, you could tweak a couple little things, but it all fits together, and I think a pretty easy place to start in this particular class as well. 2 and 3, maybe you could argue a little bit. I just see a little more balance in our second place heifer. I think she's fresher and more genuine in terms of muscle shape. She's not in the same league as our class winner in terms of that initial striking look. The pieces don't hook together quite as smooth, top side of her neck into her shoulder, and that rear paster needs to flex a little bit different for us. But a good quality heifer from the side that's still got a nice shape to her sitting there in second. The third place heifer is opposite of her. I probably like her hind leg better, but don't think she strides out of her front end quite good enough. Love her performance, love her body volume, need to freshen her up, make her more attractive, and knead her up through her front end. The next heifer's got tremendous length of body, a heifer that's still got some muscle shape, probably a little more look and balance to her than the remaining trio of heifers. That's a heifer still, though, relative to our initial trio, just falls short in terms of eliteness and balance and quality, but a solid kind of female sitting there next. More depth of body in the next heifer, certainly easy fleshing. She's a bit far along in terms of her degree of condition, and it hurts her balance. Just need to freshen her up. The next heifer's got more length, a tick leaner. She needs more body volume and doability to her. Then we wrap things out with a heifer that is a little smaller in terms of her framework. I like the depth of body she presents to us, probably a little more so than the heifer right in front of her. With that, she's big and full in that chest, floor, and brisket, so it throws her off from the side view. Again, a heifer that still has some doability and some fleshing ease that wrap things up for us.
Results of Class 47 commercial heifers. First purple went to Allison Walbrick of Lancaster County. Second purple went to Casey Deathless of Buffalo County. Also receiving a purple ribbon was Derek White of Pierce County. Receiving blue ribbons there in Class 47, Abigail Gorecki of Buffalo County. McKenna Hellerich of Saunders County. Cammie Rader of Morrill County. And Chloe Smith of Wheeler County also received a blue ribbon. In the arena currently, we're having our championship drive for our commercial heifers. Coming back from Class 42, our first purple was Daxon Beamer of Wayne County. Second purple was Grady Drecke of Antelope County. Out of Class 43, our first purple was Jessica Wilkerson of Scottsbluff County. Class 44 was exhibited by Olivia Gridelution, Platte County. Second purple, Brock Loritzen of Washington County. Out of Class 45, first purple was Sydney Allard of Cheyenne County. Second purple, Parker Freehoff of Wheeler County. Out of Class 46, our first purple is Isabella Ruda of Dodge County. Second purple, Cassidy McGill of Burke County. And again, out of class number 47, our first purple was Allison Walbrick of Lancaster County. Casey Deathless of Buffalo County had the second purple ribbon.
Well, guys, we've had a strong commercial division, and hats off again to this young set of young people, because they brought us a whale of a set of cattle, and a little like that key division we saw just a bit ago. You get a little of every kind in a commercial division, and as you would expect, you work cattle into here that have many, many different breed influences, so their muscle shape is different, their frame scores are different, structurally they're built different, and you got to work through that a little bit. And I guess the answer to me like most breeds, but especially in a commercial division, I think it's about looking at these cattle and saying, regardless of what you wanted to do with them long term, if you wanted to use these cattle in breeding up programs to add into the seed stock world, if you wanted to just make good commercial cattle, or maybe you're looking for a show steer, to me, regardless of outcome or goal, good commercial cattle ought to fit all those things, because we have the opportunity to balance out and utilize lots of different breeds and mating systems. Again, an excellent set. Don't want to take anything away from the first three classes, in particular that little yellow calf that won our first class. I think she could be pretty neat when it's all said and done. But the heat really came in the final three classes. They were very, very deep and solid throughout. I still think there's two heifers that set the bar pretty high, and it comes from our final two classes. I don't want to take anything away from our second place heifers. We've walked down here and I've retaken a look at both of those second place heifers. It definitely is these two heifers that will be our champion in reserve. And of that pair of heifers, I think they both strike you with quality. They both have an outstanding look from the side. I think they both have enough muscularity and dimension. One of them's more cow-like. She's got more body to her. I think she's even got a slight structural edge in a pair of heifers that are both sound enough. I like both of these heifers really well, but this young lady right here is going to have your commercial champion. The black and white heifer will be reserved. Congratulations, guys.
Grand champion, commercial heifer, went to Isabella Ruda of Dodge County, receiving a $100 cash premium from Pinnacle Bank. Receiving reserve champion was Allison Walbrick of Lancaster County. Into the arena next will be our balancer heifers. We have three classes. They all have one entry. We're going to go ahead and bring all three of our balancer heifers in at the same time. So class 48, 49, and 50. Go ahead and enter the arena. Class 48, 49, and 50. We're going to see all those balancer heifers at one time.
Well, here in our Gelbvieh Balancer division, we've got three individual class winners, and we're going to treat this as a champion drive. Tell you what I see in each of those three cattle. They all each win their class. Big age variation. We've got a young fall heifer calf up front, a junior yearling heifer there in the middle, and a senior yearling in the back. So, you know, we've got some a year's spread in age between those three heifers. So, but just to talk about them and reference what I see individually. the young fall heifer calf. She's skinny, but she's pretty nice. Her attitude and hopefully time will make a difference in getting that one in and out of the ring a few more times. I think there's a lot of good in that heifer, though. She's very refined and feminine in the shape of her neck. She's still got plenty of body depth. I think when she finally collects herself and just comes together here from the side, that's a nice balanced female. She's skinny, as she should be as a young heifer calf, and hopefully as she comes together, she'll bloom into a little more dimension and substance. But I think that heifer's got some quality features that are really nice. The January junior yearling heifer there that stands behind her, that's a heifer that's pretty nice in her top line. I think all three of these heifers are pretty nice in terms of feet and leg structure. She's got a nice turn up high, a good shape running down her top and back out to her hip. She needs a little bit more depth back through her rear rib and flank, especially as a January big junior yearling heifer. Like to see just a little bit more rib and body in that female, then set her tail head down into her just a little bit nicer. Then our senior yearling heifer, an October-born female that's getting pretty close to calving, obviously. There's a female that's very correct in her lines. I really love the set and attractiveness of her hip and hind leg. A heifer that's kind of in her working clothes. She's not got any extra condition on her, but I think she's still got plenty of body depth and uniformity down low. Saw this heifer walk into Showmanship, and the very first thing I said is, what a beautiful 2-year-old udder she's got dropping. And guys, that is an exceptional mammary system, and in a breed that you expect to have maternal strength. But what's nice about that udder, I think it's built with longevity in it. It's tied tight into the body wall. Her fore udder attachment is beautiful. Her rear udder attachment is exactly like it needs to be. It looks like she's going to have tremendous milk flow, but it's youthful still. And that's a problem sometimes within your breed. Gelbvieh cattle are known for milk flow, but sometimes the longevity of those udders kind of go because they have almost too much milk too early. That heifer's attachments are beautiful. Her udder floor is perfectly level. Those teats are out on the corners where they need to be. That's one thing I love about that female is the udder structure and formation that she's dropping. So again, a very nice set of Gelbvieh females. I think an obvious champion. She's got a lot of quality, and then she's dropping a bag like that. Red heifer is going to be our winner. It's closer for reserve, but I think in terms of female look and quality, get past the attitude in her, young heifer calf's going to be our reserve. Congratulations, those at Gelbvieh Balancer exhibitors. Give them a nice round of applause, if you would.
Grand champion goes to Jaylee Pope of Buffalo County. Reserve champion to Justine Pope of Buffalo County. Also receiving a purple ribbon is Spencer Wolahoski of Dawson County. Next into the arena are going to be our Hereford classes. Our class 51 has 2 heifers in this class.
Single entry to start our Hereford division, but a pretty darn solid way to begin it. That heifer, again, very nicely balanced, incredibly feminine, beautiful in her top line and hip structure. A heifer that, as she continues to mature and body down and generate more power with time, I hope she continues to do that, because if she can match the look that she's already presenting, there's a bright future in front of that female. Good single entry, good way to start off our Hereford division. Congratulations, that young guy.
Results of class 51. Receiving first purple was Baker Brimmer of Wayne County. Entering the arena now is class 52, Hereford heifer, September, October, 1 heifer in this class.
Well, a nice single entry here, fall-born heifer that I think some very unique features in that one. I love her center body depth and just, easy doing look. Obviously, the pigmentation she's got is extraordinary. A heifer that as you start to study her, down her top line, she gets a little soft, then behind her shoulder, a little up and down. I think from a structure standpoint, she can get out and cover her stride plenty good. Almost a little longer and softer in her pastern than ideal, but I think still very functional. Again, an excellent single entry. We're building, a nice set of cattle even toward our champion drive, only with 2 heifers. But congratulations, that young guy. Great fall heifer calf here, single entry. Give him a nice round of applause also.
And that purple ribbon went to Everett Funk of Loop County. Entering the arena now is Class 53 Hereford heifers, July, August. 1 heifer in this class as well.
Another single entry here in our summer-born class. Saw this heifer back in Showmanship, and certainly some striking pieces to her as well. When that young lady gets her parked and pulled together, she's as good in her top line, as level in her hip structure as you'll make one. Step off to the side, and she just needs a little more flank and lower rib in her to give her just that maternal image maybe we're after. But again, a very nice female, a little shorter strided perhaps, but again, a quality image, good in her lines. Nice single entry here as well.
And that purple ribbon, Class 53, goes to Keisha Alber of Webster County. Entering the arena now is Class 54, Hereford heifers, May, June. There are 4 heifers in this class.
Another really neat set, several purple award winners in here, purple ribbon winners in here, and several more that I think are right there and did a really nice job. Again, when we get out here on profile, we've got 2 that are maybe just a little more control, keep legs set, give the right kind of look in terms of that running. One of these young did an awfully nice job on the move, getting the goats to walk and do what we need them to do coming in, and as we move them around the ring. I thought we were a complete pair here to start with and to bring back into our finals, but a really deep class again. Congratulations on a good set.
Here's your results out of Class 9, which just left the arena. Blue ribbon winners include Elena Fangmeyer from Bayer County, Darren Shepherd from Greeley County, Paul Lupi from Seward County, and Chad Beers from Bayer County. Purple ribbon winners include Claire Johnson from Lancaster County, Sarah Mitchell from Holt County. Going back to the final time, will be Ben Spencer from
Guys, again, early summer heifers, I guess, May, June heifers here, and pretty comfortably breaks into 2 pairs, but here on the top end, again, an easy place to start. And I really think a lot of this heifer, I think there's one that, really is stout and powerful and genuine shaped all the way to the ground in terms of substance and foot and bone underneath of her. and yet you step off to the side and she still gives you a quality image. I have her that at times wanting to get a little up in her top here, but I still think she relaxes good enough. Look forward to having her back out in the champion drive to see how she maintains that for us. But presented awesome, just I think an immensely high quality individual that leads off. Young guy in second, you got a heck of a good Hereford heifer. Unfortunately, that one's in your class, and I hope you know how much I appreciate this heifer. She is just, to me, epitomizes just good functional brood cow fundamentals. She's sound, she's deep, she's easy fleshing. She doesn't have the wow factor of that heifer in front of her, and she can get a little off in her spine at times, but that's a heck of a good heifer standing in second, guys, and I hope that young man appreciates what I do in his female. 3 and 4, I think, just logically fall into place. Here's a heifer that's just a little too plain in her look to get into that initial duo as he gets step to the side, too deep up front relative to her flank, a little heavier in her condition, but it's still the ability to put on that condition is what keeps her over our fourth female. It just comes off a little hard doing. She's still got a surprising shape up high. She's still, I think, functional enough in her feet and legs, just need more rib and body and fleshing ease in that female.
All right, results of our last class. First purple went to Landon Linneman of Franklin County. Second purple went to Graydon Forbes of Buffalo County. Receiving blue ribbons were Landry Luce of Sherman County and Lacey Schmidt of Nuckolls County. Entering the arena next is going to be class 55 of our Hereford heifers. We've got 5 heifers in this class.
Well, guys, top to bottom, all 5 heifers, that's the first comment that I want to make. All 5 of these heifers, I think, represent just a basic function that you can appreciate, and my compliments to each of these exhibitors. Give them all a nice round of applause, if you would. Very, very nicely done. Good set of cattle. And yet these 2, I think, come to the forefront. I think some of your initial impression is absolutely true. Some of the things you come to find in the 2 cattle might maybe buck that initial impression, though, and now you get to really, I guess, pick what is maybe a little more your kind, if you will. This heifer that leads off is so much fresher to me. Because of that, she's more female-like today, and the way her brisket's up in her, much, much better, exemplifies what I'm talking about. I just think that her degree of condition is more acceptable, and it helps to accentuate some things that are probably already a bit more feminine in her in terms of her joint work, the smoothness of that shoulder, and then she caps it off probably with a nickel more udder quality also. Certainly the heifer in second, you want to make her be the power heifer, and she is certainly heavier bone, bigger footed, stouter in her structure. To be totally honest with you, when you get up on top of them, I don't think she...
Peyton Shaw, would you please report to the entrance of the midway? Peyton Shaw, please report to the entrance of the midway.
We're good. All right. As I was saying, I don't know that she really has the dimension advantage you want to go with that bone and foot that she's got. I think they're pretty comparable on muscle, to be totally honest with you. I need that one leaned up, as she's just a little too plain everywhere, especially through that chest floor. For me, she just needs to be freshened up here for us. But that's 2 very nice heifers at the top end. Guys, a little awkward udder structure on this next heifer that I'd like to change, but I like her moderation, her body shape, her uniformity of body depth here relative to our 4th place heifer. I know it comes in a little smaller package, but I think those pieces fit together just a little better. More length, more performance in the 4th place female. She needs just a nickel more body depth to balance out, and I'd like to set that hind leg, although functional in her structure, she needs to be a little more attractive and just more stable in the way she plants off of that hind leg. We wrap things up with a heifer that's coming a little short in her stride and opening up out of her front end. Back 2/3 of that heifer is still quite good. She's bold, she's deep, she's got plenty of dimension. Like all of those things about her, just need to lay that shoulder angle better in her, let her reach and have a little more attractiveness as well out of her front end. Excellent class, very, very good set of cattle. Congratulations again to those exhibitors.
Results of Class 55, Hereford Heifers. First purple went to Kira Bremer of Nance County. Second purple went to Daniel Young of Scottsbluff County. Also receiving purple ribbons, Kinley Eckhoff of Hamilton County, Graydon Forbes of Buffalo County, and Adeline Cisco of Pawnee County. Next into the arena is Class 56 Hereford Heifers, January, February, 4 heifers in this class. Following this class, we will have the selection of our champion and reserve champion, Hereford Heifer.
Well, good lineup of heifers here as well, but I think a class that just kind of falls into place here. I don't know that necessarily anything really comes into play as a close pair, and yet I like some pieces in every one of these heifers. A pretty easy place to start, though, and again, basic brood cow look and quality and balance. And again, there's been neater heifers at the base of her neck, but don't sell this one short in terms of femininity, because the shape of her neck's still good, and she's beautiful in the way she blends into her shoulder there to her forerib, the depth and sweep to her center body. At times she hesitates just a little on that rear pastern, but the angles of her structure all look good. I think a really, really nice female, one that wins pretty comfortably for me. I guess, at first glance, maybe you want to look at the differences between 2 and 3 and say, well, could that be the pair? And then you watch them on the move, and I just think you got to keep the young man's calf here in second. I think she's so much better in the angles of her structure, so much more relaxed in her top line when we set in motion, not as deep through that rear rib and flank, just not as smooth and attractive in her appearance as that class winner. A very muscular heifer here in third. I like her stoutness and power. If that came with a little more soundness and security in terms of structure, then we could make that a middle pair. But that one's opening up and just kind of rolling out of her front end. You can watch where that top line and spine kind of goes when we set her in motion. Just need to relax that one structurally. Finish things up with a heifer that's sure deep-bodied, lots of volume and fleshing ability in that one, to the point that she's past where I'd prefer her to be. I'd like to dial back her condition, clean her up in that navel, also sit her down a little more comfortably off her hind leg, but a heifer that's sure got some performance and body volume in her. Again, an excellent class, certainly a heifer you like there at the top end quite well. Congratulations, those exhibitors as well.
Results of Class 56, Hereford Heifers. First purple went to Kira Bremer of Nance County. Second purple went to Kian Morris of Saline County. Also receiving the ribbon was J.C. Schmidt of Kearney County. Receiving a blue ribbon there in Class 56 was Adeline Cisco of Pawnee County. Into the arena now, we're going to have our selection of our champion and reserve champion, Hereford Heifers. Out of Class 51, that first heifer was shown by Baker Bremer of Wayne County. Out of Class 52, it's Everfunk of Loop County exhibiting. Out of Class 53, our first purple was Keisha Alber of Webster County. Out of Class 54, our first purple was Landon Linneman of Franklin County. Second purple was Graydon Forbes of Buffalo County. Out of Class 55, our first purple was Kira Bremer of Nance County. And second purple was Daniel Young of Scotts Bluff County. And again, out of Class 56, that last class, first purple went to Kira Bremer of Nance County. Second purple to Kian Morris of Saline County.
Last group of senior showmen out here, a couple that to me were on profile, probably just a little more on point in terms of feet and legs and front ends, giving me the right kind of look. There's some things that at times we might change this a little bit. The OK paddles to pull down at times, but I thought the young lady did a nice job of correcting and working on that. With her, the red doe kid, in time for this little easy top of this young man does a nice job of getting some pressure back in her and getting her place up and giving you the right kind of look. They did a great job getting them presented on the move and made these goats walk and look the part as we move them around the ring, and that helped separate them towards the top of this particular class. Awfully deep class here. All these kids did a great job. Let's give them a round of applause and we'll move on and sort some finals with some seniors. They did a great job.
These are results of Class 11 as they get ready for the final drive here. Blue ribbon is Quinn Castle from Saline County, Autumn Wood from Holtz County, Natalie Shoots from Lincoln County. Coming back for a quick on the final topic is Aiden Nelson from Marion County, Carrie Singh from Clarks County, on the purple ribbon.
Guys, your Hereford division has been outstanding, and we've had, again, just tremendous quality on the top end, and I think in particular a representative of your breed that really puts together some pretty unique attributes to be our champion, and a reserve that I think follows right in and fundamentally is quite good female. You know, as we look at this group, those first couple classes, 3 classes, we had single entries, and we were pretty fond of each of those, and especially, you know, that fall heifer calf, I think, has got some unique parts to her, and hopefully as she matures, it'll be interesting to see how that top line kind of stays together in her, but I think a lot of quality pieces in her. But obviously it came down to these 3 older heifer classes, and as we get them back out here, and we study the second places also. I took a look over here at the seconds to see maybe where they fall into the equation. I think all 6 of those heifers are outstanding, but there's 2 of them that make their way to the top for me, and of that pair, there's one that just really hits me hard. I think powerful, stout, bold, dimensional, and yet still, you know, very high quality. I think you could talk some slight differences in structure between the 2 heifers, you know, that are going to lead off this breed division. We talked about the top line of one of the heifers maybe could be just a little bit fixed, and probably the other one you study just angle of shoulder all the way down to her feet, and the way they come to the ground maybe could be modified just slightly. But there's 2 heifers that hit me pretty hard, and one in particular to be our champion that I think is a really unique female. Young man, bring that heifer on out. You're going to have our champion. And then the heifer out of our final class will be reserved. 2 really good entries here to represent your Hereford breed. Congratulations, guys.
Peyton Shaw, please report to the entrance of the midway. Peyton Shaw, please report to the entrance of the midway.
Grand champion of Hereford Heifers went to Landon Linneman of Franklin County. Reserve champion went to Kira Bremer of Nance County. Into the arena now is our Limb Flex division. We've got 2 classes in this division, 2 heifers in this first class.
Well, as we get into the Limb Flex division, a really nice female here that leads it off for this particular pair. And again, you get here to the side, and you know, those things that we've tried to find all day in terms of balance, maternal quality, look, function of structure. She pieces all of those things together really effectively. You know, really loose in her structure to the point that rear pastern might be a little soft for some, but she can get out and go, and she's comfortable in motion. She's not the heaviest muscled heifer, we'll see, but I think she pieces that look and quality and brood cow character with enough dimension to go with it. Very nice heifer that leads off. A little more muscle shape in the second heifer. I appreciate that, but a heifer that as you step off from the profile just doesn't come up with near the quality or balance of that that class winner. For the kind of muscle mass she's got, she still gets out and covers her stride well. I think just as an individual, there's still some positives to that female. She just runs into a pretty tough customer in that lineup. A nice pair of heifers here as we start our Limb Flex division.
Results of Class 57. First purple went to Carly Coulterman of Seward County. Second purple went to Jersey Jansen of Cedar County. Next class is Class 58. Limb Flex heifers, January, February, 1 entry in this class.
Single entry here, but a nice heifer again. Get her parked right there, and I think you'll see the real outstanding pieces. She's got a look of quality. She's feminine and refined up front. A heifer that's got some length, and she's relatively correct in her top line. Heifer that gets just a little tight moving out of her front end. I'd like to set the angle of that shoulder back more correctly in her, but a quality look, some performance in that female. A very nice single entry for us.
Results of Class 58. Clara Johnson received a purple ribbon from Lancaster County. We'll now have our selection of our champion and reserve champion Limb Flex heifers. First purple out of that last class before this was Carly Coulterman of Seward County. Second purple went to Jersey Jansen of Cedar County. And out of Class 58, our purple ribbon was shown by Clara Johnson of Lancaster County.
Well, again, just 3 heifers in our Limb Flex division, but some quality for sure. And again, a representative out of this breed that really sets the bar high. But you know, it's close for reserve. I think there's an obvious place to go in terms of elite quality and balance. And then you have a decision between a heifer that's got a little more attractiveness and quality from the side versus one that's probably got just a nickel more muscle shape. But I think a really nice trio. No doubt where you go for champion. Young lady up front's going to have your champion here in this Limb Flex division. We're going to go to that other class winner to be our reserve. Give all 3 exhibitors a nice round of applause, if you would.
Grand champion went to Carly Coulterman of Seward County. She'll be receiving a $100 cash premium, sponsored today by Pinnacle Bank. Our reserve champion was Clara Johnson of Lancaster County. Next into the arena, we're going to do our selection of our Supreme Champion heifer. So we'll be bringing back all of those breeds here momentarily. All right, welcome to our final parade here of all of our breeding beef champions throughout the day. First into the arena is our champion main Anjou, which is shown today by Corey Kirsten of Sarpy County. Our champion maintainer was exhibited by Meredith Ruda of Dodge County. Our champion red Angus is exhibited by Kyler Plugi of Lancaster County. Champion shorthorn by Cole Bruss of Howard County. Champion shorthorn plus by Annalyn Beach of Odo County. Champion Simmental was exhibited by Kyson Ghana of Lancaster County. Champion Foundational Seminole was shown by Jorney Reeson of Wayne County. Our All Other Breeds champion was exhibited by Bianca Wood of Hitchcock County. Our champion Angus Heifer was exhibited by Kyra Meyer of Webster County. Champion Charolais by Tucker Stagmeyer of Holt County. Champion Composite Charolais by McKinley Stoller of Hayes County. Champion Kenia by Baron Strope of Holt County. Champion Commercial by Isabella Ruda of Dodge County. Champion Balancer by Jaylee Pope of Buffalo County. Champion Hereford by Landon Linneman of Franklin County. Champion Limplex by Carly Coulterman. Let's give all of these champion winners a round of applause here as our judge works his way through this final drive. Our judge today has been Chris Mullenix, who I think also deserves a round of applause because this has been a real long day for Chris here in this nice heat of the Nebraska weather we're having today. So let's also give our judge, Chris Mullenix from Manhattan, Kansas, a round of applause for all of his hard work today.
Or six, but in my mind, I had three showmen that from the time we hit the ring over here, came through the gate, and everything, every step that we went through, there's three that just kind of kept working their way to the top, and it was these three. So I decided I'm going to pull these three, I'm going to work them a little harder, and decide on our placing and what we're going to do with these. And I'm telling you, there's a number of showmen over here that are this close.
A little more about our judge while he's working this last division class here. Chris Mullenix is an instructor of animal science and the head livestock judging coach at Kansas State University in Manhattan, Kansas. Chris was born and raised on a diversified cattle and farming operation in central Maryland. Chris received his animal science degree at Kansas State University, where he was a member of the 1995 National Champion Intercollegiate Livestock Judging Team and is recognized as a contest high individual. To date, he has coached more than 30 national champion livestock judging teams and 3 national champion meat animal evaluation teams. Chris has judged shows in 43 different states in Canada, including events such as the North American in Louisville, the American Royal, the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, Fort Worth Stock Show, and Denver's National Western. Chris and his wife Alyssa are blessed with an 8-year-old son, Mason, a 4-year-old daughter, Kinsley, and a 1-year-old son, Cameron. Thanks for making the trip here to the Nebraska State Fair, Chris Mullenix.
Get out here, what are you trying to do to fix that as a showman? That's what's important. You need to understand as a showman when you come in the ring, what are you dealing with? What do you need to be focused on? What do you need to be trying to disguise or accentuate? That's your job as a showman, is to make him look or her look their absolute best out here in showmanship. I think you all three answered that question pretty good, but the individual that wins it absolutely nailed that question. And there's no question in my mind, this is a showman that doesn't show every single one of his animals the same. He knows what needs to be done with each one as he comes in the ring, and he tries to focus on that and make them look their absolute best. That's the mark of a good showman in my mind. That's the mark of an elite showman in my mind. All three of these are really, really good showmen. You know, here I was in the intermediate, I made a comment that I really like you to lead with your right hand, and we got one out here that leads with the left hand and does it perfectly. Absolutely perfectly. Young man in the middle leads with the left hand, but that goat comes right up out of the top of the shoulders. He's moving at the right pace, so he's learned to do it, and if we can do that, I'm good with it. When you can make them look like that on the move, leading with your left hand, I'm good with it. That's something that I do pay attention to in showmanship, and I personally, my son wanted to do that some, and I worked with him a lot to not do that because I just think you're more comfortable looking, and it makes you look a little more awkward. When you lead with that left hand, I think you're a little more comfortable looking. When you are with your right hand, I think it typically works a little better, but nothing, I'm not going to correct this young man that leads with his left hand. He did a great job with doing that. All three of these young men are really smooth, really polished, really confident when they come in the ring. They've really done a great job of paying attention to feet and legs. Always gave me a great handle. All the big things are done extremely well. I think there's one that today's a little smoother for me. That was probably just a little quicker about getting set and getting everything looking.
the way that we want them to look out here on profile. We've got one has got a goat that really likes to show, just gets out here and plants and does a great job with that. And then we've got one that maybe had to fidget just a little more as we got into our top three. Had a goat that maybe didn't want to stay in there and just plant and do quite as well. And actually walk to me. That's not just to get you away so I can ask you the question. When a judge asks you to walk to him, I really want you to walk them straight to me. I want to be able to see the front end, see the chest floor, see those shoulders. So walk straight to me. Then I'm gonna, if I come around and I want to look at you, get you set up, let me rehearse set up, let me handle, do whatever we're gonna do. When I actually go back, the judge typically wants to watch that animal walk straight away, so we can see base width and see how they handle their feet, legs, or their hop steps as they go away. Those are the kinds of things that we're typically looking for. I felt like that helped me sort just a little bit when we got into our top three. I thought two maybe did just a notch nicer job. Kind of two going away as well. So again, it comes down to very minor things. So when we get out here in showmanship in the senior division, any of these over here can be standing on this side on any given evening with any particular judge. These three suit me a little better today. And as we got them out here and as we studied them, I didn't necessarily pull you in the order that you're placed. That's the way it works out for me. Young man in front, your champion. We were better right here, third overall right here. Really good group. Let's congratulate.
Just a reminder, we will have back in the show ring. That'll be at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Congratulations to Settles from Saunders County, your champion senior showman. Reserve goes to Dixon Bronze of Lincoln County, and your third place is Ivy Smith Dodge County. Thanks again to Don Peterson, Community Bank and Trust, and the 4-H Foundation, and of course our judge, Dr. Jeff Woodley from Hollow Station, Texas. We'll be back in the ring with us again tomorrow morning, 8:30. Goats on this side, sheep on that side, and 4-Hers, don't forget, you've got thank you cards in your pockets. Get those thank you notes written.
Well, guys, what a wonderful day. It has been a long day, and I'm going to sleep well tonight. But right now, I couldn't be any more excited for your young people. What a pleasure it's been to work through first Showmanship this morning. I love Showmanship. It's not easy, but especially when you've got the quality of young people we've had to work through today. That was a blast to be able to share my thoughts on Showmanship throughout the morning and early afternoon. And then we get into this heifer show, and this is everything you could have expected it to be. And this, the top end's incredibly good, but guys, probably more importantly, maybe they haven't always been, the elite show heifers through the remainder of classes, but the basic function, the practicality of the cattle these young people have brought, I think speaks volumes to the depth and the quality, and maybe most importantly, the quality of breeders in this region that have taken the time to help these young people get involved in this industry and just put good livestock in their hands to build character and build these young people, from a young age to hopefully be the future leaders of what we're doing. So, man, this has been a blast. I can't say enough. Before we go any further into kind of my discussion on this Supreme Drive, do me a big favor and let's put our hands together and thank those that put this show on. Obviously, in the past year and a half, we've dealt with a lot of challenges, and some of them have hit home pretty hard for young people. And we just had our state livestock sweepstakes back at K-State last weekend, and that's all of our state youth skillathon and judging contests and all that. And it gave me a chance to reflect and what's hard sometimes that we forget about some of these events that got canceled in the last year, and then we had young people who had to give up their final year of exhibiting, or doing things through youth programs, no faults of their own. And and here we sit a year later, right back in the same boat in many, many ways, and with some of the same challenges. And it'll be interesting to see what happens from here. But what I can tell you is those states that have good leadership and put youth development first are going to find a way to make it happen. And you guys have, as you think about what's in front of you. It ought to be exciting to see what is still to come for these young people as breeders in the future. But most importantly, you've given them opportunity here, and that's been taken away too often. I hope you appreciate the powers that be that have allowed this to happen over the course of the last 2 years. And my congratulations to those people that had a say in that. Give them one more big, big round of applause, if you would, all the ones that helped to put this event on. It's always an honor to get a chance to just share thoughts on livestock. And one thing I learned long ago is that if you come here expecting to make every single person happy, then you're never going to enjoy judging livestock. It's not that you don't want to satisfy people or as part of a job as a judge, but man, I tell you what, this place has had a great crowd all day long, and you all came here rooting for somebody. And that's what this is about, and that makes it fun. And if you aren't a little bit barn blind or you don't think yours should win, then why should you do this? And I understand that. We all go through that. I appreciate that. And that's, to me, at the foundation of what we do. There is absolutely nothing wrong with teaching young people competitive spirit and a want to win. That is a great thing that we take from this, and it gets taken away from them way too often in other activities. But I also hope at the end of the day, we teach them balance. And there's nothing wrong, with wanting to walk into this ring and win. But I hope also we can teach them to appreciate when it happens. I'm not going to say necessarily completely accept when it doesn't, because I hope it drives you harder for the next time. But I hope you can listen to judges. I hope you respect their opinion. If you see what they see and you would have done something different, hey, that's what makes the world go round. And we can all sit and argue about the details in livestock. They're not all built the same. They're not all going to serve the same purpose. And I think that's what makes this fun, is that we all have slightly different opinions on where emphasis might need to be put in a given time, in a given class or breed, or even in a Supreme drive. So, you know, my hope, and what I will tell you, what I've loved about this, the course of this day, we have talked to every single animal that walked through this ring. And even if you disagreed with the decision, your animal got critiqued, your animal got talked about, and I hope you could see what I did, you know, and we can agree to disagree, and that's okay. I guess whether you think it's right or not, my opinion, I guess, was official today at the very least. And what I think we can all agree on is what an awesome set of young people and a phenomenal set of cattle. Give them one more big round of applause, if you would. I pulled 5 individuals out here, and I always like to share this thought. And you know, having been here to judge your market animal show as recently as I have, I'd reflect on that first and say, you know, when I select a champion market animal, it does not matter what breed they are. It does not matter what color they are. Every steer, every market heifer has exactly the same purpose. They are a market animal. And it's not that I don't appreciate good breed animals in a market show, but their purpose is solely as a market animal. And then, yes, we want to make some show look to them because of where we're presenting them. But to me, when I select a champion market animal, it's apples and apples. I'm comparing each one of them to the one standing right next to it and trying to find the one that I think puts the most good together. For me, a Supreme Champion female is a different type of selection. And, you know, I think we can argue over that a little bit, but I'm going to tell you my thoughts. And my thoughts are that every one of these breeds has had and will continue to have a purpose in our industry. They're not all designed to look exactly alike, and that's okay. You know, and you know, I pulled out 5, but boy, I could come down that line. I could have pulled out 5 more, 10 more if I wanted, and we could have talked and discussed the differences between them. You know, but I guess the important thing to me is that you understand my process and what I try to do in a Supreme Champion drive. And I really don't look at these 5 heifers I pulled out here and compare them to one another. And that's a hard thing to do. And I don't expect everybody to agree with that process 100% of the time. I know I have very good friends that think a Supreme drive should just be go pick whichever one you think is the best. I think a Supreme drive is picking the one that represents her breed the best. That's what a Supreme female is about in my book, because if you came out here and told me that you like the Maine Anjou better than the Angus because the Maine is heavier muscled, I'll tell you, the Maine should be heavier muscled. It comes from a breed that is traditionally known for terminal merit and muscularity. If you tell me the Angus is better than the Maine because she's more feminine and more maternal looking, then I would tell you she should be, because she comes from a maternal breed. So when I look at these cattle, I look at this red Angus heifer up front here and I say, take her out amongst her contemporaries. Take her out against regional, national competition in the red Angus breed. How good is she relative to her breed? That's what I try to look at. I do the same on that Simmental. It's harder on a commercial, but I do the same on a commercial female, a Hereford, and a Limmy. And then I try to do that across the board. And these are the 5 heifers that step out for me personally. And then you can really dig into how you want to emphasize some of those things to find your champion and your reserve. I will tell you, I don't know that you can go completely wrong, and there's some over there still standing that I could have pulled out also. There's a couple of them that I think are not just extraordinary females, but really do what I just asked, and do something unique, do something really, really, I think, strong relative to their breed that I think could go out and compete against the best of the best within their individual breeds. Awesome, awesome lineup of cattle here, guys. I'm excited to select you a couple of champions. They're incredible females. We got a little bit of age variation, but all between January and summer-born heifers here in this lineup. They're all extremely good here. My congratulations to all of you. I'm going to put the mic down. I'm going to go find you a couple champions. Give me one more big round of applause. Thank these kids for everything they do. Way to go, guys.
Right here. Grand champion went to Linden County. A reserve champion went to Kyler Plugi of Lancaster County. Again, congratulations to our grand champion, who was Landon Linneman of Franklin County, who came out of the Hereford division. And our reserve champion went to Kyler Plugi of Lancaster County of a Red Angus division. Thanks for attending this year's Breeding Heifer Show. We'll see you back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. for our market show.